HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. If students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad where does genocide land in your definition hot, destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all, and fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's put it.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks. That's right. It's Monday, June 10th, 2024, and I am alive. Contrary to what my haters might think, contrary to what you might think, I'm doing all right. I'm live, barely, and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's going to be a beautiful day, regardless. Pete shouted you out to Greg Abbott. No shot. That's awesome. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. How's your arm and entire body, big bro? I'm going to tell you all about it in a second. You basically burn the same amount of calories as someone doing an Ironman. Yeah. This is, you know what this is like? This was you yesterday. I'll tell you this much. What happened to me yesterday is I was not aware of what the actual challenge might be. The actual challenge was like Ironman marathon style training that required like actual training for, you know, like I should have been training up my wrists, you know what I'm saying? And not just my shot. As you guys know, it was a valiant effort, one that I failed at the end. Nonetheless, still cooking load at the end cements your victory. I'm in a tremendous amount of pain as far as like my whole body is obviously like in, you know, a lot of muscle soreness, but that stuff is fine. The wrists, on the other hand, are not fine. They are definitely cooked. They are definitely cooked. Will I attempt it again? Probably not. I am glad you will talk about the French drama. Do not worry, I will talk about all of this. But yeah, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And what ended up happening in between that time frame was not much. I came back home. And I don't know how I even did this, but I just basically crawled into the hot tub, not the hot tub, the bathtub, dumped a shit ton of Epsom salt into it, and laid in it. And then I ordered some Indian food because I didn't really eat anything yesterday. Like I had that I had that chicken sandwich and that was pretty much it. So I ordered some Indian food and I lived a life of decadence. I lived a life of decadence. I was watching Kaiju number 8 in the bathtub with Indian food on like a nice little fucking cart thing that I have. And it was awesome. Did you weigh yourself today? No, I'm still like around the same weight. I mean, I'm 236, I think. That's what I was. Do you think your hypermobility was a reason for your wrist suffering that much? No. Take out all the goofing around and downtime in between shooting. You absolutely destroyed Ludwig's pace? Nah. Trans marshmallow girl thing? What?
I'm gonna get banned from.
What the fuck is the trans marshmallow girl thing? These are like, what the hell is going on? The fact you shit 2 hours before it cooked you? No, it's not that, dude. There's no world in which I could have completed that. Like, I just need to have stronger wrists. That's it. Like, I need to train my tendons. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. That's the biggest problem. Lode's plan was to try beating you 1v1 with you exhausted after it. I know, and I still cooked his ass. Any concern that Ludwig will hold us over you for all eternity? Yes and no. Because yes, because yeah, I got cooked on the challenge harder than the Mavs got on game 2. Okay. However, I destroyed him in the 1v1 after I was like dead. And his ass was like, oh yeah, I'll just wear my Crocs. I was like, bro, bring your shoes. Okay. I don't want you to use that. I was like, I don't want you to use that as an example. He took the Crocs off and he was playing with his fucking, he was playing with the socks on. I don't know why he legitimately thought that in my like absolute deadly, like absolute dead, you know, when my body was like completely fucking done and dead, I don't know why he thought he could just fucking cook me. We'll do this. I'll show you what I did. I'm amazed you didn't tear ACL during that 1v1. I wasn't moving too much. You also conceded that he was an athlete, which pleased them. Oh no, Ludwig has already been like working out quite a bit. Like, he's been getting into a lot of shape. I think he's been training for a marathon or something, but you know, he's gotten in remarkable shape. But the 1,000 bucket challenge is like not normal shit. That is like, you have to train for it like a triathlon basically. So yeah, he is in remarkable shape. To be able to do that is pretty impressive. Anyway, why you wait till I nap? Shout out Haas. I played in coach ball. 1,000 shots isn't basketball anymore. Yeah, it's not. 1,000 shots, like throwing up 1,000 successful 3-point shots is not basketball. I go so far as to say throwing up 1,000 successful free throw shots wouldn't even be basketball. Like, and that's an infinitely easier task to accomplish. And even then, it's because it's not 1,000 successful shots, especially when we're talking about 3-pointers. Even if it took me 1,000 shots to put up, right? It's still very difficult. I feel like it's, you know, dunk contest is more basketball than 1,000 threes. Yeah, it's not. It's a triathlon. It's like an Ironman. It's very different than basketball. I don't think it's basketball at all. I think it's something entirely different. How long till we know your shooting percentage? I don't know, because like we did a lot of wonky shit that cooked it, so you can't really tell. I guess like the best example would be the first 300 attempts. If you were to look at my first 300, 400 attempts before my wrist started getting like completely fucked, then you could look at the percentage maybe. But even then, it doesn't matter, because in the first 300 points, I had so many resets because of the challenges. Clip from two.
Fuck up Hasan in the 1v.
What is this? That's crazy. Okay, you know what? Let me blast off real quick and let's do it. For real though, we'll be in there next to you. Yeah, no, it definitely helped. Having all my friends there definitely helped. I'm so fortunate, dude. I have wonderful, amazing, phenomenal friends. I cannot believe they just stayed there the entire time. I'm blessed to have so many incredible people that like participated on the production side as well to be able to put this together. I'm so blessed. It was awesome. Okay, hello. Speaking of which, what? Little lady, hello. Okay. I am alive. Barely. Recapping buckets challenge, W's and losses. W's and L's. We raised 100K. You only shot 20% from 3 points. That means you attempted 3,500 shots. No, I'm saying that like calculating that would be really complicated. You can't calculate any of the granny shots because that's not my shot at all. You know what I mean? Anyway, hold on. Let me blast off real quick. Let's blast off and then we'll continue with this. Okay. EU Parliament elections win big for far right. Macron calls snap elections. Israel plus America killed 200. Anne, quiet. Lütfen. Dikkat et. Palestinians. I said Lütfen. I said please. You guys don't understand. Ludwig's been calling you cooked and washed and a Republican all morning on the stream. Wait, really? Doubt it. Crazy to think your 3-point percentage is still higher than Kyrie's in the finals. Can we not hit me while I'm on the ground already? Anyway, I'm alive, barely recapping 1,000 bucks challenge W's and L's. We raised 100K. EU Parliament elections win big for far right. Macron calls snap elections. Israel, America killed 200 Palestinians in hostage extraction mission. Benny Gantz. I can't even fucking type, dude. Resigns. HasanAbi. Okay, there we go. You should look at the election results for Israel French people. They voted almost 80% far right when the metropolitan France voted 32. What does that mean? I hate to break it to you, but your toe was on the 3-point line a bunch of times. Most of those shots didn't count. I'm sorry. Okay, dude, whatever. How are the thumbs? The thumbs are fine. German liberals are still coping that voters went far right policies and aren't confused, or they blame Palestinians and leftists have forced people to vote Nazis. Oh, nice. Okay. Here, we're blasting off. Boys, girls, MBs. That's quite right. That's in France. Parliament party seat composition is basically the same as. Okay, we're gonna get to that in a second. First, we're gonna do the recap. Okay, so as you guys know, Ludwig did a 1,000 buckets challenge. Took him like 7 hours to get 1,000 successful 3-point shots off. He shot around like 28%, if I recall correctly. But that was just straightforward. You know what I mean? In 50 shot increments, he went through, boom, 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 did it over the course of 7 hours. Now, I thought because he did it and, you know, I was unfamiliar with his game, because he was able to do it, and because the shot's like kind of ass, he's not like great at shooting in general. I thought personally he would, I'd be able to do this with ease. Okay. I thought that this Asmongold clip about Metal Gear Solid has 30K likes on Twitter. Wait, what is this? There's no way he said, I hope they don't make Metal Gear Solid political, man. That's got to be a meme. So, it turns out though, the 1,000 3-point challenge has nothing to do with basketball at all. Okay, 1,000 3-point challenge has nothing to do with basketball at all. Any comments for the Redditors saying shooting 1,000 shots is easy? Yeah, they're wrong. I will stand on that. Ludwig stood on his business, and I will tell you why. Because I've shot 100 3-pointers before. I shot 100 successful 3-pointers before we started the challenge, and I thought to myself, oh, this is easy. There is a very big difference between 100 successful 3-points and 500 and 600 and 700. Because like, it's not even necessarily the stamina. For everyone's bodies are different. Everyone's endurance is different. I thought my weak ass knees would give out way before. I'm kind of shocked that my knees were strong the entire time. My legs are fine. Everything is fine in my body right now. I feel a little muscle soreness in my shoulders, a little muscle soreness in my triceps, yada, 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 and my legs. But that's fine. That's just regular old muscle soreness. But I fucked up my wrists, okay? The way that I shoot with my wrist flick in comparison to the way Ludwig shoots, he apparently had some serious issues with his forearms down here. That was the big issue. There were a lot of problems as far as like going back to it. There were a lot of problems as far as like the way I should have prepared for it. I just kind of went into it like a dude would casually decide to run a marathon. You know what I mean? Thinking that, oh well, I run. You know, I'm a pretty solid runner. I'm in phenomenal shape. Let me just go do a fucking marathon real quick and just like run the entire time. You can complete it. And you know, some people do that every now and then. My trainers have done that before, but then they get cooked the next day. So that's what it is. It's like being in good shape and then being like, I'm just gonna do an ultra marathon. So that was the issue, because this wasn't basketball at all. It was more so a marathon. It was more so like an ultra marathon, as a matter of fact. You got a limp wrist for Pride Month, be an ally. Yeah. Even Kobe would only take 400 a day. Yeah. Unmuting now. Will you ever reattempt the challenge? What if you and Ludwig did it at the same time on opposite ends of a court? That could be fun, but I don't know if I don't know if I'd do it again. I'm gonna be honest with you, because like my wrists have not recovered, and like the pain is still very much there. My right wrist is a little bit better. It comes and goes, but even when I open my hand like this right now, it hurts. Especially if I open it even further, especially on the thumb side, it hurts a lot. So I am going to maybe hold off on doing it again anytime soon. Obviously, the major goal here was to do a fundraiser, and we did that. And I'm very happy that this community was on board with it. We were able to raise $100,000 for MAP, Medical Aid for Palestine, Heal Palestine, and UNRWA, which is very exciting. That was the overarching goal. And also, it seemed like it was a lot of fun too. It was a lot of fun to watch, those were my two. Like, obviously the number one goal was I would, defeat Ludwig. But beyond that, I obviously wanted to, one, put together a fun thing for you guys to watch, and also be able to fundraise on top of that. And it seems like it worked. And a big part of that, of course, was the many different wonderful people that came through and participated. And it made me really happy. You and your delirious state was gold. Yeah, I definitely got delirious by the end of it. So yeah. Shouts out to the roomies, Blau, Elam, Valkyrie, Leslie, Marat showed up. Shouts out to the entire production team as always. That was phenomenal. Morgan put an incredible thing together. And can I have my donation refunded? You didn't complete the challenge? No, I did do all the challenges technically. I just didn't, I was not able to shoot the proper amount of buckets, partially because I would have continued, by the way, if they didn't kick us out. It would have taken me 10 fucking hours, though. Let's be real. I would have just kept lobbing it up grandma style, because that shit was working. What was the ball court fiasco with timing? There was no ball court fiasco or anything like that. It was just it's a high school, so we had it for a limited amount of time. Anyway, when you talk into your fan. Yeah. Kaya. Stay behind, baby. The athlete is back. The athlete is back. Through thick and thin. Hi.
It's time.
Oh. What? Yeah. Most importantly, though, I will admit, I think I look pretty fucking brolic. So that's what's important. You know what I mean? Another goal of mine was to ensure that I had at least a decent looking shot mechanically, and also looked fucking brolic while doing it. And I think the incredibly hot gym didn't help as far as my cramping and whatnot, but proved it was all vanity muscles. Oh, come on, dog. Blind swoosh.
Yeah. Before he quits.
Oh, that almost dropped. That was good.
Like,
Whatever you did right there.
He'll make like
this.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell. Like, that's the funniest part. I couldn't tell at all whether I was making it or not, because those drunk goggles are deadly, dude. I can't believe motherfuckers have the audacity to say, I feel like you did the granny shots. You got your rhythm. You were doing pretty good without getting 3-pointers. Yeah, I know. The yesterday's total calorie point overall, like my entire body calorie burn, was 9,000 calories, like 9,400, I think. Toe on the line, bitch. I had a blindfold on. What are you talking about? I don't know where I'm shooting from. Plus, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's on the line. So shut the fuck up. I jumped. Now you know how league players' wrist feel. This is why they are the way they are. Shout out to Oomphy for the thirst talk. I think I might
As
have
you
seen
can
this
see
already.
above me, we are going to be raising funds for Gaza.
Oh, yeah, I saw this
for
one already.
every $100 that you guys donate to the fundraiser above me, I am going to have to shoot one bucket. Without further ado, I think we should get started. For me, an expert lethal shooter myself, that's not a big deal. This ain't shit to me, right? It's nothing to me. 1,000 buckets, I could probably do that with my eyes closed.
Yeah, I couldn't do that with my eyes closed. I was wrong. Losing the LUT is a lifelong L, but you push yourself hard and raise a lot of money, good stuff, Unk. Yeah, so the thing is, I'm so glad I fucking at least played him and beat him. Okay? If I hadn't 1v1'd him in my weakest moment when I was like literally fucking cramping every time I activated any muscle whatsoever, / couldn't use my hands at all. If I could not beat him in that situation, I would have probably been kind of sad. I'll be honest. But the fact that while I was fucking dying, I was able to still clap his ass is good. What is it? I want to see 1 versus 1 on an outside court next time. You think you could hit 1,000 threes if you had more time? Yeah, probably, but I would just have to granny it the entire time. You're also on Latina Thurs? What is that? Oh yeah, I've seen this before. We saw this on stream before. Okay, listen. No thirst talks for now. Hold on. I want to show one clip. Oh, this is the game winning. Game point, 9,000 calories down. Hasan still had too much size on Ludwig. Bro, you can see my movements are so fucking slow because I'm dying, okay?
There's the drive. He's looking for it.
You were so well right now. Huh? You're so well right now.
Yes, your body is ready.
Playing like Luca, bro. That's how it works, bro. This when you're a big boy.
There's the drive.
The quick scuffed 1v1 stat line. Hasan Piker 7 points, 14 rebounds, 1 block, 1 steal. Field goals. Hasan 30, Ludwig 21. Field goal attempts. I had 30. Ludwig had 21. I had 7 points. Ludwig had 3. 3 points. 3-point attempts 7. Ludwig 16. Ludwig attempted 16 3-pointers. That's crazy. 14 rebounds to 14 rebounds, 1 block to 2 blocks, 1 steal to 0 steal. Field goal percentage 23.3. His was 14.3. That's the stat sheet. He even blocked me, which was pretty cool. I mean, that's like Ludwig has gotten a lot better. Like, think about it this way. Yeah, obviously I was fucking dead. Obviously I was dead at that situation. And you know, it's not my best performance. Like, you know, if I'm not dying, I would definitely cook motherfuckers. That's not even a thing. But like, still, even then, Ludwig did a really good job. I am very proud of him. You're talking about Lud like he's a Make-A-Wish kid. He actually blocked me. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. He did it. Like he has gotten a lot better. He has gotten a lot better. I'll admit. And it's not even like it's not even something I reluctantly admit. I'm proud of him. I'm happy that he's like, you know, played a lot more basketball since the last time we played, and he's gotten a lot better.
Nowinski back to the post. He's got no range. There's a dog on the court. Using his body here. Finds the post.
The fact that you're making me post up means you're getting better, though.
Wave of energy now.
Do you think he'll ever recover from being Ludwig? I mean, he's doing great. He's done great. The most efficient shots in basketball are shots in the paint, free throws, and 3-pointers. Embrace your strengths as a big boy in the post. Watch clips of Al Jefferson or Jokic using body and pump fakes. Yeah, no, the left-hand finishes are unexpected. No, my left is lethal. I have a pretty decent left hand, I would say. Like, for my size and not being like an actual basketball player at all. I think people look at that beautiful Look at that beautiful left hand. That's some Kyrie shit right there. Will Neff is a good ass friend, to be honest. Yeah. Your height plays a huge factor in you winning. Yeah, no shit, dude. What are you talking about? Of course. And the fact that I even had to post up on him means that I was like dying at that point. Like I mean, I have beaten him without posting up. And I think, if I was, you know, not dying, I could beat him without posting up. I could beat him. Like I could out dribble him and shit, despite my size disadvantage in that situation. But I can't shoot. Like I'll tell you what I can do well. I can shoot from the top of the key pretty fucking reliably. I have a decent fadeaway shot. I can shoot from top of key and like mid range pretty well. And I have a decent like spin move in the post. Okay. I couldn't do any of that stuff at this point. You have to remember, I'm literally dead at this point. This is the end. This is 700 buckets. I've already fucking burned like 9,000 calories at this point. You're out of your mind. You know what I mean? I was like, this is a zombie game for me.
Unless they're like actual fucking professional trained athletes. So I would say
start up here.
the
They wanna
worst part
zoom
about
in,
it is when the
Mauricio.
challenges come in, it basically resets my shot entirely.
Left hand, or what do you shoot?
So I have to, the first like 50
Alright, so
attempts
left
after
hand's
the
your
challenge
guide.
is over,
What's like
It's
some
basically-
sexy music?
Put your right hand
Wow.
underneath the ball.
me shooting for the first
We're
time.
sending this out to a top runner, by the way.
That's the issue. Otherwise,
I'm so bad
outside
at
of
this.
like just regular
Will,
muscle
dude,
fatigue,
can you make some sexy
in the
music while we
regular
zoom into
muscle
his
fatigue,
armpits?
dude, look at how wet I am. You can't even tell. My entire, my pants are just completely wet. Just completely.
girl. I'm been a nasty girl.
It's not even a place
I need
in my body
somebody
that
to
normally
make
sweats
my
this
freak.
much. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I believe in me.
Unless they're like actual.
Chat was dumb as hell. They kept saying drink water instead of Gatorade. There's a reason marathon runners shouldn't drink just water alone. It dilutes any remaining sodium. You sweat it out and is dangerous. Overhydration is just another kind of dehydration. You were correct to keep replacing salts and sugar. Yeah. But I didn't do it early on. I should have done it later. This clip became a meme. What? Oh my God, you guys are crazy. Yeah, I should have done it earlier. I would have had less cramping. I definitely needed more salt and all of those like high carb runner snacks that Marat brought in. That came in in the clutch for sure. I think that I have no care or consideration for my body my entire life. I've just and I've never done like any sort of like ultra marathon or any sort of marathon or anything like that. So for me, that's like an entirely different game. That's an entirely different game. To like make sure that you have, to make sure that you are taking proper care of yourself while doing that is a very specific thing. It's a very specific skill even to like be able to protect your body so you can keep going. Because like I said, my legs are fine, my back is fine, everything is fine. It's just what's not fine is, I mean, I have like regular old muscle soreness, but what's not fine is my wrists, and I don't really know if I can do anything about that. Really, it's just like. So what you said about this ruining your relationship with basketball, did it come true? No, I still love basketball. Hopefully, as soon as I get better, like as soon as my wrist gets better, I'll get back out in the courts immediately. Hopefully, you didn't give yourself carpal tunnel. Hopefully, the 1v1 shit talk was brutal. That's why I love pickup ball. Wait, I didn't even shit talk him. I was actually celebrating Ludwig's accomplishments.
I'll do it. It's easy.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't even see Ray and Kaya in this. I'm just looking at my shot and I'm thinking to myself, how wonderful it could have been if I could just keep shooting.
Come on.
I'll do it.
Come on.
It's easy.
There you go. Come on, Hank.
Ludwig calls you a big boy at the end of this.
Ludwig's got to plant those feet and take a charge.
4-2.
Manhandling Ludwig more than I do.
Oh my God. Pause. Ludwig's got to plant those feet and take a charge.
4-2.
Manhandling Ludwig more than I do.
Oh my God.
I have wrist pain and most of my pain's in my elbow. Is there a reason you weren't taking corner threes? I was. This is not a drama baiting post, but come on, dude. Yeah, I have that ready to go, M HUD. Don't worry. Ray and Kai 2 years apart. Yeah, this is a different dog now. Is Lud's face bruised from the Draymond elbow? Oh yeah, I fucking clapped him, which wasn't great. That wasn't. I didn't enjoy that. Hold on. Here, let's just watch the 1v1 at the end here. I don't even know how well I did, to be honest, because I was.
Yeah, are we shooting like one possession reset? No D? No, ones and twos. Regular. Well, let's just do like you have one possession.
Oh, wait. You're doing the one. So big.
I'm not that. I mean, I can't really move my wrist. That's my major problem.
I want to.
I'll let you shoot that. I'll let you shoot that.
I can't move my wrist at all. You can see.
Made so many. You want it? I'm just calling the N1. It's an N1. No way. N1. N1. Get the fuck out of here. Huh? Are you calling that? You want it? I'm just calling the N1. It's an N1.
Hassan is the tube man. So true.
Well, it didn't go in.
Hassan is Ludwig's tube man.
Tiger Bomb is feeling it right now. Oh, I have no juice. I can't
No
push you.
juice.
Which
Not
is
a
crazy.
Do you
You're
think he's
weak.
gonna die? Be
Yeah.
honest.
For
Do
sure.
you think?
When everything wears off,
Try again.
I think he's gonna feel like
Wait,
dead.
you were doing
If
possession
he
reset?
doesn't shoot tomorrow, you know he's
Really?
unalive.
Otherwise, it's
For
just
sure.
tossed down and is in
Kaya.
Damn it.
Kaya will get it.
How far away? How many murders do I have to get it?
Oh no.
Hey, whoa, possession, buddy. Possession, buddy.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Yes, sir.
nice.
You can't do an offensive rebound?
No.
Should I score?
I mean, we can, but then we have to like keep
Oh
it.
yeah, you could do scores.
It's like the same thing.
All right.
No, let's do regular.
Leslie will put the scores on
Let's do
the
regular,
thing.
because, like,
Regular, you start.
'cause
0-1?
that's ridiculous.
I don't.
What's the score?
0-0.
0-0.
Oh, we're starting
I
over?
don't know. What's the score, chat?
Love just said we're starting
to
now.
Oh, they're starting now.
And we're just playing one.
Ones and twos.
Yeah. I know.
We shouldn't even be two and twos, but
I don't know why he did that.
let's do ones and twos. Fuck. Oh my god, it's so big! But he can't shoot! Okay, what is...
Oh my god.
I'm so tired. No!
Oh!
Was that an actual 3-pointer? Wait, hold on.
Tired. No!
Yeah, it was.
Oh!
Look at this floater.
Yeah, that's
a good one.
one
I'm
per
tired.
guest. Uh-oh. Whoa, he's
No.
just so full of energy. Whoa, yeah.
You're an inconsistent shooter, Lud.
Just the right amount of fruity out there.
Oh no. I already exerted too much. I'm already out of my power. My legs.
Oh,
They're
they're
already
saying
giving
it's 2
up.
for Lud, 0 for Hassan. Oh, nice. 1 for Hassan.
Our slide.
Yep.
What's the score?
2-1.
2-1.
No, I know the main reason why Will wanted me to eat a banana. I know that it helps with the potassium.
Score is 2-1 Ludwig. Ludwig from outside, little fake. Drives.
He's
Why would you think that?
Goes for the little
Why would
land.
you think that? What are you doing?
Hassan Pike somehow finding the energy to compete with Ludwig here. His body is falling apart like the crumple zone of a NASCAR going.
Look
into
at
the
that.
middle
Look at
barrier
that
at
defense,
150
though.
miles
Do you see
per
that?
hour. Ludwig, little
Do you
fake
see that?
drives into him.
Do you see that?
Almost a steal there.
Do you see that? He thinks he can dribble, but he can't.
Horrible shot. Nowhere close to the basket there.
Are we just gonna let him push me like that, ref?
No foul. That was clear.
It's joint pain, though, isn't it, in your wrist? No, it's not. I think it's tendon.
Right here, right now.
I can't believe you're this bad. You talk about it all the time.
Piker checks it.
Bad? I'm fucking dead, brother. What are you talking about? This is like the fact that I can still dribble. The fact that I can still dribble after all of this is crazy, okay?
Finds the bucket. We're at to the side.
The fact that, like, are you kidding me? This is like fucking, look at this, 7:55. I played 2 hours prior to this as well. I think you're probably trying to bait me to hit the top of the hour ad break debate. That's what I think is going on here, which is not going to work. You know what I mean? Give my man Shoesy, give my man some shoes. He wins this. I think you guys misunderstand something here. He can wear all the shoes on the planet. This is 7 hours in. Okay. If he was doing this shit, we were both fresh, it would not be a game.
Now, Nowinski back to the post. He's got no range. There's a dog on the court. Using his body here. Finds the post.
The fact that you're making me
Oh, a
post
little
up
roll
means
in.
you're getting better though.
Not ideal.
Because like,
I gotta deal with your
or
offhand.
also because I'm tired.
Your offhand's something different. Alright, check it.
My offhand.
Ladies and gentlemen,
not
today's
offhand, my
stream
friend.
again brought to you by
Not an
the
offhand.
Putting it in. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, drive in a bucket.
That's not an offhand.
Ludwig's got to plant those feet and take a charge.
4-2.
Hassan manhandling Ludwig more than I do.
Oh my God.
Impressive.
Pause.
All right, big boy.
Drive him down. That
Like
is
that, dude. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Like I can't believe I'm missing that.
Climb back into this one. He specializes in those, though.
Oh man, I'm so short. Oh, I'm gassed. Oh, I don't like touching you.
No one knows.
What?
Like touching a
Hassan is
baby seal.
moving like all of his limbs
Yeah, I'm
were
wet.
taken off and then glued back on.
That's pretty much what
It's
happened.
crazy.
Look at that.
Oh, a shot biker for 3. Oh, and it won't count to the turtle.
You give me that too?
700 alone.
No, I thought it was going out.
Try a granny shot. Drives again. Post.
Oh!
Blocked by
He
Ludwig.
blocked my ass. That was good. Look at that. Look at that.
Granny shot. Drives again. Post.
Look at how fucking weak I am, dude. It's crazy. I got blocked.
Oh, good D, Lud.
God.
Good D.
Pulls up from outside. Little spin move.
Oh, not nice.
The lane. Nowhere close.
You want it? I mean,
Foul called.
Hey, you go
No
for the ball like a
foul.
man.
Ludwig
was good.
Ogren. Oh, no foul.
your body's coming up against me. I'm not hitting you in the,
Granny?
I'm not hitting you in the arms.
That's a one.
Oh, the
I didn't even realize that almost went in. I was oblivious at this point.
Not using his signature grandma shot. Ludwig working it around the perimeter. Oh, what an interesting shot that was. Tries the hustle play.
Good save.
Oh, Hassan Piker. Use the granny. Use the granny. That's not what we trained you. Misses 2 there.
I'm fucking
Scores.
around.
Still 4-2. I think at least 30 shots attempted at this point. Air ball. Gets his own rebound. Tiptoe down the baseline.
Ludwig needs basic fundamentals in his arsenal. Yeah, he does.
Misses.
He needs to
Come on, bro.
dribble better, drive in better. He could use his speed against me as an advantage. He could use his speed against me as an advantage, but he can't out dribble.
Minute to reset here.
Like I can guard his dribble.
Exhausted. Hassan from 8 hours of basketball. Ludwig from having that big fat Turkish ass thrown in his midsection over and over again.
He did play 4 hours of basketball today earlier.
Oh, he was playing basketball as well.
Yeah, he plays basketball with his friends.
God
Oh,
damn.
can't get it to fall. Ludwig's gonna get a free 3-point shot here. What'll he make the most of it?
Wait.
Tie game. No.
He looked cool though when he did that after he missed.
Hassan Piker's body held together by duct
You think
tape
you
and
could
string
box
now.
out BBL Elon?
Oh,
Yes.
between the legs. We all know he's going to drive him down in the paint. I don't know why he's even waiting. There it is. Shots up.
That's
No
great.
good.
How much you paid is there in?
Yeah, let me sign it.
Nah.
Signing a basketball for posterity right now, folks.
Which leg did you injure? Looks like you're limping bad. No, I was just cramping.
Easy. Means you've improved dramatically.
Damn, he's
You're a lot
coaching you.
better than the last time we played.
It's
Yeah,
a,
I played in softball.
anytime I like flexed any muscle, I would cramp
Yeah,
Gotta
very
cut that
cool.
cheeky shit
at
out.
this point.
Wow. What? I mean,
I would have stayed in the bath till the water went cold last
I
night.
think they're going to 7, we think.
Hot.
another missed bucket.
Someone said what that is.
What?
Oh, what a move.
So much man.
Cookies,
That thing's
son.
5'2".
Dude, come on, dude, come on,
I
dude.
don't know what that is.
Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
What a move.
So much man.
It's called.
Come on, dude. Come on. I didn't even fucking. You said reach. What do you mean? I snapped it, dude. What are you talking about? He dribbled it into my hand. All I see are reaching fouls. That's crazy.
Oh, what a move.
So much man.
It's called cookies,
That
son.
thing's 5'2".
Fuck you, me.
I'll wait for a
Oh,
mom first.
spin move,
Oh,
drive.
my cramp. Oh,
Nowhere
hold on.
close. Ludwig's going to get a free 3-pointer here. Oh, but he checks it up like a true gentleman. That can't be the French part of him.
My fucking leg is cramping
No,
so
it's
hard.
still 4-2.
Drives, lays.
That was incredible. That was the best move he had.
Impressive.
That was the best thing he did the entire game.
I hit it.
Kyrie layup package, yeah, for sure.
Oh, just a bit off.
He doesn't land them.
Interesting that both these men have done three-point challengers, and neither one of them have landed a three-point shot in this competition.
I want a rematch with both of you fresh. Yeah, the people demand it. The streets demand it.
You gotta stop doing the playing thing.
Oh, Code Red.
Dang it.
Reset the camera, Scootish.
Kaya,
There you go.
go back there,
Kaya,
baby.
come back. I'm sorry.
Come on, go.
It wasn't me, Kaya. It wasn't me. She thinks I hit her. It wasn't me.
Your body isn't built.
It was definitely
Your body
Jason
build
Earl.
ain't good for yesterday. Probably just tendonitis of the wrist. Give it a few days.
For three, short. That's going to roll out. Hassan Piker's ball. Turk Nowinski here. We might be playing to 7.
I have no shot. I can't shoot. I can't jump. I don't know what else I can do.
Granny shot
Other
it.
than just push you
Granny
in.
shot.
He doesn't. He won't do it. Layup.
Come
Oh,
on,
it's
bro.
out.
Use
And
the
even
granny.
Were you able to sleep like a fucking baby, dude? It wasn't even a thing. I slept like a goddamn log, okay? The moment you broke Ludwig's ankles, it's Batman time. Oh, come on, bro. Jesus Christ.
He does the plane
Gotta stop.
again.
It's like not even the time of the day where I play video games yet.
You're so great.
The people who wanted to watch this, watched yesterday. Take an hour off then, and then you can come back to chat when it's over. I want to watch it. I have no idea what it looked like. I want to watch this now. Okay? I can't believe you tried to call it out too, by the way. That was crazy.
5-3 the score. Hustle play
Wait,
from
come on,
Hassan
bro.
Piker.
You think I would lie to you? You think I would step outside line?
You're lying to yourself all day.
About what?
That wrist.
Oh. Ludwig is saying
I can't
now
even
that the injury
fucking-
is fake to Hassan Piker. Hassan.
I can't look at that. That's crazy.
I heard that foul from here. Oh my God.
Shoot for it.
That's a playoff basketball foul there.
They heard the slap. The slap heard around the world.
I like that they can hear that from the stand. It wasn't that rough of a foul. It just
He
sounded
gets
like
a
it.
free
If he
throw.
wasn't injured before, he is now.
News Frog nerds shaking right now from 24 hours of straight sports exposure. Yeah, they're fucking dying.
Granny shot. Oh, that Granny. The crowd on its
What? No, I'm
feet
not
as
giving you
another
shit.
Granny shot is
I
attempted.
work for it. You knew it. I give you wide berth.
Oh, he's giving him a chance to
I'm
Granny
giving
it.
it to you in general.
You feel like you're not giving it to me.
No, I'm saying
Take the
if
Granny.
you can shoot it within the limitations, the confines I've
They're
set,
flirting.
then go ahead. But if I block it, I block it.
This is getting very
so you're not
challengers now.
No. But I'm giving you a
Get
wide
in
berth
there,
on threes.
Will.
You notice.
And one.
Oh, come on.
Oh, calls the foul.
You want to call that?
No, I just want you to stop doing it.
That's an insane and one, by the way. Look, like look at
Ludwig Ogren calls the
But I'm giving you
Look
a
at
wide
this.
berth on threes. You notice.
look at what he's calling an and one on.
calls the foul.
I just want you to stop doing it.
Stop doing what?
You're holding my hand after.
No, we high
likes
five after
it.
you're
Don't
done
get mad at
shooting.
him.
Just tell me you like me.
Ludwig's being
It's not-
homophobic.
It's getting real chippy out there, folks. Oh! Quick hands. Ludwig Ogren. Score still 5-3 for those of you at home.
Stop pushing him. I feel bad.
There's the drive. Finds it.
Oh, so wet.
Game point.
All right, baby. Close it with a
Game
green.
point. Finish
And
the
one is
Granny.
when you shoot.
Oh!
And one is when you shoot, and it's a foul while you're shooting. Just what people call a foul while you're in the process of making a basket.
Hassan Piker.
I mean, it ends after this. I think he had one more. I think he got one more in.
6-3 the score. Ludwig back in this game with one 3-point shot. Ooh. Oh, what a take.
Oh, he stole
Ah!
it.
Jumper.
Oh,
Hassan Piker doesn't find it.
I can't shoot
Blood's
at all.
gonna get an open 3 here. He needs
Nope.
it. Oh, he didn't do the plane.
Okay, bring the plane thing back.
You're gonna run around your big ass.
Oh, that did not sound good.
I feel like Wiley Coyote.
What?
Hasan
he's gonna
Piker
be an
not
ice
gonna be
guy.
Nice Wig ever show up. He's on camera right now on the left side.
Here's the drive.
It's too wet.
Pounding into Ludwig. Backing up that big wet bussy. This could be the end, folks. Oh, good play.
I hope they catch.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Are you okay?
That's where I fucking clocked his ass when I went up for the shot.
Fouls hard there.
I that made me feel real bad.
For the shot and
Yeah.
cracked him.
Hit him right in the
You good?
face.
You sure? All right.
Ludwig Ogren. Interesting factoid about Ludwig. Oh! A 2-banger. Puts the score at 6-5.
Play this while watching the video.
That's game. Oh, but he misses it.
That's game. I should have played it the entire time.
Oh my goodness, drives in. Oh,
Good D. Good D.
Turnover.
Ludwig's going for it all.
Oh.
Oh.
Come on,
He
son.
one time he watched a video where someone threw it off the backboard and they grabbed it and got it in. That's what he was going for right there. That's what he was doing,
Recalibrate.
folks. Yep.
Trying to play it on the blackboard.
It would have looked really cool. He would have gotten the clip. He wouldn't have told anyone that Hasan's been playing for 7 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody's on their feet now.
Mostly
The
because the
game
gym
is
is closed.
6-5. Anybody's game. The atmosphere in this gym is electric. The performance by Hasan Piker, despite being very clearly injured, and Ludwig Ogren, despite very clearly not wearing fucking shoes,
No, I think they
is
they
pretty
were doing
incredible.
that. Time it.
And then it's over.
He's looking for it.
You were so wearing.
Huh?
You're so wearing.
Yes, you're party.
Kids.
Oh, I'm gonna get more bricks than him tomorrow.
16K still watching this shit makes me feel suicidal amount. Well, 30K was watching it yesterday. So I don't know if that like causes you to feel even more suicidal. Like that might actually cause you to feel infinitely more suicidal if you were to know that like over the course of the fucking, yeah, it does. Okay. Well, you know, I don't know what to tell you then, dude. Hope you get better. Seek help. Okay. Maybe this kind of content is not for you. Australian crypto loser, ignore. Oh, nice. 24 hours of haters not having your attention got him wildin', Unk. Yeah. Do chatters want 50K streams, man? No, that's a chatter who wants me to go away and is like very sad that it doesn't happen. So I like how they think they're making a point or insulting, but it makes them look unhinged. Yeah, no, it's just Redditor behavior usually. So I liked it, but had to stop watching when you were on the ground in pain. Yeah, I was dying a little bit, dude. It was the amount of fucking pain I was in. Every shot felt like just slicing my wrist. Every shot felt like I was just like, because even my guiding hand, like even my fucking guiding hand was in pain, which is crazy because that one is not even like, I'm not even moving it as much. And if it weren't for Will, I would not have gone through. After 500, I would have ended, but he caused me to pull through. He caused me to pull through and push through and get another 200. And I'm glad I did because it made me feel a little bit better. If I just like quit at 500, I would have felt real sad about it. We went all the way to the end. Everybody pulled in. Hitting dagger, threes, driving the paint, raising money for charity. Absolutely mogging motherfuckers named Ludwig. No. Ludwig definitely mogged me on the 1,000 bucket challenge. Your longest bucket streak?
Experience flatulence. Thank you, Valerie.
374.
375. That's 3/4 of the way there.
Dude, watching this feels painful.
376. Oh my God, he's a god.
377.
What can't he do?
378.
He's just a. He's an Adonis. He's an Adonis. He's the Greek god of basketball.
Oof. It's just like causing me pain watching this. I'm not even joking.
381. 382. Oh, bad shot. But anyway.
How's that post-traumatic shot disorder? Yeah, no, I think I have that. Limo, they kept missing your buckets when I was watching. I was literally screaming, so invested. Yeah, they were so ADHD, dude. Oh, here's Will hitting a half-court shot. That was pretty sick.
This is my range now.
Leslie and I are pretty sore. We played basketball yesterday. And it was very difficult for us.
See, look, even at 200, I'm already. Do you see that? There was another one that Will hit that was pretty sick. I hit 700 threes. I don't know what my attempt number was, but if you could tell, like, even at 200, I'm already like trying to fucking. My wrists are already like a little wonky. I mean, it was. I don't know what point it was like it became unbearable, and I have no idea what my shot percentage looks like. And obviously, the shot percentage, the shot percentage like is not great because the challenges would reset my shot. You were being passed the ball from the side and not to your chest. That made you break your form every time. Yeah, I still can't believe you shot so many before stream started. Yeah, I mean, missed the beginning of the stream. How's the recovery going? Not great. I was actually losing it because you didn't eat a banana or eat some Gatorade. I ate a banana. You were all talk when Ludwig was doing the challenge. What happened? I already explained it for like the past hour and 15 minutes. But like after my wrist was fucked, I couldn't keep my wrist straight.
All right.
Yeah, I was delirious at this point.
Is she making fun of us? She must be really impressed. She's really impressed, right? Like she must be. Yeah.
Nothing more impressive than a sat down
He took 3,251 shots and landed 700 of them for an accuracy of 21%. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's not a valid percentage because like that factors me doing these shots and shit. You know what I mean? So I guess like for me, I think the best possible way to see my shot percentage would be like maybe the first 300. But even then there were challenges that reset my shot too. So I don't know. And then there's also still the challenges that were, you know, that I was like shooting with my eyes closed, with the drunk goggles, shooting underhand, shooting from the ground. Wait, you mean people in the NBA don't take grandma shots and they don't wear drunk goggles? Yeah. I had to shoot with my left hand. Do you hold a grudge against the tube man? Yeah. Do you want to give this another proper shot without the challenges shit? Not really. Because regardless, okay, we're going to move on from this. But all I'm saying is regardless of the challenges and whatnot, like the thing that cooked me was basically my wrists. Like my wrist gave out. And that's not copium. I'm just openly admitting that. Did any viewers show up to say hi? No. And also, why the fuck would they? Like, what an insane question. That is like an unimaginably insane question. You mean a stalker? Like, that's a very weird way to describe someone who is stalking. Keep getting away with it, shaking my head. Oh yeah, we already watched this. So yeah, all good fun. Lots of fun was had. Lots of work was put in. Oh, this is from how many years ago? August 4th, 2021.
Fuck up Hasan in the 1v1. Me and Hasan 1v1, he couldn't handle my ass. What's up? I'd box him out. Honestly, half of my technique is to box him out so hard with my ass that he just gets horny and distracted from the game. Because I know Hasan's never been with someone with a dump truck like me. Couldn't handle that ass.
I mean, he ain't wrong about
losing
that.
his mind on the court. Kind of my tactic. I think Hasan would agree that I beat him in a 1v1.
Do you think I'd beat you in 1v1 b-ball? No, of course not, Ludwig.
What?
Okay, this is legitimately terrifying because if it's not fucking fair use, which a lot of stuff that
I would fuck him up.
That's funny. I just move on from that ridiculous statement. You were also way more out of shape when he said this. I still would have cooked him, which I did. It's not even a thing. We did actually play when I was super out of shape at like that camp, at shit camp. and I still destroyed him. That's when I beat his ass. That's when I fucking beat his ass with the, oh, here's the inflatable arm, man. This was like really devastating. This was the 90K.
We have
I'm
ice
so
out. Do we have
curious.
Tiger Bomb?
Look at Kaya. Oh my god.
Kaya got scared.
Time to shoot some buckets.
Wow. Sure.
And then what is
But I
this?
thought
Oh,
he
this
made
was
an
the other
extra one
half-court
after
shot
the
that Will
600,
made.
no? Oh, I did. I'm cooked.
Look at this. Look at this. This
Oh,
motherfucker made a
-1.
granny shot half court.
Did too. That was probably awesome. But I thought he made an extra one after the 600, no? So you added the one. Oh, I did. I'm cooked.
Why didn't you
Oh, we'll
move the
see
right
minus
side of the key? Tube Man was blocking the left side.
Did too.
What shoes were you wearing on the court? They're kind of drippy. They're the Kyrie Irvings. Kaya running from Trump.
We do have a fourth.
Do you think Hasan received?
Yeah, so this board, this board is a receiver, but it can only receive two.
Wrist brace.
Four total.
What?
A wrist brace.
Yeah. We do have a fourth.
It's so funny. Every single person was giving me such great advice overall the entire time, and I just refused to listen to them. Oh, this is what it looked like yesterday. Here, this is the last thing. The two last things I'm going to show you.
なんだその構えは。また桜木が変なことを始めたぞ。
ほう、あれは何のつもりだ。人真似の投げ方でやってもちっとも入る気がしねえ。それよか、こういう投げやすい投げ方でよーく狙って放った方が入るような気がするぜ。俺の場合。なんだそのフリースローは真面目にやれ赤毛猿。うるせえのざる気が散れ。ち。ど素人め人の忠告を。
そうでもないぞ。かつてあの構えからフリースローを放った選手が NBA にいた。奴はそれを知ってるのか。
Hold up. Sometimes you gotta do that. Sometimes you just gotta fucking hit that granny, dude. In the Arabic dubbing, the red guy's name is Hasan. Red-haired guy's name is Hasan. Hell yeah. Oh, this is the other funny thing I wanted to show you. Imagine you work a 9-to-5 job and you go to the gym after to blow some steam off and you hoop with the homies. Now you got to guard Steph Curry. This would be literally legendary, dude. Can you imagine? Can you imagine having to fucking play with like an NBA player at the open gym? Like, that's crazy. And he did a phenomenal job guarding him. Look, he makes him literally, like, he actually pushes him off his off balance. This happened in Sacramento. Let's go light the fucking beam. Son, I watched the pod. You made all the student feel unwanted, and that's crazy, man. But it was also really funny. What? I made all the students feel unwanted? I don't know what you're talking about. What is he even referencing? They're dreaming, HasanAbi. They had a dream last night. Anyway, this is the dream, bro. Fucking playing against Steph Curry and doing a decent job with it. We're gonna do Bill Maher, don't worry.
Governor Abbott, my friend Hasan is a big fan. Hasan loves you.
Oh God. Anyway, let's get to it. So we got Apple, but we'll get to that later. We'll start off once again with Israel. Anthony Blinken is heading to Israel again to push ceasefire deal with Hamas, even though he's pushing the Israeli side of the conversation for a ceasefire. Oddly enough, why is Greg Abbott in a wheelchair? You know why, because a tree fell on him and didn't finish the job, but that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there. At this point, you should just move the Golan Heights with Eric Adams. Yeah. It feels like we're living in Groundhog's Day with Israel. I swear every day is the same. Yeah. Thoughts on the State Department putting out tweets that read like an IG apology? We'll get to that. There's also body cam footage of the rescue mission that took place that was like fucking, it was called a rescue mission, but it seemed like a slaughter mission. Called a rescue mission, looked more like a mission to slaughter as many Palestinians as possible, but such is life. That is just how all Israeli operations look like permanently, forever. Oh, you read this? This is, dude, this, I forgot to mention this. Blau was at the stream for a little bit, but he had to leave. William Blau was orphaned at 12, fought in World War II, the only necessary war in his words, and led a life of political activism and service. He loved Roosevelt. He disliked Obama, too conservative. He was a proud Jew, and having lost his family in the Holocaust, was particularly empathetic to any violence against the people. He was a soldier against fascism, from the Nazis to modern imperialists. If I posted this without mentioning his politics, he would haunt me and say, I haven't suffered enough. He is the man I respect the most. Rest in peace, Grandpa. He was also a HasanAbi head, according to Blau, and was very critical of the Israeli government's actions. We lost a good one, but he did live a very long life and a very wonderful life, as far as I understand. Yeah, and he was drippy as fuck. The GOAT. Shit. Anyway, all right. He's the man. My great grandpa was one of the Normandy guys you watched on stream. I told him you called him a peaceful goat. Lol. Wait, really? Does he know what a goat is, though? It's crazy. Yeah. I had to explain it to him, but once I did, he was very flattered. Lol. Hell yeah. Okay. We'll talk about John Fetter Wop, and how John Fetty Wop, and how his brain, he got, like, all the jokes that we've made about how he, like, stroked into conservatism is real. Like, it's not even a fucking joke. Straight up. Okay. All right. Anthony Blinken, once again, like I said, going back to the news, Anthony Blinken is headed to Israel again to get Israel to sign on to their own motherfucking proposal. It's weird.
This morning, our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is tracking the administration's latest efforts to bring about a ceasefire. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Michael. The president urgently wants an end to this war. His team is doubling down on a ceasefire deal. As you say, Secretary of State Blinken just landing in Egypt. Then he heads to Israel, trying to push that agreement forward. Now, this comes as Israel faces criticism for the high civilian death toll in that latest raid. U.S. officials say that they did provide intelligence to support that mission, but there was no U.S. military support. Now, there are still 5 living Americans believed to be held by Hamas. U.S. officials say they have not seen any information to verify claims that an American hostage was killed in that latest raid, but they are still looking into the allegations. Now, the White House says it is both tragic and heartbreaking that so many innocent people were killed in that military operation. They acknowledge that Palestinians are going through hell in this war. Now, as for the resignation of Benny Gantz from the Israeli War Cabinet, well, the White House is not commenting on that, but it is clear that the pressure is mounting on Israeli Netanyahu. He still has not publicly endorsed Biden's ceasefire deal that he had proposed and laid out. The hope here is that if Hamas accepts that deal, well, the Netanyahu will have no choice but to do the same. George?
Okay, Selena, thanks.
The US Secretary of State is embarking on another tour of the Middle East in an effort to boost support for a ceasefire in Gaza. It is Antony Blinken's 8th trip to the region since the war between Israel and Hamas began last October. During the 3-day visit, which begins in Egypt, he'll urge Arab leaders to pressure Hamas into accepting the draft peace deal unveiled at the end of last month by President Biden. Meanwhile, Benny Gantz, one of the most senior members of the Israeli War Cabinet, which was set up after the Hamas attack last October, has resigned from the group. He had threatened to...
Yeah, there's also information from the released hostages, the rescued hostages. It's like pretty much the same stuff that you heard from them before, which is obviously our greatest fear was Israeli planes. Hara spoke with former Israeli hostage Louis Har, who was rescued from Gaza by Israel's army in February. I can tell you that being there, it is hell. This is a hostage that was rescued in February. Rescued hostage learned Arabic, Russian, and Hamas captivity. Mother reveals, like, for the most part, hostages have been saying the same thing, that they're like, I mean, maybe some of them will say something new this time around. Who knows? But like, for the most part, the testimony has been fairly consistent of those who have been released, which is that they were being defended against Israel's own weapons because that was their only point of leverage.
Stand down unless he felt there was a post-war plan for Gaza with a deadline set for yesterday. He told reporters he wasn't satisfied, and this is the moment he confirmed he was standing down.
Unfortunately, Netanyahu is preventing us from approaching true victory, which is the justification for the painful ongoing price. And this is why we quit.
I heard you got triggered by a comment. Did I? I don't even know what you're talking about, brother. Hopefully you can be a little bit more revealing about what you mean?
The national unity government today with a heavy heart, yet we feel that it is the right decision. We are now in the midst of a campaign that will impact the fate of Israel generations ahead. In order to guarantee.
I saw some sort of post that said you got mad at Austin or something. I'm confused. I got mad at one of my closest friends and my podcast co-host because of a post that you saw on Reddit. I think you should reconsider and try to recognize context, nuance, how people operate. They're talking about Saturday stream when Austin asked if you were mad at him. It's the TikTok fell off clip chimp you knew was coming. Yeah, I think so. There's nothing funnier. There's nothing funnier than parasocial Redditors and like, you know, neurodivergent losers who cannot fucking read a moment, fantasizing about the relationship dynamic between two people who know each other personally, who are podcast co-hosts, who you know stay at one another's houses. But hey, guys, you guys know better online. I don't understand how this in particular is one done by other content creators themselves. I genuinely don't understand it. Like, I get why parasocial watchers will fucking develop these sorts of attitudes, but it is pretty funny when it's goaded by like a literal content creator. My cousin with the Serbia that got 20 milligrams ins. Oh my God.
True victory this coming fall when it will be the 1 year.
Was just asking a question, but I'm a loser, I guess now. Sounds kind of triggered to me. Brother, you're doing a really bad job of trying to like just ask questions. But yeah, it is loser behavior if you think that like a subreddit of a 5-second clip, seeing a subreddit post of a 5-second clip and then making assertions off of that and then coming in here to be like, I heard you got triggered, is pretty loser shit. And I think that you should know that. Hopefully you'll recognize that and then won't do it again in the future. Not against me, just in particular. I'm just asking questions. I don't know if I'm the one who's triggered here. Seems like you might be the one who's triggered.
Anniversary of this disaster, we should go for elections and reach a new government. I call on to Netanyahu, set a date for elections.
Well, let's go live to Jerusalem now and join our correspondent there, John Donison. Good morning, John. So what's the reaction been to this so far?
Well, look, I think this is a significant moment, but it's not going to bring the government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu down because his coalition still maintains its majority in the parliament. But you have to remember that Mr. GANTZ joined the government and the war cabinet in the wake of the October the 7th attacks as an act of unity. And what this shows now is that there is no unity on how the war is being conducted in Gaza, and in particular, as you said in your introduction, in terms of a post-war plan. It also removes a relatively moderate figure, and Mr. GANTZ is a man with vast military experience from the cabinet, and someone I think who was particularly well respected by the Americans. And I think what people think could happen here is it will see the government shift to the right. Those more extremist elements within the Israeli government could have more say. In particular, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the security minister, he has already said that he should replace Mr. GANTZ in the war cabinet, and he is someone who completely rejects the idea of any sort of ceasefire deal with Hamas.
So what does this mean for President Biden's plan that was presented at the end of last month? Antony Blinken is in the region again, and his hope is to try and persuade Hamas to come on board. But now Israel, what Israel thinks about that plan is changing, presumably.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Blinken is going to be trying to put pressure, I think, on both sides. He's due in Cairo and then in Israel a little later.
No clip of Hassan raising 100K, but 5-second clip of a 2-day-old stream. The rage bait is #1 of some subreddit is crazy. It's not crazy. It's expected. It's a cancerous, toxic subreddit. LSF is what we're talking about. Yeah. And there were, I mean, listen, you just don't pay attention to it. Move on. Who gives a fuck? Do people really not have that much going on in their lives? They spend time in their day scrolling through degenerate online forums. No, I think the saddest part about it is the people that literally fucking comb through streams comb through streams to find something from like 2 days ago to be like, see, we caught him. And the thing that you caught me in is just nothing. The problem with that is that it's like a very obvious attempt to be like, hey, don't pay attention to all the fun shit or the good shit that's going on over there. And look at this is drama. There's a lot of losers out there. There's not really much you can do. There's a lot of sad, pathetic people online that do this kind of thing as a passion project. They don't even get paid to do it, which is kind of crazy to me. The weird thing is that your fan channels on TikTok posted it as a funny thing and people blew it out of proportion. Yeah. Austin and I hate each other. The podcast is over. It's done. These guys are right. He really got me. He frustrated me to no end. And that's it. Fear End is done. During Pride Month, nonetheless. Yeah, it is kind of like that. That should show you everything, though. My favorite comment was how you threatened to cancel the podcast, lol. Wait, people are saying that the podcast is canceled? That's awesome. Maybe just roll with this one. Yeah, we canceled the podcast. Don't show up next Monday, please, to see the dynamic of the relationship and how it's changed dramatically for the worse. It's pretty easy to slip into online loser behavior when you're bored and scrolling all day. That's why you need new hobbies. I agree. Literally Austin yesterday. Yeah, he must hate you. Yeah. I thought posts about you weren't allowed. No, posts from a particular community that very clearly get brigaded are not allowed, but that doesn't stop people from posting clips out of context like this and then immediately fucking upvoting it into oblivion. It's pretty funny though, because like the comments are, the LGBT faux allegations are true. 100K raise for charity last night, by the way. Austin checking on him at the end because he knows he's going to have a change of Hasan's diaper at the top of the hour ad break. Hasan is malding on his Discord, reacting to this comment, Lamau. Why is he so fragile? He doesn't hate LSF. He just hates whenever people criticize him in any way, shape, or form. Like, they're literally sitting in the Discord being like, ooh, did we get him? And it's like, no, dude, you didn't. I know it'll make you feel like you did, but you didn't. Yeah, the non-D commenters seem to be getting tired of this shit, at least. Yeah. They love when you say a particular community because it makes them think you're scared of them. No, I'm not. I do feel bad for them, though. That is real. I do legitimately feel bad because, like, this can't be healthy. You know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. How long is this fucking clip? It's a 26-second clip, okay, of me talking shit back to my podcast co-host who's staying at my fucking house, okay? A very close friend of mine. Clipped out of context, 100,000 views, updated into oblivion by Redditors being like, that's right, they're so mad at one another. He's so upset about falling off. The next day, 30K stream over the course of fucking 8 hours with a shit ton of content creators, raising $100,000 with this community in 8 hours, right? A phenomenal achievement, I think. Literally the reason why I do what I do, because you know, this is the community at its best. Not a single post of it whatsoever. That's precisely what I was talking about. Pointing out how toxic of a shithole LSF has become, and perhaps was always, and how easily brigaded it is. No mentions of that, but just this. This is the top post. They look at that, they see it in the Discord, and they go, he must be malding. Which is ironic because as soon as this clip happened, I told Austin on stream, as you guys remember, that my haters will clip this and post it and brigade it, which they did. Two dudes riffing, two friends riffing with one another on camera turns into drama. When in fact, the reality of the matter is the exact opposite of the way that they are presenting it, but it doesn't matter. And I don't know what to do about it. Like, it always reminds me of that time when people were like, oh, he wants to kill himself. He's really sad about falling off. And it's like, well, one, I haven't fallen off. And two, I wasn't even sad at all. So how do I address someone, an entire community, in their own hug box, in their own echo chamber, deciding collectively that I have felt really, really bad, like that I'm suicidal even? Like, how do you deal with that when it is not the truth at all? You just keep living your life, right? Have you considered that no jokes are allowed? Yeah. Nothing you can do is a sad echo chamber of self-delusion. It's not a reality. It's an insulation from reality that we can all see. Yeah, but the way that the internet works is that insulated false reality can become the reality for so many people. So is it reality at that point? You know what I mean? It's perception. If enough people are completely detached from reality and a false reality is presented as truth, in the eyes of many, that could be seen as the reality. It's how propaganda works, you know? And I genuinely don't know how to deal with it. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if enough people want to collectively bring about like this psychosis upon themselves as their anger and frustration develops a shit ton of resentment that ultimately is very unhealthy, then, you know, have fun with that, I guess. It's funny because it is not a thing that, it's not about like a thing that can be addressed other than asking the person themselves, right? Like it would be as though if people were like, no, Hasan is faking it. His wrists aren't injured at all. How can you ever address that? Like if someone was saying like, no, I've decided collectively that Hasan actually lied about his wrists. He just was tired and he didn't want to complete the challenge, let's say, right? In a hypothetical. How could I ever convince someone that that is not true? You know, there's no way for me to prove that, no, I am in pain. Like, it's just they've decided collectively that it's not the case. Anyway, love your broadcast, big man. We did basketball yesterday. Congrats on the money raised. We covered basketball for 2 hours and we're stuck on drama for 1 hour. Is this a drama or political channel? You're wrong. It's a secret third thing. It's a top of the hour ad break channel where I give you a 3-minute ad break and tell you that you can avoid said ads by subscribing for $5 or for free. Trying to address it, maybe just giving them more fuel. I mean, it's just, I'm showing how fucking stupid it is. There's not much else you can do in that situation. The only other streamer who amped this type of shit will be X when he goes live. Oh yeah, for sure. Anyway, the real drama is at the top of the hour. But they see it as a W for them when you address it. I don't give a shit. Hawk Duranks, thank you for the 5 community give the subs. Here's Thurman Abrick now.
But he's got a tough job, and those ceasefire talks don't really seem to be getting anywhere at the moment.
Oh, Time Without OO says, chat, all the resignation does is 1, place GANTZ in the opposition, where he'll actively join the fight to bring the coalition down, and 2, likely bring Ben-Gvir and Smotrich into the war cabinet. This means the far right will have full direct control on war policy. However, in about 2 hours, the Knesset will hold a consequential vote to do with the Haredi conscription, which, if it fails, may potentially bring down the government in a matter of weeks. Shit could go either way. I'm here for the drama. Things are so tense, and it's not reported in international media. Yeah, the Haredi coalition has actively made a big stink about not having Haredi serve in the IDF. One of the parties even actively calls for a ceasefire now, which is also unique, right? Oh. Breaking news, CNN, UN Security Council approved the U.S. proposal for a permanent ceasefire and release of the hostages in Gaza. Yeah, this was an American-backed plan, so I don't know if it's the exact one that UN Security Council voted 14-1 to back U.S. proposed Israel-Gaza ceasefire plan. We'll get back to this in a little bit, but yeah, the UN Security Council adopted a U.S. proposed resolution endorsing a ceasefire plan aimed at ending Israel's war in Gaza, the first time in 8 months of deadly conflict. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh says Israel's attempting to block ceasefire efforts as U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken embarks on a trip to the Middle East. The Palestinian group accused Israel of committing a complex war crime with its attacks on the Nusayrat refugee camp that killed 274 Palestinians, including at least 64 children. Hospitals crippled by months of Israeli attacks and a blockade appeal for international help as they struggle to treat increasing number of patients. World Food Program pauses delivery of Gaza aid through the U.S.-built pier over safety concerns after Israel's deadly raid. At least 37,124 people have been killed and 84,712 injured in Israel's war on Gaza since October 7. The death toll in Israel from Hamas's attack stand at 1,139, with dozens of people still being held captive in Gaza. Wonderful. That was the price of their for hostage extraction. Is there evidence the U.S. cooperated with the Zions on the deadly raid on al-Nusayrat camp? The United States has said that they've cooperated. We don't know the extent of their cooperation. I've seen some reporting with like U.S. military gear, personnel with like U.S. military gear and signifiers that they're a part of the U.S. military, like the reconnaissance group markers on some of the soldiers on the ground. they have said, the American government has said that there were no boots on the ground. There have not been any boots on the ground. The helicopter extraction did take place near the pier, near the U.S. pier, as in like the area that the United States has carved out for the pier. The Delta Force photo is from earlier. I believe 4 hostages were saved, but 3 were killed in the process, by the way. The only Hasan hater I know, IRL, is severely antisocial and addicted. They hardly go outside. They're incredibly unhealthy. I don't think this hatred of yours is the cause of these problems, obviously, but I think it gives more perspective. These people who are obsessed are deeply unwell. Most people don't know who you are, and I think that's really hard for them to comprehend. Yeah. More details will come. More details will come in the upcoming days. I'm neurodivergent and don't go outside yet. I don't hate you. No, I don't think that all neurodivergent people who are agoraphobic hate me. I'm saying that like most of the people who do have a deep passion for hating anyone, really. Like, dude, the way, okay, look, I don't want to talk about the haters that much, so I'm just going to move on from this and get back to news coverage. The last thing I will say is this. I don't like Ben Shapiro. I hate Ben Shapiro's policies. I am not this obsessed with Ben Shapiro's life. Okay? I don't sit around and wait for Ben Shapiro to say something in a direction so that I can like clip it and make content out of it and like think about the parasocial nature of Ben Shapiro's like personal relationships are with other people. There are moments where it becomes like a major news story, like the deviation of Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, and Candace Owens like leaving the Daily Wire, being fired by the Daily Wire. But beyond that, like it's not something that I'm like obsessed with to that degree. And he is completely the opposite of me, right? In his worldview, in the ways that he advocates, in the things that he advocates for. And for me, like, people will say like, oh, you talked about his wife before. And it's like, yeah, wet ass P word. Like that was a major meme. It was super fucking viral. Okay. Like there are moments where I do talk about shit like that. But again, I'm not the one who is like creating the drama actively and desperately trying to create drama out of his personal relationships or whatever. Yeah. Hasan has paid assassins or haters to discredit him. I mean, I don't think they're paid. That's the worst part. I think that they're just doing it for free for the most part. I don't comb through hours of Ben Shapiro content to pull out a 10-second long clip and rant about it for 2 hours. Exactly. And that's the point. Like, because it is unhealthy to be that obsessed. Not getting paid online is bad. I mean, to me, yes. If you're actively like trying to make targeted content towards like some random fucking Twitch streamer who doesn't know you exist at the behest of another Kick streamer who also doesn't know you exist, like, what the fuck are you doing? What kind of war are you fighting? Is this good for your mental health? Is this good for your sanity? Is this the best use of your time? I personally think it's not, Anyway, it's very, very, very unhealthy. Let's continue.
Moment. And the danger is that for Mr. Netanyahu, that if he agrees to go ahead with this ceasefire deal, which he has suggested he would do, of course the Americans are calling it an Israeli plan, then the likes of Mr. Ben-Gvir, who I mentioned earlier, have said they will pull out of the government, and that would bring the government down, and it would mean fresh elections, and that is something that Mr. Netanyahu is desperately trying to avoid. So it's going to be fascinating to see what unfolds in the next few days, but I don't think people are holding their breath for any sort of ceasefire deal soon.
Okay, John, for now, thank you very much indeed. John Donaldson there in Jerusalem.
Anyway, Palestinians describe Israeli killings in the Gaza raid to free captives. We're going to talk about the Nusayrat raid now.
الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
هذا الوحيد اللي نجا أمه بس ونجت وياه بس درسته كلهم راحوا حوالي 14 ايش اقول لك اكثر من 64 تحت الانقاض. الشوارع مليانه جدا.
كان القصف واطلاق النار من كل فج وميل.
So the bombardment package that Israeli Air Force engages in is like indiscriminate bombing in a certain region in order to make sure that people can't leave or get into the region itself. That bombardment campaign ends up killing a shit ton of people. It is unconscionable. It is unimaginable cruelty. It is anything but a targeted strike, right? And the reason why they do it is because the cost of life for a Palestinian is very low, okay? That's it. They just don't give a shit. So they encircle a position and they bomb indiscriminately. Yeah, the term I think is what is called deterrence belt. Yeah, what Israel calls this bombing campaign is a deterrence belt, right? Because you might be wondering, like, what, did they kill 200 fucking Hamas militants? Like, are these guys just John Rambo? A bunch of John Rambos, like, coming in, doing a special targeted operation, getting into a shootout, only one Israeli soldier gets killed in the process, and 200 Hamas militants that are armed get killed? No, of course not. That's not what happened at all. What happened is they bombed the shit out of that area while bringing in their convoy, and they kill 67 children in the process, 200 plus people, Palestinian people, and this is it. This is the outcome.
تعرفش انت ايش مصدر اطلاق النار؟ يعني عمري 32 سنه عمري ما تصورت انه ممكن اشوف لحظه زي هذه اللحظات.
And like people were shot, like civilians were shot. Civilians being treated at hospitals that are already like crippled, reduced to nothing almost. Those civilians reported being shot. They were being treated for gunshot wounds. It's not like these guys weren't just bombing. They were also firing indiscriminately at people.
تخص على الشارع ما خلوا حدا في الشارع الا غير اعدائهم.
قال بدكش تعترف حنحصرك على اولادك ونطخ لك اولادك. قلت له لا عندنا بعترف انا لا.
He said if you don't confess, we'll kill your children.
فيش دقيقة راح غرفة سمعت صوت اطلاقنا. في اللحظة هذه كان طخ اولادي الاثنين. ابن استشهد عمره 12 سنة.
If you line up 15 people and kill them all, you for sure got the one Hamas guy, but the problem is that it's a war crime. Yeah, but they don't even do that. That's what I'm saying. They're just fucking murking people indiscriminately. They're just going in. The witnesses say Israeli soldiers disguise themselves as aid workers. So that also is a war crime for obvious reasons, because now Palestinians can't even trust the fucking aid workers. Palestinians are now going to be fearful of the aid, which is like another form of psychological warfare on top of everything else. How do IDF soldiers kill so many people without psychological issues? Oh, no, they do. There's a process in American media as well as Israeli media called like shoot and cry, where there are so many. Why won't Arab nations liberate Palestine from the Jews? What the fuck kind of question is that, bro? From the Jews? I don't even know how to address that. One, it's not about liberating Palestine from the Jews, okay? Judaism is not the problem here. Zionism is the problem here. That's number one. Number two, all of the fucking neighboring Arab regions, neighboring Arab nations, for the most part, are completely captured by American interest. Tim Pool's Hairline, thank you for the 10 community gift to subs. Arabs are not monolithic, and neither are Jewish people either. Ironic, because there are many Arab Jews. The plurality of Jews in Israel are Arab Jews. Jews from Arab background. Multiple reports have been removed from the Times of Israel as an increased suicide in the IOF since January. Yeah. Yeah, no, they do. They kill themselves quite a bit, as a matter of fact, quite frequently. They develop deep, deep, deep psychological trauma from murking children and unarmed people. And then they go back to Israel proper, and then they kill themselves with regular frequency. Do you mind looking at my last question? It got automated, but I'm wondering about if the U.S. was actually involved in this. I wouldn't put it past us, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Bibi conducted this operation with American equipment, knowing how it would look for Biden to put pressure on him. I don't know. I mean, like I said, as it stands, there's a lot of footage that shows that American troops might have been more involved than they are claiming. The American government claims that they were not involved beyond intelligence. I know that they have Reaper drones all around that have been gathering intel on the Gaza Strip 24/7. As far as I understand, the drone surveillance technology was simply in aiding the hostage extraction campaign, as in like finding where the hostages are in the Gaza Strip. However, I mean, I'm sure the American government has given targets to Israel, as in places not to shoot in the past, and Israel has used those targets as target practice. America, even in the early stages, the American government was sharing intelligence with Israel telling what areas had civilian populations and what areas Israel should avoid bombing, and Israel would routinely bomb those areas. They treated it as target practice. So the line defending the killing of children as future danger was literally defense of the Nuremberg trials. Yeah. If you refer to killing children as reducing the number of future terrorists, you are a Nazi. I hope you know that, especially if you're Jewish. Will you explain the tribunal what conceivable threat the security of the Wehrmacht a child constituted in your judgment? The children would grow up, and surely, being the children of parents who had been killed, they would constitute a danger no smaller than that of their parents. There's a Haaretz story about the idea of denying a military funeral to soldier after suicide. Wait, isn't this the guy? Eliran Mizrahi. Wait, this is the guy. Wait, he did actually. Yo, this is the guy. This guy was the one who was literally fucking posting like IG posts and shit. So he did actually kill himself. So the Quds story was correct. He did. This guy literally fucking posted TikToks and shit. Let me see if I can find it.
Eliran Mizrahi, an Israeli reserve soldier in the engineering corps, used to share footage of himself boasting about the destruction of Gaza.
Mizrahi family, we are on our way to another client pleased with our services, referring to the demolition of a Palestinian house.
Operated a D9 bulldozer, filming himself daily as he razed Palestinian houses and properties in Gaza for 7 months.
Damn, bro, that sucks. So sad. Oh well. Turns out it was weighing on his conscience a little bit.
Mizrahi also shared images of himself and other soldiers vandalizing Palestinian.
World War II veterans had a suicide rate of 5 per 100K, and Iraq War veterans had a suicide rate of 27.5 per 100K. The more suicides correlate with how moral the war is. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a multitude of different factors, including like your reception, including your integration back into society. World War II veterans were in much larger numbers, obviously. There was a draft. Let's take a look at this Israeli soldier and the Israeli soldier that took his life. So sad. In my defense, I said it was like 500 times that I was wrong like an hour after we covered it. Okay, it's fine. I think it's perfectly valid. I think it's perfectly valid for you to make the assumption that this might not be correct, especially if you're combing through the Israeli news and not seeing anything about him. Let's take a look at what some of the wonderful stuff that this guy, this IDF, this Israeli occupying force psycho, was posting before killing himself. November 7th, 2023, wipe out the seed of Amalek. On October 7th, he wrote, erase, flatten, do not leave a trace. Now, more than ever, whoever plays, October 25th, whoever plays with fire shouldn't be surprised when he's being burnt good. And we haven't even started. Apparently, he shot himself to death with a handgun. On May 21st, and published and translated photos about Eliran Mizrahi, a reserve soldier in the engineering corps who was always posting about the war crimes he committed in Gaza. Eliran Mizrahi, who fought in the Gaza Strip since October 7th, ended his life by shooting himself with a handgun last Friday, 2 days before he was supposed to return to fight in Rafah. Mizrahi, 40 years old, left behind a wife and 4 children. He was called up for reserve duty at the beginning of the war by Order 8 and worked as a D9 bulldozer driver destroying Palestinian homes. He entered the Gaza Strip and, according to the Hebrew media, was exposed to dozens of anti-tank missiles, survived resistance ambushes, small arms fire, and explosive devices and mines. After half a year of fighting, Eliran returned home. He was diagnosed with PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, but despite this, he requested to continue serving in the reserves. Shortly after his release from the reserves, he received another Order 8, and he was supposed to report again today. Now his family demands that he be buried in a military funeral. His father said the army took him, and the army should take care of his burial. We will not hold a non-military funeral. He remained in Gaza even when he was at home and was preparing to go out today for reserve duty by Order 8. The end of a war criminal who participated in genocide. Guess what? According to Haaretz, the fucking military is refusing to honor him with a military funeral because he killed himself. Elian, good morning. Ariel, Daniel, and Michal from the Mizrahi family, I love you. Doesn't that make him sane because he killed himself, though? I mean, in his final act, there was a moment of sanity, I think. I don't know if it's due to the fact that, like, he felt conflicted about all the war crimes that he was celebrating. Yeah, so I kind of feel like it's not right to make fun of him. He actually did a good thing by killing himself and being one less person committing war crimes. True, in his final moment. In his final moment, he had a decent, he put out a decent act. But, you know, at least he went out with a bang. I doubt he did it because he realized what he's been doing. Yeah, I don't know. These stories are generally tough to confirm unless you find the social media like BM did. In April, independent Israeli media reported that soldier suicides rose dramatically since the war and that they've received countless examples. Most stories don't get covered in detail for obvious journalistic ethics reasons. Also, the guy who offed himself after he came back to Israel, not in Gaza. Yeah. No, his family is saying that his mind was still in Gaza. And also on top of that, he was still going to go back to Gaza. He was slated to redeploy in Gaza. And that's why he should get a military funeral. I feel like being a Zionist who takes joy in this stuff breaks people's brains in a very catastrophic way. An example being this. My brain has been rotted so much by the Hamas fandom that after the Celtics game last night, someone was waving a huge green flag with a white script writing on the court. And my first thought was, oh my God, they're waving a Hamas flag. Yeah. If he actually had a moment of sanity, he would have joined the many veterans in breaking the silence, for the record. That's what he would do. And spent every fucking waking moment of his life, instead of killing himself, spent every waking moment of his life doing what is right to correct for his many war crimes that he engaged in. Okay? One of the central tenets of fascism is the hero narrative. He betrayed that, so now they will not accept him. There's many more like him out there right now. A fucking ticking time bomb. Okay? Yeah, breaking the silence is mostly IDF soldiers that interacted in person with civilians that were brutalized or killed. That's not what happens most of the time in Gaza. That's what... No, there's... breaking the silence was literally created by a bunch of veterans who participated in the sieges in Gaza and were like, holy fuck, we are literal psychopaths. Yeah, I imagine. I don't. It's not on my end. And anyway, we're back. It's I don't know what that fucking thing is about. It happens sometimes where like I just casually get hit with the fucking F gun. Nice copper connection. No, it's not that. Chat. I'm monitoring my internet speed. Did you get rated? You jumped 7K? No, it just because it effed. The stream effed. You and Wubby are the only streamers I know with this many internet issues. I don't really. It's not even an internet issue on my end. Like I literally have. It's on the Twitch end. There's no way. It's got to be on the Twitch end because I'm fine. Like it's fine on my end. I'm monitoring my upload speeds, and my upload speeds show consistent 40 megabits. No way my GOAT is still went live today. Hell yeah, dude. Your GOAT is live and alive. Anyway, so it's down speed you should watch. It's packets. No, my down speed is fucking 600. That's not even a question. It's uploads that are the issue. It's not the downloads that are the issue. It's the uploads. I'm uploading my live stream to the internet. Anyway, I don't know why we're having this conversation. Let's continue.
عليها نمرة فلسطينية نزلوا كأنهم يعني يجيبوا مساعدات فلقوا المساعدات طبعا جنود قوات خاصة بين منطقة فيها نازحين.
Yeah, bro, there are plenty of breaking the silence vets from Gaza. What the fuck? The org, I know, that's what I said. The org was originally founded by Hebron people during the Second Intifada, but they've documented every war in Gaza since then. Like they told about the phosphorus gas, random shooting of civilians, destruction of homes, mosques, schools for no reason. Yeah, no, I don't know who you're talking to, but I admitted that. Did my stream cut out while I was talking about it or something? That's literally what I said. Yeah. Breaking the silence is veterans that are like a shit ton of veterans in breaking the silence right now. Some of the main people, including I think Benzion Sanders. Like he is a Gaza guy. Like he went into Gaza. Others fought for their lives once again.
قلنا كل المرة المليون بنوجه رسالة للمجتمع الدولي ما بدناش مساعدات بدنا توقفوا الحرب. احنا بدنا نعرف احنا مش عارفين وين نروح. بنقلوا فينا شمال ويمين يمين وشمال روح على الجنوب تعال على الوسطى روح على الدير اطلع خان يونس. ايش فيه؟ لوقتيش الدمار هذا بيصير؟ لوقتيش 9 شهور واحنا بنعاني.
All right, before we get into this stuff, before we get into some other shit, this was a really funny moment. It all happens on X.com. I'm racist as hell, but I wouldn't call a customer that word at work. That's unprofessional and crazy. says the noticer, Sven, with the double lightnings. It's great. At least we found out the limits to his racism. We need these people to feel shame. I don't think they will feel shame. The reason why they will not feel shame is because they have a hug box on Twitter. One of the major social media platforms is now officially a safe space for these types of people. Imagine the echo chamber that LSF creates, right? I'm going to use an example. Imagine an echo chamber that LSF creates. Now imagine if that was one of the major websites, one of the major social medias is just a hug box of a similar of a similar style, but for some of the worst fucking Nazis you've ever seen. And the anime Nazi PFP with this banger, yeah, it's always shit like this. Not everyone you don't agree with is a Nazi. Must suck having these sensitivity panic attacks. You literally have a Nazi PFP. Your PFP is a lolly Nazi. Meanwhile, speaking of Germany, why is there such a negative reaction from some about AFD? They keep saying far right, but the policies of AFD that I've read about don't sound extremist. Maybe I'm missing something. Why the fuck does this stupid fucking Nazi follow me? This is always, oh my God. Oh. The AFD is the most popular party among the German youth. For the first time in years, the new generation is confronted with the reality that the establishment has failed us. Now they're scared. The future of Germany lies in the hands of our patriotic youth and the AFD. Why is AFD? AFD Alternative for Deutschland is basically a Nazi party within the confines of a country where it's illegal to be a Nazi openly. Here are some of the many comments from AFD people. The big problem is that Hitler is portrayed as an absolute evil, says Björn Höcke from the AFD. Burning refugee homes are not an act of aggression, says Sandra Herschel from the AFD. We do not differ from the NPD in terms of content, says Dubravko Mandic. It's just rebranded. They have to rebrand. That's why, because they can't fly the swastika because it's still illegal in Germany. So they'll fly the Wehrmacht flag. Here's one of their ads. Germany's national... By the way, this is AF Post, America First Post. Beckmann wählen für eine Landeshauptstadt, auf die man stolz sein kann. Stolzmonat! The tears. Homosexuals in prison. We should do that in Germany as well. Andreas Gellman, AFD. I would not condemn anyone who sets fire to an inhabited asylum home. Marcel Grauf. Aid to Dr. Christina Baum, AFD, und Heine Möst, AFD. How are bad at German? You're Turk, Lamau? Yes, exactly. I'm Turkish. Of course, this dude found the most racist way to describe AFD. AFD leaders have called for the criminalization of homosexuality, the banning of offensive literature like the book. Of course, this dude found the most racist way to describe AFD. AFD leaders have called for the criminalization of homosexuality, the banning of offensive literature like the books of Salman Rushdie, use Nazi slogans, claim Poland started World War II and more. They are not just anti-immigration party. They're the white Sharia party. The white Sharia party? Yeah, they're what do you mean white Sharia party? I don't know why. Germans are so funny, bro. They're yeah, they're the type of extremist that you see here is just like a Muslim, right? It's so funny. It's no, man, it's exactly the type of racism that Germany was very famous at. Okay? You don't have to point to Muslims in that situation. That's very weird. Björn Höcke literally used to write under the pseudonym Landolf Ladig for the neo-Nazi NPD. You may have covered the secret hotel meetings a few months back with out and about blood and soil Nazis and multimillionaires where they conspired to expel millions of immigrants, including some naturalized Germans from Germany. Yes. That was the I can't remember if that was the first or the second plot, because there was two different plots that were uncovered. There was one plot that was uncovered that was a laughable monarchist, and the other plot was Germany's pretty bad problem with their own version of Atomwaffen. Atomwaffen, for those of you who don't know, is a Nazi group that specifically the Nazi group that specifically operates within the U.S. armed forces. They regularly get caught trying to blow up shit like purchasing explosives from a federal agent because they want to go and blow up a power line or whatever. Germany had a massive problem in their special forces with like actual fucking Nazis within their special forces. They had to disband an entire unit, like an entire unit that was straight up Nazis, which, you know, no. Atomwaffen is in the American armed forces. I'm saying that there was an Atomwaffen version within the German armed forces, and they had to disband the entire unit because they were just like straight up Nazis. There's also the Reichsbürger plot, which was pretty funny. The monarchists trying to overthrow the government. A politician with the Swedish Democrats, the fascist Nazi party, was recorded at an EU election, party being drunk and singing Ausländer raus, foreigners out. He then realized that he sang it right in the microphone of a reporter, tried to wrestle the microphone from the reporter, then ran away from the event with the journalist chasing him. That's hilarious, bro. What the fuck? Racist song at SD's election vigil attacks a reporter. Riksdag member David Lang sang Ausländer raus during SD's election vigil, a song that has spread in far-right circles. When he notices the Expressen's reporter is recording the sound, he tries to take the mobile phone. Oh shit, are you recording this? Shortly thereafter, David Lang leaves the vigil.
Vad tycker om att den här låten spelas? Jag vet inte vad det är för låt. Den här? Den har ju blivit ganska kopplad till... Jaha, är det den tyska låten? Men det är väl en låt från början? Jo. Men sen dess har ni fått en innebörd liksom. Ja, jag har svårt att relatera till det, för det är inte ens min musik. Jag lyssnar inte på samma musik. Men det är olämpligt på något sätt.
Wonderful stuff happening in the world, baby. Let's get to the EU Parliament votes, okay? Because that's a big story, obviously.
Overseas now.
The far right won big in the European Parliament, folks.
Now, far-right parties are celebrating big gains after elections for the European Parliament in EU countries, and the vote is a major setback for leaders like French President Emmanuel Macron. As Remy Inocencio reports, Macron called a surprise parliamentary election after his party lost heavily to its main right-wing challenger.
I give back to you the choice for the future of our parliament, said French President Emmanuel Macron, dissolving the republic's...
It was like, I think I clocked this, like 5 years ago? 4 years ago, definitely. I repeated it over and over again. When all of the EU chatters were making fun of me, being like, lol, this is some Americanish nonsense, right? We still have social democracy. And I kept telling you, no, you don't. No, you don't. Liberalism is going to absolutely gut your fucking country as well in the same exact ways. Look to America as what will happen to you in the future. And here we are. European chatters being like, no, you don't understand. Europe is way more left-wing than America. Europe is way more left-wing than America. I remember when I first started watching, you verbatim said, you watch out, Euro chatters. This kind of brain rot is coming to you next. Yep. Don't look up the first polls for the French election. He gambled too high. Yeah, what's crazy about this is that he's doing this in effectively the worst moment that he possibly could. It's pretty crazy because France is about to be completely captured. I hope I'm wrong, but France is about to be completely captured by Le Pen, who is a straight up... Le Pen's party won every single French department except for Paris. Every single department. This is like Trump winning every single state since D.C., Yes, but it's not a 1v1 like Trump versus Biden. They do 30%, and the second and third do 20%. So yes, they are first, but yes, Trump versus Biden isn't 1v1. There's several other candidates. Further, all you need to come in first is a plurality. See 1992, 1996. Also, I'm aware there's an EU election and the seats are handed proportionally. It's crazy stuff overall. I kept telling y'all, and I've been talking about EU politics for quite a bit, warning about the tide of fascism, the growth of fascism, and how neoliberalism basically almost always makes way for fascism in Europe. It's genuinely terrifying. Yeah, we'll do the German EU Parliament votes in a second. Let's continue.
Legislature in a political earthquake.
How far right is Le Pen? Le Pen's father is a direct Nazi collaborator. Le Pen herself is a fucking straight up Nazi as well. I think I'm not entirely certain. She might have like tried to moderate a little bit, but it doesn't matter. She's just straight up a fucking far right freak. The only issue is that Macron took Le Pen's popularity and thought that he could basically be the right wing party and that people would vote for the neoliberals consistently while simultaneously doing a shit ton of austerity politics and things that were just like broadly very unpopular, neoliberal shit, while simultaneously capitulating to the racist tendencies. Yo, what's good? Maurice brought cold brew. Thank you. Wait, do you have like a special bag for it? Like, is it branded? That's crazy. All right, yeah, I'm a big cold brew drinker, as you know. Nazis pretend to be center right to gain more votes, and they turn right or neoliberal, same thing. Yeah.
France's far-right parties, for the first time, won more seats than the parties he supported in Europe-wide elections for the bloc's 720-seat parliament in Brussels. Macron's call for a snap election starting June 30th comes days after he and President Biden met to mark the 80th anniversary of D-Day. If Macron loses further support, that raises the chance Marine Le Pen's far-right National Party will gain, with talk of telegenic 28-year-old Jordan Bardella, president of France's National Rally Party, becoming premier, and Le Pen possibly becoming president in 2027. Voters in Germany, Italy, Austria, and the Netherlands also sent more far-right candidates.
Oh yeah, they have a telegenic young racist too. I forgot to mention that.
Some in Germany campaign using Nazi overtones to the European Parliament. They include candidates who campaigned against immigrants, against support for Ukraine, against climate change policies, and against dependence on trade with China.
Thank you so much.
But despite the rightward shift, Europe's center is still holding.
There remains a majority.
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's so good. All major leftist parties signed a coalition named Union Populaire to counter Macron and the right now. Yeah, we'll see how that happens. Last time it fucking failed spectacularly because all the smaller left parties literally fucking went neoliberal and cooked. What's his face? I'm forgetting his name now. He's older. He's done. Mélenchon, right? Yeah. If you want to know the detail of what happened, Macron is calling for an election in order to kill the radical left by either forcing it to downgrade its proposition by forming an alliance with the left moderate, deadly in the long run, possibly cutting some of the more popular figures like Hobono, one of the most anti-racist, or Fondeur Mélenchon, or to not get any opposition by going divided in the election. Yeah. Last election, peace, dude. Last election cycle, Mélenchon actually had an opportunity, could have won. And yet all the smaller left parties, quote unquote left parties, cooked him. In Macron's defense, the literal same thing happened with Sanchez party, with Sanchez in Spain. He lost hard to Vox and PP in the local elections and immediately called for elections while he was down and ended up winning. This could be the same 5D chess, though I don't know. I can see it happening here. Anyway, here's our wonderful foreign minister had to say about Spain. Yeah, except this is such a funny thing because these guys are like straight up defending Nazis, which is pretty funny. Zionism. Literally Nazi shit. But for Sanchez, the key difference is that he is significantly more to the left and has a base of popular support in Spain, whereas Macron is a neoliberal who has increasingly become more and more right-wing in his foreign policy, in his domestic policy, and therefore has basically lost any, everyone is now defensively voting for Macron. Anyone that votes for Macron is defensively voting because they're like, well, that's a literal fucking Nazi. I don't know what to do here. He is incredibly unpopular. That's the difference. Sanchez is a fucking neolib that its party celebrated BlackRock buying half of Madrid. What the fuck are you saying? I mean, am I wrong? I thought that Sanchez had more popular support than Macron does, and also is like definitely more to the left than Macron. He's still, no matter what happens, he's a European leader. Of course, he's still going to be pretty fucking neoliberal. But first poll after Macron called for a snap election, huge gains for Le Pen's party and losses for Macron's party. Le Pen is not a Nazi? That's insane. You're fucking joking, right? Le Pen is not extreme right anymore? Dude, are you fucking insane? Her retriangulating specifically to come across more... Oh my God. Bro, what? Are you okay? How can a 9-month chatter be doing this? This is not... There's no way he's trying to do a bait, right? At the top of the hour type shit. Like, it's fucking 1:49. I feel like he's... Are you okay? Also, this is pretty funny. Le Pen is not extreme right anymore. Le Pen is not a Nazi. That's insane. Are you saying that because of Zemmour? Yeah, she's doing She's doing her best, not be qualified extreme right. Wait, what are you saying? Bro, she 100%, she 1000% has like tried to retriangulate in order to not come across as like fucking reactionary. Yeah, it's called being a liar and being a politician. Yeah. The EU is so fundamentally broken. Having even far left parliament members can only be harm reduction at best, since it's literally against EU law to do anything moving away from free market principles, and fascism is the inevitable result. Can you read my yeah, what Le Pen is doing is a classic bargain. Nazis pretend to be center right to gain more votes, then turn right, or neoliberal, same thing. I said this earlier. They become center, i.e. more moderate, to get more votes, and turn full Nazi. Yeah, no, she absolutely is just trying to retriangulate to beef up her chances of winning the election. If you personally think that like she's had a change of heart and is no longer a Nazi, look at the last time she ran. Let's see some of her fucking, let's do a refresher on Le Pen. Is there a good video to watch? Is France's National Front still fascist? This is from 7 years ago.
Like 15 years ago.
So Jean-Marie Le Pen was literally a fucking Nazi, like a out and about Nazi.
The Front National is once again in the final round of the presidential election.
What do you guys think Front National stands for? Like the national part of that. What do you guys think that stands for, by the way?
But this is the new Front National, not the one co-founded by a French member of the SS, and definitely not the one whose leader says the gas chambers are a detail of history. This is Marine Le Pen's party.
Yeah, the leader is, by the way, the leader Jean-Marie Le Pen, fined again for dismissing Holocaust as detail. What's that leader? Wait, hold on. Is that leader standing next to the current leader?
This is Marine Le Pen's party.
Wait, why are they standing next to one another? They kind of look the same too. What's up? What's up with that? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Why do they have the same last name? Oh, you mean to tell me that's she's the daughter of the, okay, all right. Well, I mean, come on, sins of the father and all that.
Free of its fascist and racist past. But is it really? Yes, they've excluded Jean-Marie Le Pen from the party, but he still remains honorary president. The Front National is still called the Front National. Marine Le Pen is his daughter, and one of its only 2 MPs is his granddaughter. And then there's the dozens of FN candidates that have been spewing racist abuse online. Take Gérard Brazon, who says Islamophobia is a right and fighting Islam is a duty. Or Jean-Christophe Gruot, who called immigration a cancer and denounced the Africanization of his city. Granted, a lot of these more extreme candidates have since been excluded. But when your party keeps attracting the most
that's so weird how that works.
Outspokenly racist elements in French society, maybe it's time to look in the mirror. And finally, it seems Marine Le Pen's inner circle isn't squeaky clean either. Frédéric Chatillon.
This video's outdated. I know, it's 7 years old. This was when they were definitely more aggro. This was when the rebranding was being tried, being attempted, and failing. But I guess 7 years after the rebranding attempt, it seems like some chatters have fucking eaten the bait.
A longtime friend of hers on the 2017 campaign payroll was the leader of the infamous nationalist group GUD. He also reportedly organized parties celebrating Hitler's birthday.
It's just like, I don't get it. Like, why would the National Front party, comprised of straight Nazi collaborators, founded by Nazi collaborators, that still upholds a lot of the same fascist principles, that still calls the fucking National Front, what leads you to believe that they've actually changed?
And own a bookshop that traded in Holocaust denial literature. After being called a neo-Nazi by a French journalist in 2014, he sued for defamation and lost. One of the witnesses, himself a former member of the GUD, said under oath that Chatillon had, quote, a sick hatred of Jews, and said the only problem with calling him neo-Nazi is the term neo. Marine Le Pen, however, disagrees.
Frédéric Chatillon n'est pas un nazi, je n'ai pas de nazi autour de moi.
Well, it doesn't help her case that her replacement as head of the FN had to resign because of accusations of Holocaust denial. He reportedly said that it was impossible to use Zyklon B for mass extermination. Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose.
Yeah, the major rebranding that has occurred basically is just that they have like a young skinhead who is much more in tune with like presenting himself as like a patriot, and like looks pretty decent, young too, and I think that plays a role in like duping young people. But ultimately the ideas are still pretty much the same. Why should they change? It's just like, yeah, he's blown up on TikTok according to my cousins. Yeah, he's like in decent shape. He looks good. He's young. And also, the party doesn't openly deny the Holocaust as much anymore, which is still pretty funny because, like, I mean, they just can't stop themselves. That's the funny thing about Nazis is that they're just like, they have this total inability to shelter, like to hide the fucking the quiet part, to not say it out loud. They just literally cannot stop themselves. They love pumping that shit.
DW correspondent Sonia Falnica joins us now from Paris. Sonia, tell us how people in France are reacting to Macron's decision to call a snap parliamentary election.
Well, Terry, France is still reeling from that political thunderclap, as some people here are calling it, an absolutely seismic announcement by President Macron to call snap legislative elections after his party suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the far-right National Rally in European elections yesterday. And of course, this has absolutely been dominating the headlines here in France today. One French newspaper...
Macron. It's true. What is happening here? Come on, Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle! What the fuck? You have to look at certain deputies who are less forward in the party. They're openly racist, even in the National Assembly. What? It's not my internet. No, it's not my fucking internet. This shit is just cooked.
National Rally has already announced 28-year-old Jordan Bardella will be its contender for Prime Minister. Bardella, of course, was the lead candidate for the National Rally in these European elections. He is hugely popular. He's a protege of Marine Le Pen. He's seen here as the slick new.
Hi, came from Reddit because they were saying you're racist. Just wondering if you could clarify. Yes, dude, I am. I'm racist towards those who are unsubscribed at the top of the hour because I serve them a 3-minute ad break. And if they no longer want to see those ads, they can just convert and become subscribers. Okay? It's that simple. Literally that simple. And yet people still refuse to do it. People still refuse to recognize it. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
New face of the French far right, and he's especially popular with young voters. He has a huge following on TikTok, over 1 million followers there, and he's really seen as kind of media savvy and dynamic by many people here.
Is there any sense, Sonia, that Emmanuel Macron had been planning this move to call snap elections, given that the far right was expected to do so well, or do at least very well in this election?
Well, I think we can.
Dude, this is crazy. Oh my God, their website
assume
is
that
so
President
busted.
Macron had seen this coming and that he probably had planned his response in advance.
I'm gonna pee.
And that is because the election results yesterday almost completely replicated the opinion polls that we've been seeing in France for many weeks now. So I think we can kind of assume that he probably had time to consider his options.
Fuck Deutsche Welle. Jesus
but I
Christ.
think the fundamental problem here, of course,
This is craziness, bro. Where is here, let's listen to the far right momentum in Europe by Yanis Varoufakis while I go pee.
Of the center versus the ultra-right is, to me, absolutely bogus. The two sides, the radical center and the radical ultra-fascistic xenophobic right, in my view, and I'm not being a reductionist here, I think there is an analytical case here to support this statement. They are two different faces of the same coin. Take Le Pen and Macron. Macron would not be president without Le Pen. He was always a minority party, a minority force, a heavily despised former Rothschild banker, who very smart man, extremely smart man, and very capable. He weaponized the fear, the common fear of the fascists of Le Pen, in order to elevate himself to the Élysée Palace. But at the very same time, Le Pen would not be running at 32, 33, 35, 36% today if it wasn't for Macron's and the radical center's utterly inhuman policies of crushing the weak, crushing the poor, subsidizing the rich, making the poor pay for the green transition, whatever the green transition there was. So the two are feeding off each other. This is not a conspiracy theory. I'm not saying that, behind the scenes they are talking to one another lovingly. No, I have no doubt that Macron loathes Le Pen and Le Pen loathes Macron. But functionally, structurally, there is a feedback effect that keeps them both in power.
Am I still alive? No. I'm in a lot of fucking pain, Chad. My wrist hurts so bad. Yeah, you should rest? No, it's fine. This is like, I don't need to take the day off. I'm fine. It's just like, I just need to crack some more pain pills. The problem is like, I can't even I didn't go to the doctor. Bro, I can't even, when I take a piss, go to the doctor. Bro, I can't even, when I take a piss, when I pull my pants down, my hands hurt. Like, I can't even do that. It's okay. If it doesn't heal up good, you can get a corticosteroid shot that'll fix you right up. Yeah, maybe.
Of course, is that Macron, who is, barely 2 years into his second term as president, is really hamstrung in the French Parliament or the National Assembly. He has no majority there, and so getting any bill through has been a real struggle. His minority government has periodically used a constitutional provision to force legislation through without a vote. They did that with raising the retirement age last year from 62 to 64, and that has absolutely prompted howls of anger in France. It has led to accusations that he's been, bypassing parliament and ruling in an undemocratic manner. So I think yesterday's announcement was kind of Macron's way of saying the situation is really untenable. I need more clarity. In his address yesterday, he said he couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. He said he had heard the message.
I have been taking ibuprofen every 4 hours, and I have the wrist brace. And also, I have been using Tiger Balm, and I've been stretching it periodically, like nonstop as well. So I'm doing all that. But I think, like, if it's like worse tomorrow, I will probably go to the doctor. Don't stretch it yet. No, it's like baby stretches, not big stretches. Baby stretches, just to keep it warm. Okay, calm down. I need to ensure that there's still a little bit of blood flow to the fucking wrists. It's not my like actual wrist. It's the tendon. It's also super fucking inflamed. I took a photo of it. I took a photo of it this morning. It's like much large. Like you can see a lump, but it's all good. It's probably just like a fucking tendon strain. It'll be all right. I'm afraid you have to cut it. Yeah. Listen, it's just muscles getting stronger, okay? That's all this is, baby. Don't do random stretches. For the wrist, the only real exercise you need is a digital flexor tendon gliding exercise. Do it in the morning at lunch before bed, 4 minutes, you'll be fine. Your fapping wrist, you are king. Yeah, no fapping. No way to fap. It's Jover for me, for sure. 4-hour goon sesh. If I did 4 hours of goon sessions, double handing it, I literally would have been able to fucking avoid this pain right now.
Of the French and their concerns.
A lot of people are wondering, what sort of strategy is behind Emmanuel Macron's move here? Is he hoping that the center-right and the center-left will now maybe start working together to avoid having a prime minister from the far-right National Assembly?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm done with this video. Hold on here. We're going to watch a Financial Times video about how the right is surging in Europe. This is from 2 weeks ago.
The fight for the future.
I suspect they will say it has nothing to do with neoliberalism, since it's the Financial Times.
And the identity of Europe has already started.
The polls show there is going to be an increase in the share of the far right, possibly up to about 25%.
The balance of power is going to shift.
Mass migration, energy, politics, freedom of speech. People want to have a change of politics.
If you want to have a strong European Union, then you cannot vote right-wing. You can't.
Alors nos hommes politiques, on les côtoie, ils écoutent. Après, je suis pas sûr qu'ils entendent. L'Europe, ça reste qu'une somme de contraintes.
A right-wing coalition could water down regulation to protect the environment.
It's also a key moment in terms of the trajectory of Europe in the context of a war that's happening on its doorstep.
The polls are really troubling a lot of people.
The stakes are very, very high.
In June, from June the 6th to June the 9th, there will be simultaneous elections in 27 countries to elect members of the European Parliament.
The European Parliament matters quite a lot because it has to vote through and negotiates a lot of laws that come through the EU and then have to be implemented in 27 member states. Defence policy, security, agriculture policy.
Migration and asylum, carbon emissions reductions. There's almost no area of policy making that isn't covered to some degree by EU legislation.
We are sitting in this house and we are making laws for almost 500 million people. And the way how this parliament is composed really matters.
In many European states, right wings try to get stronger. And if the European Parliament has different seats and other minorities, then of course the policy of the European Union will change.
The situation as it stands is that the centrist blocs, which is what we call the European People's Party, which are the Conservatives, centre-right, we have the Socialists and Democrats, who are centre-left, we have the Renew, which are the Liberals. At the moment, those have over 60% of the votes, and they tend to do deals among themselves, and they can usually secure the legislation they need. What may happen after the election is that Renew, which are the Liberals, could lose some seats and become the fourth biggest group, possibly, instead of the third. And then that brings in the ECR or the ID as a potential partner.
What you're going to see now is the potential for the centre-right to form coalitions on different pieces of legislation with the populist right and potentially even with the far right. That is a first in the way that the European Parliament has operated. And it could mean quite a decisive change in the way the Parliament shapes legislation.
GANTZ adopted Amendment 16 in two parts. First part by roll call. Vote is open.
With the shift of the centre of gravity in the parliament will come the opportunity to create majorities around certain issues, like immigration.
Vote is closed.
The Migration Pact passed in recent weeks, which was clearly one of the most contentious pieces of legislation to be passed by the Parliament in the last 5 years. The rightward shift in European politics has already affected the way the European Parliament has operated.
Public opinion in France and across much of Europe has hardened against immigration in the past decade. You can maybe date that to the 2015 refugee crisis from the Syrian war. The traditional parties are shifting in response to what they can see as the shifting sands politically around them.
We have listened, we have acted, and we have delivered on one of the main concerns of people across Europe.
Politicians read the polls and they open their mailbags and their emails. They thought, we need to have a policy to address this. We need something in the elections to go to the voters and say, we're dealing with this. They're basically trying to fight the far right by moving onto their territory to some extent, a modest piece of their territory.
In terms of EU policy making, this will probably have most impact on immigration. But to understand the far right and the populist right, you really got to understand that there are very many drivers in all of the different countries propelling them forward.
Far-right parties across Europe are polling strongly. We still don't really know what that will practically mean in the political direction of the EU and the Parliament, in part because the far-right parties in Europe are not uniform. There's different ones in each country and they don't actually all stand for the same thing.
Geert Wilders, the far-right anti-Islam firebrand, did extraordinarily well in national elections in the Netherlands. On the other hand, you could take a country like Spain, where the Vox party, its rise has been inspired much more by the rise of Catalan separatism than by anti-immigrant feeling.
One big question is whether the far right can actually unite on an agenda. The biggest increases in these groups' membership will come from the big countries of the EU, France, Germany, Italy, and therefore they will also bring some of the national priorities of those member states with them.
The main contrast you can draw is between Giorgia Meloni in Italy and Marine Le Pen in France. They're both far right on paper, but Meloni is obviously now in power at the top of a coalition.
She has played the game to many people's surprise, and the discipline of governing ensures that you...
Why is that surprising? It's because, as Yanis Varoufakis mentioned, neoliberalism and fascists are on the same side. So, of course, when a fascist comes into power and the neoliberal is already doing like fascist adjacent policies, They just increase the stress on that front, just slowly but surely. But when it comes to like NATO and stuff, of course they're not gonna fuck up the bag. Maloney knows as an Italian fascist that NATO is the reason why there's any sort of Italian fascism post World War II to begin with. They would never in a million years try to remove NATO. They'll make inferences towards that sort of thing when they're running, but when they're in power, they're never going to do that.
You have to make rules and follow things and vote for things you might not agree. I mean,
for Le Pen, that contrast is quite stark, right? She's still outsider and, you know, trying to climb that last sort of bit of the stairs. The Rassemblement National, under the Le Pen leadership, has been through this process of trying to normalize themselves. In French, they call it dédiabolisation, which literally means to detoxify the party. Everything they do has to be seen through that lens. They're trying to prove to voters that they can govern and that they're ready.
Whereas some populist right-wing groups have actually moderated their positions in recent years, others have actually gone in a more radical direction. The Austrian far right is one. The other really noticeable one is Alternative for Germany.
They've gone in a different direction to the RN. And that's why I think Marine Le Pen distanced herself from Alice Weidel and the leader of the AfD and from the party itself.
Le Pen's party even said recently it was no longer prepared to sit with the AfD in the European Parliament because it deemed it too radical.
Over the years that I've covered them, they've become more right-wing, more tainted by this sort of far-right ideology. And that makes them fascinating as a sort of case study.
The AfD's rise last year was very much propelled by public concern over immigration, but that's not by far the only issue. There's clearly more to the AfD's appeal.
I think in Germany particularly there's been a big backlash against the Greens.
This is why your young viewers say they won't vote for Biden, saying they're on the same side as a complete false equivalency. Neoliberals have a ton of problems, of course. But come on, try to be a little bit nuanced, please. Yeah, you're right. Neoliberals now will be the fascists of tomorrow. That's the nuance of it. And there's no historical... I'm sorry, I'm not going to fucking engage in ahistorical nonsense here. Okay? When you look at Joseph Robinette Brandon's policies on the border, how can you sit there and be like, excuse me, there's a lot of fucking daylight between Trump and Biden? Yeah, there is. It's Biden running on Trump's policies from 4 years prior, 4 years after the fact. That's it.
Green measures.
In Germany, 2023 was very, very...
There's some overlap for sure. Are the same size, a broad generalization. Yeah. No, for sure, man. That's why Macron went full tilt Islamophobia. Again, to defeat the fascists, he became the fascist himself. It's just team sports at that point for you. You just want your guy to be doing the policies instead of the other guy. You have no interest in like the policy itself or its impact on a broader population. You just specifically don't want a left party to win, I guess. And no matter how dirty the liberals play in that regard, they're still different than the fascists. Yeah, liberals are giving more credence to the fascists by behaving this way.
Very difficult for Scholz's coalition government. They passed laws which were considered extremely unpopular, like, for example, the very controversial heating law, which was supposed to persuade people to switch from gas and oil-fired boilers to heat pumps.
It led to millions of German households thinking that they were going to have to fork out tens of thousands of euros to replace their gas or oil-fired boiler in short order.
I'm really not a fan of AFD or things like that, but the energy building law, I call it like this, it really has been our own goal. My name is Leon Hinniger. I'm a professional show jumper, and this is my lifetime project. We're here making everything new riding areas and building a new stable and things like that. A heat pump for us was the most efficient thing in our energy mix, because you put 1 kilowatt of electricity in and you get 2 kilowatts of thermal energy out of it. So this is absolutely amazing, but it's not something for all houses.
This view has become quite common, and this is a reason why more and more people are voting for AfD. If you look at this technology, how expensive it is.
So a heat pump could cost a German household up to 30,000 euros if you consider that you might also have to do renovations or changes to the way your heating system works to actually make it effective.
Not everyone can install it in their house. Maybe the owners are even too old. No bank will give them a credit at things like that. With this politics, there will build so many fears inside of the people.
That idea is getting traction. Everything related to sort of...
Is this why HasanAbi pretends not to be a MAGA communist? What? Swinging to the right is good for stability sometimes, and I like that since I have millions invested. I'm a MAGA communist. Yeah, I'm glad you clocked it.
Re-engineering industry to bring down emissions or renovating homes, that all of that is just too much, too fast, and that it's unrealistic.
On the other hand, there were a lot of players in the field who really liked putting fear, wrong informations, chaos out there.
That is an issue that the right's been able to seize on. You know, they want to take your car away from you. They want you to take your boiler out of your house. So it feeds into this narrative of people feeling inflation's high, the pockets are pinched, you know, and they want some relief, and instead they're being told what to do.
What we've seen in recent weeks is that the Greens have really become a casualty of this sort of widespread anger at government policies. There have been extraordinary scenes where there's been so much disruption by protesters that Green politicians have had to cut short their public appearances and almost take shelter from, you know, the angry crowds.
I'm in politics now for over 10 years and I did a lot of campaigns. If you are waking up and the first thing you read online is how silly you are or how you should be raped, I mean, that's not fun. And then if the threats in real life are getting closer to you, that's also something which is hard.
Dieser Sanktionspolitik. Wir müssen nicht den Gaspreis bremsen, wir müssen die Grünen bremsen in diesem Land.
The AfD has become the main beneficiary of popular dissent.
So AfD is blaming European fascist tendencies on heat pumps? Yeah, it's the regulation from the government that is the fault of the rise of fascism, who seemingly are also advocating for deregulation here. So we shouldn't even consider that. We shouldn't even think about that. Like, the policy failure aspect of it would be that the government is not offering alternatives to like the heat pump situation, right? Not offering like loans or not offering grants to manufacturers of such a thing, and installing a like a voucher program or an installation program that in and of itself is also paid for by the government. Heat pumps is just one tiny issue. Have you followed the massive farmer protests across the EU? Yes, I have.
Satisfaction.
We never had as much success as right now, which is linked to the state of the country. This country is heading against the wall, and the AfD is the only party who is not responsible because we have never been in governmental power.
The AfD is still polling at around 18%, which is pretty extraordinary given that large chunks of the party are actually under investigation by the German security services.
The Verfassungsschutz, the German domestic intelligence agency, has been designating certain regional associations of the AfD as absolutely confirmed extreme right-wing organizations. And that makes them so unusual.
Yeah, last time AfD was in power was around 90 years ago. It wasn't called the AfD back then, though. It was called something different. What was it? It was like, I think, NSDAP or something. What was it called? I can't recall. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, that's what it was called. That's right. Huh. You sore as fuck? Yes, I'm sore all over, but that's not a problem. I'm also in a lot of pain in my wrists, which is not necessarily just a problem, but a big problem.
Usual in Germany. They are an anti-party. They're an anti-establishment party.
This has become a Europe-wide phenomenon, tapping into dissatisfaction.
Do you still deny the Great Replacement? Oh, man. We got a lot of fun chatters in here, huh? There is no Great Replacement. Unless you think me and your mom having consensual sex and delivering a new brother or a sister for you is considered the Great Replacement, i.e. white genocide, in which case then I guess it is happening. Isn't that wonderful, the way that like our politics have shifted so far right that eventually this kind of attitude is going to be like unironically a thing that people believe? I give it about 5 more years until people are genuinely pushing like not just the politicians, not just the Tucker Carlsons of the world, but like straight up, people will firmly be committed to the idea that white genocide is happening. It's great. Yes, this is what happened to my wrist. You're right. Things are not looking good. Let me tell you, not looking good at all. Okay.
With the way that established politics and established parties work.
I very often feel that the political class has lost so much of the trust of the people. And
doesn't Germany have laws against Nazis? Yes, they do, which is why they're called AFD and not called NSDAP. And also they don't fly the swastika and instead fly the old Wehrmacht flag instead.
if we just let all these areas of anxieties and emotions let to be exploited by the far right, then we are doing a huge mistake.
A lot of these far-right parties are tapping into an anti-elite narrative. There are, voters who will think that the government is incompetent and are not doing its job properly, and there are others who just think the government and the people in it are not like them. They're an elite that protects themselves, feathers their own nests, and therefore they're sort of ripe to move over towards the far right.
Populist and anti-establishment parties tend to do quite well in European parliamentary elections because voters will use them to cast a protest vote. France is the obvious example of that, where Marine Le Pen's Rassemblement National is the biggest opposition party in parliament.
Going into the European elections, they have a really big polling lead, so they're polling first in terms of polling intentions. We're still a bit far out, but they're polling at around 30% of the electorate.
And is setting itself up as an alternative to the sort of centrist brand of politics espoused by Emmanuel Macron.
I do think that the RN vote, for some people, is a protest vote. So it gives people a chance to say, we don't like the way the elites are governing us. So it's an essentially sort of, has that element of just like, I want to tear things down. There's this emblematic moment every year in France. It's a farm fair called the Salon d'Agriculture. And it's a ritual. The president opens it on the first Saturday, and then there's a parade of politicians that go all throughout the week. It's in this massive conference hall on the outskirts of Paris. And this year it was marked by the protest movement.
Farmers' protests have been on the rise. I think they quadrupled last year compared to the year before.
We've seen farmers' protests in Brussels, in Berlin, in Athens, in Rome, and of course in Paris. And this year's Salon d'Agriculture was a particularly rough occasion for France's President Emmanuel Macron.
It was turned into a mess. The police had to put massive protection around him because some factions of the farmers were angry and trying to come in, and he ended up staying the whole day instead of fleeing back to Élysée. But the images that were on TV were almost catastrophic. I mean, there were images of him surrounded by dozens of police to protect him while he's walking around this farm fair. And the RN has quite ably used this moment as a way to put pressure on Macron and also just cast themselves as, again, the ally of the working man.
The Rassemblement National has historically defended rural life. We are traditionally a party that has been denouncing the fact that so much money was invested in the big cities to the detriment of investing in the rural areas.
Farmers aren't traditionally a far-right electorate in France, but the party clearly thinks that many of their complaints are similar. Anti-globalization, anti-free trade, anti-environmental legislation, and the weight of kind of Brussels bureaucracy as they see it, or EU rules and regulations.
I think the farmers' protests have offered the Rassemblement National a great opportunity to pose with tractors and bash Brussels.
The RN has ably surfed on this issue. They have a favorite term that they use a lot, which is punitive ecology, that they...
Farmers are business owners, by the way. Remember how the chatter was talking the other day about 97% of American farmers are white. Farm producers, he said. And then we found out that farm producers means something entirely different than actual farmers themselves, especially when considering the reality that the 2/3 majority of actual agricultural workers themselves are of Hispanic origin, many of which are not even born in the United States of America. A large share of which are actually undocumented migrants, the plurality, I believe, being documented migrant workers. farming in general is also majorly subsidized for obvious reasons. So when you see a farmers' protest in Europe as well, remember that it's not actually, a working class protest, but instead, business owners protesting against any number of different regulations that are supposed to be, push for renewable energy. There was a nice post on, push for renewable energy. There was a nice post on r/Finanzen of a farmer explaining why they protest, calculating that his business is only making 120,000 euro a year profit while giving him and his family all salary, including all costs, including capital costs. So most of the time, farmers in the Western world, when they're rising up, they're rising up as business owners trying to protect their interests. The
EU is a regulatory beast run wild. I mean, I'm speaking for them, I'm not saying that I actually agree with this, but the way that they do agricultural policy is too punitive for the farmers, and that the farmers basically need to be liberated from all these environmental rules and free trade rules.
Aujourd'hui, je suis installé depuis 2012 sur la ferme familiale qui est dans la famille depuis 6 générations. Voilà, je cultive des betteraves, du blé, du lin à fibre, du colza, du maïs, voilà, j'ai plein de cultures. Et donc j'ai plein de problèmes aussi avec ces cultures-là. On a des interdictions qui sont franco-françaises et qui nous interdisent de protéger nos betteraves contre le virus de la jaunisse. Cette interdiction-là peut nous faire perdre 40% de notre revenu. Enfin, pas de notre revenu, 40% de notre chiffre d'affaires. Donc l'intégralité de notre revenu et encore un peu plus.
That made many farmers stop being able to produce sugar beets, all while importing sugar from countries where these products are allowed.
Donc c'est un peu là où on demande de la cohérence, à la fois à nos politiques français et aux politiques européens. On doit être cohérent, c'est-à-dire que si on interdit quelque chose sur notre marché, eh ben, ce qui rentre doit avoir les mêmes contraintes. Sinon, ça nous emmène directement à la fin des systèmes agricoles dans nos régions.
When farmers say that they want to make a living of their jobs that they know how to do, and that don't need any interference from any bureaucrats sitting in fancy offices in Brussels, people understand this. They have interference in their daily lives all the time without asking for it.
On a vu les prises de position du Rassemblement national, tantôt en soutien de l'agriculture, tantôt un peu moins. Après, tout le monde joue son jeu, développe sa page politique. Au final, on sent qu'il y a un refus global de cette Europe par nos agriculteurs et par les agriculteurs européens. Je pense que c'est aussi le cas d'une partie des opinions publiques. Et on le voit, hein, on a plus de 80% des gens qui sont d'accord avec nos...
Their difficulties in actually making money and keeping afloat, to some people, epitomize a kind of a bureaucracy that doesn't work. The populist right, if we can put it like that, is divided up into two groups. The Identity and Democracy, which are the more hardline, Eurosceptic, anti-immigration, anti-EU, far-right parties.
They have people like Rassemblement National from France, Marine Le Pen.
Donda says, waiting for a viewpoint from the left, any viewpoint from the left in these videos, well, don't hold your breath because you will die. This is the Financial Times after all. If you ever hear a mention of the left in these videos, it is at the most going to be a Green Party candidate, like they showed earlier in Germany. And the most leftist it's going to get is that renewable energy initiatives that still are firmly placed within the confines of capitalism, and how that regulation is technically creating reactionary resistance against it. And beyond that, if you were to ever see like a real hardline leftist candidate, if you see a hardline leftist candidate, they will most likely be presented specifically to show you that this hardline leftist candidate is responsible for how the reactionary right has developed itself against said hardline leftist candidate. So they would point it to like the European version of the left went too far left, so I became a Nazi type shit. I'm in a Philly D thumbnail.
Sup, you.
Wait, why? None of this seems... I'm not in a Philly D thumbnail. What? Why did you say I'm in a Philly D thumbnail? I'm not in it. That's Glenn Powell, chatter. Did you think that I'm
Party. The other parties don't really collaborate with them. They don't involve them in the decision-making process. They tend to be disruptors from the outside. The European Conservatives and Reformists, that's run by Giorgia Meloni of Italy, are more inside the tent. They chair committees, they produce reports, they vote on laws.
If we were talking about one far-right group, and if you joined the Identity and Democracy and European Conservatives and Reformists, they would be almost the biggest party. That would be a completely different situation. They would have a lot more power, but we're not in that situation. And as they are divided, they are a lot less influential than they could be.
We are different groups, obviously.
French-speaking chatter here, there's some fuckery about with their statements. The issue seems to be a moratorium on vaccines for their crop, which leads to too high of a yield. Loss to be competitive with foreign sugar suppliers. Not sure why the vaccine is banned. I'd be legit curious to see why, but this seems like something you'd fix with a tariff on a subsidy. Why is this being used to churn right-wing sentiments? I mean, the reason why this is being used to churn right-wing sentiments is because technically, not all regulation is created equal. I'm not entirely familiar with this regulation in particular. It could be born out of either a valid reason, because like you said, the whatever they're using, I don't know if it's a vaccine. Wouldn't it be a pesticide? That's like, I don't know, killing the fucking bee population or something beyond a percentage that is going to end up causing ecological disaster. Or it could be because, Monsanto has lobbied the government and want to make sure that they're using a certain type of GMO crop or something, and nothing outside of that is allowed. And therefore, any kind of other crop that they're using or any other kind of pesticide that they're using is actually, it could be rent seeking, is what I'm saying, right? It could be rent seeking from a mega corporation. Now, having said that, okay, ultimately, the real reason as to why they're using this as the develop right-wing sentiment is because, one, it's technically deregulation, which the right wing loves, and two, it is the reactionary right will use anything and everything they can to gain momentum.
Right, as you'd expect, there were a lot of people happy that you had hostages rescued, but also you had a lot of people, especially internationally, having big questions about the cost of human life here. Online, one of the biggest and high-profile critics was Hasan Piker, who, does want the hostages released, but through a ceasefire, and adding,
the most revealing aspect of all of this is something that many of you already knew in this community, which is that Israel does not think Palestinians are human beings. There is no clearer indication of this reality than the reception. Like, it is not seen as like an insanely bloody, murderous rampage, and instead seen as a simple, successful hostage extraction mission. People just don't give a shit.
You have a lot of people saying that he's right, that there are officials and outlets that downplayed the death toll and hyped up the operation. Are people pointing to the Wall Street Journal's headline of how Israel saved a hostage rescue mission that nearly failed? And Secretary of State Antony Blinken's statement when he never mentioned a single Palestinian death and just said, "We welcome the rescue of 4 hostages who, after 8 months of captivity, have finally been reunited with their families in Israel. The only thing standing in the way of achieving the ceasefire is Hamas." So all of this at the same time as you had other people and outlets pointing to the extreme cost of the rescue operation. You had the EU's top diplomat calling the events a massacre, while outlets like the Associated Press ran headlines like how an Israeli raid freed 4 hostages and killed at least 274 Palestinians in Gaza. CNN writing an Israeli operation rescues 4 hostages and kills scores of Palestinians. And one of the big things here is that all of this is kind of just the tip of the iceberg with everything that's going on. Or one of the other big pieces of news is that Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz announced his resignation. Gantz is a center-right figure there. He's been a longtime rival of Netanyahu. And while they've worked together for months, he's had issues with how the war against Gaza is being run. But among other things, he's angry that the far-right section of the government has a massive amount of power, despite being relatively small, because without them, Netanyahu's government collapses. Which has also led to widespread accusations and speculation that Netanyahu has repeatedly blocked any ceasefires and hostage swaps over concerns that would anger the right-wingers. So seemingly, the straw that broke the camel's back for Gantz was the lack of a post-war plan for Gaza. It got to a point where 3 weeks ago he issued an ultimatum, show a plan. But that never happened, so yesterday he announced that he was out, and he blasted the prime minister during a speech by saying, "Netanyahu is preventing us from reaching real victory." And also saying that elections should be held by fall at the latest. Now, this resignation, it's likely not going to lead to
the best part about this coverage that I like is that he correctly called Benny Gantz a center-right opposition figure. I'm actually kind of surprised by that, because like most outlets, I feel like most liberal outlets won't do that. They'll just say he's an opposition figure without revealing his actual political perspective, which of course could maybe even falsely lead you to believe that Benjamin Netanyahu is let's do a better pause here. It's going to be hard to get a good pause frame for Philly here. He's just spitting. Okay. The point is, I hope people are not mistaken into thinking that because he's center right in the opposition, Benjamin Netanyahu is somehow a leftist or whatever. I know that that's not his intention. I know that people won't think that, but it is the truth. The center right figure in this circumstance is technically the opposition. Having said that, however, this does not mean that Benjamin Netanyahu is a leftist figure or center left. As a matter of fact, it just means he's more far right, because Israeli politics starts at far right, or Israeli politics starts at the center right and only goes further and further right.
Netanyahu's government, but it does force the prime minister to rely ever more on his far-right partners. And that could be risky for him because that's become increasingly unpopular. I mean, it's at a point where polls show that GANTZ would likely beat Netanyahu. And, while all of that is happening there, closer to home, we're still seeing massive protests at college campuses. Although we are seeing courts starting to crack down, such as in California, where UC faculty was largely ordered to stop attending anti-Israel protests because it was interfering with their work, with apparently this being an especially busy time for the schools, and before they were being semi-lenient about teachers going to protest. But now they're pointing to no strike clauses in their union contracts, and the courts, they're agreeing, forcing them to go back. And then on the political front, the Biden administration is still struggling to toe the line of being pro-Israel while trying to get Israel to stop its attacks. So the main thrust of that right now being efforts to get global support behind.
Shocked that the university, shocked that the American court system would force unions to go back to work and end their strikes. Or even block protests in general and stifle free speech. Wow. Shocking developments from the land of the free that is home to the brave. Who could have foreseen this?
A multi-phase ceasefire deal that would see all the hostages released in return for Israel leaving Gaza. But then that brings us back to the issue with the far right wingers and the Israeli government, because it looks like they will never agree to that no matter the international pressure. But ultimately, we're going to have to wait to see. And in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts here, whether it be about the situation in general or specifically with this hostage rescue. And then, so we know right now that big oil companies could...
It's good coverage from Philly D. All right, let's keep going. Why the far right is surging in Europe?
We have on a side the EPP, on the other side the ID. These are the groups more similar to us, but especially with the idea we have.
Wait, what is this? My message to governments and people throughout the region is this. If you want to alleviate the terrible suffering in Gaza, to get all the hostages home, put all the Israelis and Palestinians on a path to durable peace, then press Hamas to say yes to the ceasefire. This was posted after Hamas said okay to the ceasefire put forward by the UN Security Council. Bro, the American government is trying to do propaganda in the worst possible ways possible. I don't even know, they're not even trying, dude. I don't know what to do in this situation. How do you fucking, the only expected thing right now in order to complete this, media cycle is if Benjamin Netanyahu comes out right now while Blinken is right there and says, no, we're not going to fucking sign the ceasefire. Hamas has publicly declared that they welcome the ceasefire resolution while Israel is refusing to agree to it. Our government has nothing left but lies. Why are they doing this? What is happening? Is there a point where someone will turn around and say, this makes no sense? Hello? Oh, the banned pesticide that harms bees? Oh, it is that. Bee harming neonicotinoid use makes a mockery of ban. Sugar beet farmers are given the green light to use a banned pesticide deadly to bees following a forecast that the virus could sweep through their crops. They did the same thing in 08 and 14. The media was just more complicit. No, I don't think the media was more complicit back then. I think the difference back then, and I remember it, especially the 14 one, and even different incursions beyond 2014, there was no social media directly feeding you the actual the actual situation on the ground. The media nowadays has to play has to basically go on this tightrope and engage in this song and dance to maintain their authoritative voice as an objective voice in news. But they must do so while keeping their other much larger interests in mind, which is how Israel will foresee this coverage and try to do propaganda and whitewash Israel. The problem is there's just so many more people that are paying attention to what Israel is doing, so they can't do it. But they haven't been able to. The issue is that the media hasn't been able to like retriangulate. Our State Department has not been capable of reframing, or I guess, I don't know. Our State Department has been completely incompetent, and the Israeli government has been completely incompetent in dealing with a large majority of the population actually seeing Israel's actions directly and feeling some type of way about it. So they're just going along with the old school methods, the only thing that they do know, which is to just lie, obfuscate, deflect, lie, obfuscate, deflect. That's it. That's literally it. There's nothing that they have. There's nothing they can do in this situation. So they just keep lying, deflecting, and obfuscating. Like, there's no, I can't understand what, like, I can't understand what the motivations will be in this situation beyond just doing what has worked in the past and being so woefully incompetent that you just can't come up with a new solution. I mean, I guess one of the solutions is trying to ban TikTok, but that's going to take some time. They had no idea that Israeli soldiers were willing to post a war crime. No. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. I promise you. The problem is people have direct access to, via social media, people have direct access to the Palestinians. The moment that you start seeing Palestinians as human beings and not mere collateral damage in the cost of war or whatever, that very moment is when things become difficult to deal with. And that's precisely what social media has done. State Department will have only one press briefing next week per schedule leaked to me. Official tells me he can't remember the last time there was only one press briefing in an entire week.
And of course, what separates Israel, the United States, and other democracies when it comes to incredibly difficult situations like this is our respect for international law and, as appropriate, the laws of war. We know that Israel will take all of the precautions that it can, just as we would. And again, that's what separates us from Hamas.
That's so funny. Revolts are born in the back of new media. Embedded journalism led to Vietnam protests. Handheld cameras gave us Rodney King rise. George Floyd with cell phones. Yeah. And cell phones are absolutely playing a vital role in communicating exactly the atrocities that are happening to the Palestinians on a daily fucking basis. Actually, I always wonder how come Israel doesn't cut out the entire internet of Gaza? They do. They have. They are. A big chunk of the work that people have done is like sending eSIMs, electronic SIMs, over to Gazans that take advantage of that and try to use that whenever blackouts occur. I guess like they could shut down the Egyptian internet or the Israeli internet as well. Ask MHUD. Israel literally bans companies from publishing up-to-date satellite and street view imagery from Gaza. And in other times when they've like blown up telecommunications processors inside of Gaza, they've gotten met with a shit ton of criticism. Hamas is destroying their own internet. Yeah, dude. At the top of the hour, you're destroying your chances of trying to get me to read your comments so you can do a fucking shitty ad break segue. But the 3-minute ad break comes regardless. A lot of you think I'm down and out because I'm injured. And a lot of you are wrong. Okay? Because while physically I might not be at my peak, mentally I'm still there. Okay? You can't catch me slipping. At the top of the hour especially. And if you don't want to be caught with your pants down, pissing away in the wind, okay? Then you need to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you get hurt doing the hoops, does it count as a workplace injury? I guess, technically. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm a little worried about this UN resolution because it's the American resolution. And I kind of want to dive into it a little bit more, even though they're still saying, even though Hamas seemingly has accepted the resolution and the country that hasn't is Israel. It's also weird that like the United States of America is also making this seem as though it's not Israel but Hamas that's refusing. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says all governments in the Middle East should press Hamas to say yes to the ceasefire. If you want to alleviate the terrible suffering in Gaza, we saw that earlier. Hamas released a statement welcoming the UN resolution shortly after it passed, and is said to work with mediators to implement it. Some's not adding up. Thomas Greenfield, a few hours ago in the New York Times, the U.S. would work to make sure that Israel agreed to the deal. Same article. Israel's representatives to the UN did not say that Israel had accepted the terms. Thomas Greenfield now. Israel has already accepted this deal. The Biden administration, once again, cannot decide if Israel has agreed to a ceasefire deal or not. Sullivan and Blinken directly contradicted each other on this yesterday. Now the UN ambassador is contradicting it herself. All vibes all the way. Okay, so now what? An hour ago, Hamas welcomes UN Security Council resolution for Gaza ceasefire. They released a statement. Okay. As of literally 3 minutes ago, President Biden has also acknowledged that Hamas is saying that they want a ceasefire. The UN Security Council just adopted a resolution calling on Hamas to accept a deal to establish a ceasefire with the release of hostages. Hamas says it wants to... No, actually, no, I take it back. This is actually a very interesting way to dance around the subject. No, this makes it seem as though this, for the first time ever, recognizes that Hamas wants a ceasefire, but it's actually still making it seem as though this resolution is going to force their hand, but they haven't said yes to it yet. Sorry, I missed some commentary, but just to be clear, if this is now all of a sudden being pushed by for both U.S. and Israel, it's definitely not the same deal Hamas agreed to, right? The problem is it's not being pushed for by Israel. It's being pushed by the United States. So the expectation is it'll be the same thing that Biden talked about, right? The problem with that, though, is that Biden's deal in and of itself had, some key statements that Israel did not like. For example, a ceasefire and a permanent cessation of hostilities in phase 2. Mehdi Hassan has looked into the UNSC Security Council Gaza ceasefire resolution. Article 1 says it's a proposal which Israel accepted, but Article 2b says it will deliver a permanent end to hostilities, which Netanyahu has explicitly refused to agree. So Article 1 is a lie. The cup and ball game goes as such. Israel agrees to a vague ceasefire, which they define as just stage 1 for hostage exchanges, their position for months, while the U.S. has a much broader definition on paper, and rhetorically, they constantly contradict through implication. I come bearing bad news. I'm so sad. What happened? The Haredi parties did not disband the government. I already ran the top of the ad break. The first vote just ended the government's bullshit legislative procedure thing passed, basically meaning there's a good chance the government stays in place for now. Bibi got his people in line. Only Gallant opposed it. Well, I mean, that was just one aspect. But if this had failed, it would have brought it down in a matter of weeks. That was just one aspect. But if this had failed, it would have brought it down in a matter of weeks. Yeah. So it does seem like the UN Security Council proposal is identical to the Brandon proposal, which is part of the reason why Israel is not vociferously saying they're on board with it. I love that this keeps happening over and over again. Like, at this stage, they're going to be like, Israel wants to stop all hostilities while Israel is bombing Gaza. Like, this is such a abject denial of what the fuck is actually happening. It feels to me like claiming that Israel has stopped all hostilities and actually has worked in rebuilding Gaza, while we can see with our own two fucking eyes that Israel is clearly still doing military campaigns in Gaza. It's pretty crazy. It is very odd that the United States of America keeps saying that this ceasefire has gone through, or this ceasefire must go through, and that Hamas are the ones who are not following through on their end of the bargain, when Hamas is the one that's saying, no, they're on board with this. And Israel's the one saying that they're not on board with this. Ay, ay, ay. Great stuff. All the while, more far-right members are elected to the European Parliament.
In the center for a strong Europe.
In Paris, Macron warned that the rise of nationalists and demagogues is a danger to France, Europe, and the world. His gamble that this sudden election...
Which, by the way, Israel is also celebrating. This is Israel's foreign minister, Israel Katz. The Spanish people have punished Sanchez, Castejon, and Yolanda Diaz coalition with a resounding defeat in the elections. It turns out that embracing Hamas murderers and rapists doesn't pay off. That's awesome. Good luck, dude. Yeah. The reason why he's excited about the prospect is because fascists might take over Spanish politics. And considering that the Israeli government is fascist, they feel like they would be totally aligned with the with the incoming government.
President Emmanuel Macron has shocked France by announcing a snap parliamentary election after his alliance suffered a big defeat by the populist right in European Union elections. Mr. Macron said he couldn't ignore the result, and dissolving parliament was an act of trust in the French people. The National Rally Party, led by
But EU right-wingers hate Jews too? Not as much as they hate Muslims. And also, they hate Jews, but they don't mind Israel, or they like Israel, actually. Le Pen herself, coming from a long line of Holocaust deniers, I'm fairly certain is actually pro-Israeli state.
Marine Le Pen is on course to win a record 32% of the vote in the elections for the European Parliament. That's more than double the coalition which supports President Macron. And so he responded by calling the unexpected snap election.
Yes, the far right is both the result of the impoverishment of the French and the downgrading of our country. So, at the end of this day, I cannot act as if nothing had happened. Added to this situation is a fever which has gripped public and parliamentary debate in our country in recent years. A disorder which, I know, worries you, sometimes shocks you, and to which I do not intend to give in. However, today, the challenges that present themselves to us, whether external dangers, climate change and its consequences, or threats to our own cohesion, these challenges require clarity in our debates, ambition for the country and respect for every French person. This is why, after having carried out the consultations provided for in Article 12 of our Constitution, I decided to put back in your hands the choice of our parliamentary future by the vote.
Well, for the French far right, the result is one to celebrate. Here's Marine Le Pen.
The French have spoken, and this historic election shows that when the people vote, the people win. By giving more than 32% to the National Rally, the French have just given us the highest score. All parties combined in 40 years. It's a real emotion to see this beautiful popular force rising up throughout the country.
Well, that was Marine Le Pen and the fallout in France. But elsewhere in Europe, voters snubbed the governing parties of Germany, Spain and Belgium. Results show that overall the centre parties will be the largest bloc in the European Parliament. Here's the President, Roberto Metsola.
In this Parliament, it doesn't work with a government and an opposition. It works with majorities. We can see that the constructive pro-European centre has held, and it is that centre that will be projected to build on the European projects that we need to work with.
Well, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has described the results across the EU as a victory for the centre.
Now, this election has given us two messages. First, there remains a majority in the centre for a strong Europe, and that is crucial for stability. In other words, the centre is holding. But it is also true that the extremes on the left and on the right have gained support. And this is why the result...
The extremes on the left. Oh, my God. On the one hand, you have fascists who want austerity, just like we do as neoliberals. And on the other hand, you have people who want less austerity and better social safety nets, which is terrifying. Who's to say who's the real villain here? It's the left. I believe it's the left as the real villain. It's great stuff.
Result comes with great responsibility for the parties in the centre.
Well, now let's listen to some more reaction from Cantor.
There was certainly an expectation that that Europe would be moving rightwards. And after all, there are a growing number of governments that are in alliance with the far right nationally. And so in many ways, the result that we saw on Sunday was sort of a confirmation of that. Now, I mean, as your previous reporter, as the reporter said, it does look like the center will hold. However, the center of gravity of the European Parliament has most certainly moved rightward.
That was James Cantor, the host of the EU Scream podcast. Well, let's go to our Europe correspondent, Nick Beek, next, who can talk through some of this with us. Nick, it's good to have you. The French newspaper Le Monde is reporting that much of Macron's own camp didn't know he was going to make this decision. How much has this taken the country by surprise?
Good morning, Hassan. Yeah, it's a huge political bombshell in France. President Macron last night doing this TV address, and he said that he simply couldn't ignore the fact that so many people had voted for the far-right party, for the national rally of Marine Le Pen. In fact, they got double the number of votes than his own centrist party. So he says he's calling elections. They'll take place, the first round, just in 3 weeks' time, and he's taking a massive gamble here. Last night, President Macron said that to be French is to write history, not to be governed by it. But it could well be that we find out in less than a month's time he's made an historic, monumental error. Having said that, it could be that he's taking the best possible course of action in the circumstance in which he finds himself, in that the far right have surged in France, and maybe he's thinking that these elections for this place, the European Parliament, don't necessarily.
It's crazy to me. People are calling this a win for the far right. They gained 3 seats out of 720. The Overton window shifted, but this is still a reaffirmation of Europeanism as the far right Eurosceptic parties combined still have less support. I don't think you understand. This is the EU Parliament. This is only one aspect of the problem. The real problem is the domestic policies and the domestic momentum and mobilization of the far right in each of the EU nations, including but not limited to France with Macron versus Le Pen. The National Front is gaining momentum and will most likely, unless the leftist coalition, the Popular Front, the leftist coalition that was formed quickly after this, is capable of winning the election, it's over. This will be another massive EU nation completely falling into the hands of the far right. France and Germany had the worst results, but SWE, IT, poll, etc., the far right sank. Net result EU-wide was not a huge shift. I don't think you understand. France and Germany having the worst results means it's over for EU. France and Germany are EU, especially Germany alone. That's it. There is nothing without France and Germany. The EU does not exist without France and Germany, especially Germany. Okay? They are the two most consequential, most influential, most important countries in the European Union, especially Germany. And no, since the UK left, no, UK was never that consequential for the European Union. Never. The UK already had its own specific trade agreements with the EU and had a level of independence from the European Union. No, the UK is marginal, inconsequential. Germany is the number one nation. The European Union is backed by Germany. Okay? Like Italy, Spain, these countries are important, but nowhere near as important as Germany is, and then France. Germany and France are phenomenally important for the European Union in general. Saying marginal and inconsequential is crazy for the UK. You think the UK is not marginal and ultimately inconsequential for the European Union? Look at the fucking European Union. What has changed for the European Union since Brexit happened? UK Brexiteers are so funny because on the one hand, they wanted to leave because they thought it was like ruining their lives. And on the other hand, they want their exit to be consequential for the European Union when it wasn't.
Translate into votes in the French national election, and maybe there is the will and the capacity to build a coalition to keep out the far right in France, even if they top the polls.
That's really interesting. And picking up on your point about how this would translate in the French national elections, the RN has had a real makeover, hasn't it? So compared to its origin story, how are they generally viewed, and how is Marine Le Pen viewed in France?
Well, certainly the far-right party in France has won the last 3 European elections in terms of the vote in France, so that is not new. I think the extent to which they trounced President Macron's party yesterday was new, and they will certainly be hoping that they're on the crest of a wave here and can consolidate this success in the national elections. Yes, certainly Marine Le Pen has tried to change the image of this party, to detoxify it, as some may say,
Of course, it was her father who, for many people, was seen as the unacceptable face of France. Even though they were picking up votes some 20, 30 years ago, there was always this alliance against them. But in the past couple of years, they've used very savvy marketing and other sort of PR tools at their disposal. They've been big on TikTok. They've got a 28-year-old leader now leading the party, and they seem to be picking up the youth vote, which has been an interesting dynamic. So rather than talk about, as President Macron has, about the stability of Europe and geopolitical matters, and it's clear that he is someone who likes that role that he takes on the global stage. The National Rally have been talking about making lives better for younger people, the cost of living crisis, as they call it, and all that sort of stuff, trying to paint this positive vision of France.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. And if you're interested in more about the results of the European elections, there is plenty more on our BBC News website and app, and we will.
Well, here in Germany, the far-right Alternative for Germany is on course to become the second biggest force in this country. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz's SPD, the Social Democrats, heading for their worst ever national election result. The Greens also saw their vote nearly halved, while the Conservatives retained the biggest share of the vote.
Germany's AfD celebrates their showing in European Parliament elections. The far-right party is projected to take second place ahead of the governing coalition. The AfD campaigned on an EU-skeptic anti-immigration platform. Despite a series of scandals in the run-up to the ballot, support for the party is up from the last elections.
We had a bumpy start to the election campaign and then really caught up in the final spurt. After all the prophecies of doom, after the barrage of the last few weeks, we're the second strongest force. And I'm telling you, the only way is up tonight.
The biggest winners look set to be the center-right Christian Democrats. Currently in Germany's opposition, the CDU said voters have sent the Chancellor a clear message.
This result must really give the federal government pause for thought. It must now correct its policy. A political change is needed in Germany, and I call on the federal chancellor, the Social Democrats, the Greens and the FDP. Things cannot continue as they have been in the past 2.5 years.
The biggest losers of the night, Germany's ruling Social Democrats. The Chancellor's party are facing their worst result in decades. But they're not giving up the fight.
It's a mission for all Democrats, especially if you know the history of social democracy. Then you know that for all of us, and for us at the top of the SPD, such a frustrating result is not a reason to bury our heads in the sand, but to say, now more than ever.
Yeah, let's look at the history of the SPD. Yeah, it's especially problematic when you think about the history of center-right parties and the SPD in the face of the rising tide of fascism in Germany. Yeah. Do you think Germany's going to run it back? I mean, it looks to be like they are running it back currently.
The Greens, who are in a three-way coalition with the SPD, are also facing a major drop in support. The stage has now been set for key regional elections in several German states, where the far right is also expected to make gains.
Our political correspondent.
How much you want to bet that every single fucking neoliberal ass party, no matter what they're called, whether they're called Social Democrats, SPD, Christian Democrats in the center right, doesn't matter, fucking Macron's party, how much you want to bet they're going to fucking turn around and say, well, what is the lesson that we learned from this? What is the lesson that we learned from this? Oh, that's right. We have to be more racist because the racists are gaining momentum. Okay? They're gaining more momentum. So we have to be even more motherfucking racist. We'll just out-racist them. I promise it'll work this time. Okay? It has to.
Matthew Moore, he is at Germany's far-right Alternative for Germany party headquarters here in Berlin. Matthew, I can assume the mood there is maybe the exact opposite of what we're seeing at the Greens. What's it like?
Yeah, Brent, I can't compare, but I will say the mood here is very different. They're in high spirits. They feel really quite pleased with this result, unexpectedly to do better than some polls were suggesting, to do frankly better than some people in the party had thought they would do, given that they kind of really, a bumpy campaign basically. They had a difficult campaign because there was a lot of scandal around leading figures, but they say tonight they're vindicated. Their message to voters, their tough line on migration, their tough line on taking back powers from Brussels, and their tough line, frankly, on the Ukraine war. They basically believe that Germany should stop sending weapons to Ukraine and should really push for diplomacy with Vladimir Putin. And all of that, they say, is vindication for their platform, but also fundamentally they say that it is a judgment on the coalition, and they say that they are the beneficiaries of people being fed up with the coalition parties. And as we say, like, they've done 5% more than they've got 5% more than they had in 2019, and they're feeling really good about themselves. I had a chance to speak to one of the prominent faces of the party, Beatrix von Storck, and I asked her for her assessment, and we can take a listen now.
AfD is a very strong party. We are increasing, even though we had a difficult campaign. Still, we are coming out as number 2. We're stronger than the party of the Chancellor. And I think this is a very strong signal. We have to look closely to the results. I guess that we are in the eastern part of Germany even stronger. What I heard is that we are there number 1 everywhere. So this is also a message. The regional elections are to come in autumn. So we are very pleased.
Matthew, I mean, she obviously is putting a positive spin on this. She has a reason to, if you consider the numbers here. The AfD now looking like the second strongest political force here in Germany, and that type of performance.
How did the East Germany? Wait, what? How did East Germany turn fascist? Was the USSR that bad? Brother, it is not about the USSR that turned East Germany fascist. It's the capitalist shock doctrine that turned East Germany fascist. The fuck do you mean? It's been 30 goddamn years. It's 30 years post-USSR. Yeah, you know what it is? It still must be the USSR that's at play here. Yeah, this is how is that mentality any different than what like Republicans will say when they point to like shit getting fucked up in America and going, this is communism's fault. It's like, when has America ever been even remotely social democratic? You know? Yeah, it's gotta be classic. It's gotta be the USSR.
Despite a series of controversies that have included the AfD not only here in Berlin, but also at the EU level.
There were 2 people who went at the party tonight, Brent, and they were the 2 leading candidates for the AfD, and that's because the main candidate, his aide, was arrested by police on suspicion of spying for China. He then went on to make some pretty controversial remarks about SS soldiers not all SS soldiers being criminal. The second candidate has been accused of taking money from a Russian billionaire who's behind a disinformation campaign aimed to try to spread disinformation about the European Union. And so neither of those people were here, and that was really what dogged the campaign, actually. So they feel really surprised. I mean, there's an element of surprise here in the room. I spoke to someone else who said, you know what, we could have done better had it not been for this scandal. Someone else said, you know what, look, we're just happy we've increased our vote. We will use that, and we'll take that as a platform to build on success, hopefully success at those key state elections in Eastern Germany later this year.
You know, and Matthew, the gains for the AfD, they are in line with what we're seeing in other countries in the EU tonight. Their preliminary numbers coming in as well. But I'm wondering, what does this mean on a national level here, this strong performance by the AfD? How is that going to impact the party on a national level moving forward?
There are a couple of things to remark on here. Those key state elections later this year are going to be a pivotal moment in German history, because we will find out whether the far-right AfD comes out as the top party in potentially 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 elections later this year. That would be a massive watershed moment for Germany. Then you've got national elections next year. And
yeah, jumping the clean Wehrmacht myth straight to the clean Waffen-SS myth is pretty crazy, but expected. These guys, after all, are literally neo-Nazis. So why wouldn't they say things like that?
Basically, if the AfD can continue to build on its success, it kind of negates or it kind of erodes this kind of cordon sanitaire that parties have.
Because of that, not all Nazi SS members were bad comment. Le Pen wanted AFD out of their group in the EU Parliament. Yeah, it's real fascist infighting, folks.
Around the AFD, and also it means more money for the party. They can build on that and they can get their message to younger voters. We've seen tonight that they are the second top favourite party among 16 to 24-year-olds in Germany, and that's because of their profound success on TikTok. And ultimately what they're doing is they're going straight to the users, straight to the voters. They're cutting, a lot of the time they're cutting out the media with their message, and it's proving successful. At least tonight we've seen that they've managed to build on their vote from last time around. So
I think this is so reductive. It's making it seem like, oh, it's because they have like a younger face and they're on TikTok and that's the reason. It's like, bro, that's not the only reason. The other glaringly obvious reason for anyone paying attention is the dire economic circumstances for the younger generations, with center-right parties being in power for their entire fucking lives. Every single European country has seen material conditions worsen and economic prospects get worse and worse. Economic futures become more uncertain in their lifetime. This happened in America as well. And it's always austerity. Yok ben yemeyeceğim. Ne yapayım anne? Peki. Elise Weidel is a lesbian mom who opposes gay marriage. Beatrix von Stroh is a Catholic fundamentalist funded by medievalist monarchist groups. Björn Höcke is a Nazi. This is the AFD's leadership for you. Worst results for the SPD since before World War II. Best results for the NSDAP since the end of World War II. It's so Jover. This is precisely the reason why I say this shit is terrifying. Because Germany and France are the two most consequential countries for the European Union's future, for the European Union's existence. So fascism gaining momentum and prominence in Germany and France is infinitely more important than fucking Poland, Portugal, fuck it, Spain, Nordic nations combined. Okay?
Very much like feeling optimistic here in the AFD, this party tonight, especially about their chances with those state elections in later this year. But fundamentally, their eye is on the national elections next year, and they feel like they've got a gust of wind in their sails after tonight's result.
All right, DW's Matthew Moore at party headquarters for the Alternative for Germany Party, the AFD, here in Berlin. Matthew, thank you.
Someone in the chat said Poland is less right. Bro, you are smoking. No, Poland has become less right-wing, but that's because Poland was like Hitlerian in its politics. So technically, they're not as Hitlerian. Their direction has been more and more to the center now. That is true. It's just that the starting point was Hitler. So it's a little, not saying much, I guess. France is not nearly as important as you make them out to be. Yes, it is. France is not nearly as important as you make them out to be. Yes, it is. What are you talking about? France is populous, is massive, has nukes. What the fuck? Germany, in and of itself, is basically the entirety of the EU. It's the German engine. The German industrial power is the engine that drives the European economy. But France is second most important. Who do you think did more damage to Europe, Bush or the Marshall Plan? No, it's the Marshall Plan, 100%. Because the Marshall Plan basically masqueraded as like a way to rebuild Europe, while just simply solidified fascists in power as a bulwark against socialism, the scary socialism. Germany was supposed to be the horse. France was supposed to be the carriage. Beatrix von Storch's grandfather was Reich's finance minister during Hitler's rule. Nice. This is terrifying shit, bro. I love that, like, the most consequential part in the eyes of centrists is AFD's opinion on Russia.
The start of 2024, it's been one political scandal after another for the far-right Alternative for Germany and its party leadership. One thing in particular seems to be tripping up the AFD: its affinity for Russia and President Vladimir Putin's government. In focus is Maximilian Krah. He's the AFD's top candidate for the European elections in June. But the AFD's leadership has banned him from making any more public campaign appearances. Why? Krah has hit the headlines over multiple scandals lately. In a recent newspaper interview, he commented that not all members of the SS were criminals. Under Adolf Hitler, the SS paramilitary organization was significantly involved in the murder of 6 million Jews and other groups targeted by the Nazis.
Bro, Germany had one fucking law, which is that you specifically can't say this. Okay? Like, that's pretty much the most important and most consequential, most significant law that Germany has that deviates away from, like, all these other fucking countries. Why isn't he in jail? Like, I don't get it. I thought this was a law. Like, any kind of Nazi adjacent, any kind of sentiment demonstrating, like, some support for Nazis is just not allowed. I don't get it.
Krah's comments led to accusations that he was minimizing the Holocaust. At the same time, public prosecutors in Krah's home state of Saxony have opened preliminary investigations against him over allegations that he accepted illegal payments from Russia and China.
If you believe that this is the end of my candidacy, then I have to disappoint you. I am the lead candidate.
It gets worse for the AfD. The party's number 2 candidate in the European election campaign is suspected of corruption. Member of the German Bundestag, Peter Bustron. And again, there's a connection with Russia. Investigators searched Bustron's office and apartment over suspected links to a Kremlin campaign to spread pro-Russian disinformation. It was allegedly orchestrated by Putin confidant and oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk, seen here in the center. On the left, Maximilian Krah, who was also in touch with Medvedchuk. The oligarch is said to have bribed European politicians with hundreds of thousands of euros. Following the accusations against him, Piotr Bustron is now no longer campaigning for the AfD. The Alternative for Germany...
Bro, this is crazy. It's like, that's a bigger fucking burden for the AfD. That has been a more consequential burden for the AfD than the Nazi thing. They should both be consequential. I'm losing my fucking mind. Like, all of this breathless reporting for a 15.9% vote share, bro, bro, you cannot undermine the rising tide of fascism in Germany. Come on. We are not 100 years even removed from it. That's crazy. It has not even been a century yet. It has not been a century since the last time this happened. And people were like, well, they're in second place. It's fine. No, man, I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, nah, this is not that scary. It's fine. That's crazy. I once again must repeat, we are not 100 years removed from this exact same thing happening. It's literally 90 years ago. Okay. And it's especially scary. It's especially scary and especially consequential because it is happening in a post-Holocaust world. It is happening in a post-Nazi Germany defeat world. So, like, there is a direct example that you can point to and be like, yo, the last time this shit happened, things did not go well. Okay? Oh, yeah. There are still people alive that fought the Nazis? Exactly. Yeah, this is different. Surely the Nazis didn't win in democratic elections. Yeah, surely. Surely there was no liberal capitulations to the Nazi party. Fuck. You also have to factor in the momentum of the AfD and the momentum of Le Pen too in France. Like, their growth has been relatively fast. The speed and momentum in which they have, like, actively become a power player is making things even more terrifying. While you also simultaneously have to recognize that there are already allies to their cause in positions of power in other European nations, whether it be Viktor Orban in Hungary or Meloni in Italy or Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. Like, you have people in Europe in positions of power right now. You have the Tories in the UK, which is not EU, but still European. Like Nigel Farage, the Tories, like all of these fucking these right-wing or far-right parties are getting more prominence every single fucking day. Meloni is not the granddaughter of Mussolini, but Mussolini's granddaughter is in Meloni's party. Meloni was just a fascist and is still a fascist.
He seems to have lost control of the scandals. The party has been cultivating a closeness to Russia and the Putin regime for years. That's a common theme among Germany's far right, including for Björn Höcke, one of the AfD's most prominent voices. Höcke leads the party in the state of Thuringia, where he wants to become Germany's first AfD state premier. Höcke is among the AfD's most extreme politicians. He rejects globalization, diversity, and LGBTQ+ rights. Like many in his party, he sees Russia as an ally in the fight against progressive politics, often derided as wokeness. In Russia, Putin is cracking down on liberal social groups, such as the LGBTQ+ movement.
Whether you want to hear it in the mainstream media or not, today Russia is not only a country which prompts negative associations, but also one that some people hope could be a champion for a world of free and sovereign states without hegemonic influence.
Why does the AfD draw hope from authoritarian Russia? One factor is their common enemy, the liberal West, says German historian Gerd Köhnen.
Russia seemed and still seems to be the antithesis to an overpowering Western world, which doesn't align with many of our traditional German values.
Oh, there's plenty of traditional German values that are aligned with fucking There's a lot of traditional German values that modern day Russia is perfectly aligned with. Okay? I would say most of the traditional German values that the rest of the world knows, the forward facing ones. Modern day Russia is very much aligned. Oh yeah. They're like, we love that shit. We invented our version of it, actually.
That's something Putin can use to his advantage.
But ideological proximity to Putin is increasingly becoming a burden for the AfD. One reason for that is Russia's war in Ukraine. Officially, the AfD is against the war, but its politicians repeatedly play down Russia's role as the aggressor. Instead, they repeat narratives from Russian propaganda.
We must never forget, the war in Ukraine is above all in Washington's interests.
Hamburg AfD politician.
I think a lot of people forget that, this is also populism, as in, this is a relatively successful method of gaining more people onto your side. It's also backed by, obviously, Russian influence, Russian money, and beyond that, it's a perfect way to add to your arsenal. If you're a German politician, let's say, and or rather, you're a German person and you're seeing your energy prices go up, and some German politicians are like, "Why the fuck are we giving so much money to Ukraine? Why are we doing this? Oh, it's because of America." And meanwhile, we're fighting against the energy provider for us. Well, that fucking sucks. What I mean is, and this isn't to say that Russia is in the right here. They're not. What I'm trying to say is that they can use this as a populist message, even if people don't care about the right-wing aspect, even if people do not care about the actual, invasion, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, even if people don't care about the Russian positions. This is a successful strategy of being we are the only alternative that will actually look for peace. They just use, they basically use leftist language in that regard.
Olga Peterson has even gone as far as praising Putin's re-election as free and fair. That election took place without Putin's harshest critic, Alexei Navalny. After years of political persecution, he died in unexplained circumstances in a Russian prison camp. He had survived a poisoning and numerous trials.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
And what does AfD top candidate Maximilian Krah think of Navalny? In 2021, when Navalny survived being poisoned, Krah called him a white-collar criminal and a racist.
There's nothing funnier than this guy fucking calling another guy racist. Says you, motherfucker. What do you mean? He's not wrong, but okay, who cares? Bro, are you kidding me? You think that guy gives a shit about anti-Muslim sentiment? Are you kidding me? Bro, we're talking about the fucking AFT, dog. Let me tell you something, okay? If he actually thought Navalny was with it, he would be defending him. Yeah, maybe he was glazing and we misunderstood. He's like, this guy, you know, I reluctantly must admit that he has all the right ideas about Muslims. Ay. AFD does care a lot about anti-Muslim sentiment. They love it. Exactly.
He is treading a fine line with its closeness to Russia. On the one hand, it wants to score points and win votes in Germany. It claims to be an anti-war, pro-peace party. But amid the many scandals, the party is losing its most important partners in the European Parliament, like France's Marine Le Pen and her National Rally Party, for example. She no longer wants to form a coalition with the AfD in the EU Parliament. The AfD seems too extreme even for other right-wing extremists.
It's good that like everyone's pro-Israel though, you know what I mean?
In Europe.
Yeah, man, would you know it? There's a little bit of fascist infighting happening. All right, let's get to some funny shit. Okay, well, we talked about Le Pen. Who said that Germany's reunified? This is yesterday's electoral map with West Germany black, the color of Christian Democrats. East Germany blue, the color of the quasi-fascist AfD. The result of 20 years of social democratic green austerity and Die Linke's taming. Quasi-fascist, disappointing that you're falling for propaganda on us. AfD wants peace in Ukraine, which has caused them to be labeled fascist. No, that's not the reason that they've been labeled fascist. They've been labeled fascist because they're fascists. And it's not like they're hiding it. Like, if Germany didn't have such anti-free speech rules, okay, against that sort of thing, they would just be flying the swastika. The only reason why they can't say that they're fascists is because they'll go to jail. And as we found out, some of them do say that they're fascists and still don't go to jail. Ay. A lot of the founding members of the AfD literally left the party because they were getting too extreme right-wing for the right-wingers. Love that these guys would be like, no, AfD isn't fascist, but the Nazis were definitely socialist. Sharp intake of breath. First poll taken after Macron called snap elections with seat projections. Hung parliament majority threshold 289 out of 577 seats. Big gains for Le Pen's RN, but not majority. Big losses for Macron's Central Alliance Ensemble. Okay, very good. It's great. We're cooked. Turn BMW and Mercedes back into a spoon manufacturer. Great times ahead. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. Things are definitely looking good. It's also much better that there is no socialist alternative. Like, at least there was a counterbalance back in the day with the USSR and like trade unionist movements, socialist movements in general. And yet now there is no fucking counterbalance at all. You have like China, but not really. Barely. What? Argentine President Javier Milei today had a criminal complaint filed against him alleging possession of child pornography and Wait, what? No way. That seems too good to be true, big dog. What is this? As a right-wing person, I can say that Europe took a massive W. Yeah, dude. Remember last time that happened, dude. Far-right recruits by telling disaffected people, look, see how everyone's talking about us? We are powerful. Join us and you can be powerful too. I think the media solely focusing on far-right election contributes to their recruiting. People think they're winners and a lot of people join parties because they're the winners. No, dude. You're close, but you're wrong. The far-right recruits by telling disaffected people, not by saying, look, they're afraid of us because we're powerful. They get disaffected people to join because they go, look, no one addresses your material conditions. I do. You want to know how we fix the problem? We purge the brown people. We kick them out of the country. They're different. They're weird. They don't speak your language. They don't understand your culture. Let me rebuild a sense of superiority. Is it illegal to be right-wing? No, but it is illegal to not be subscribed at the top of the hour because you will see a 3-minute ad break. Look how scary the Browns are. They're Muslim. They don't understand our superior way of life, our existence. They're ruining the country. They're ruining the country with their food. They're ruining the country with their music. They're ruining the country with the crime that they do. And it's a rinse and repeat strategy everywhere around the world where right-wing sentiment thrives. So that is precisely the situation. Did you see the heel mic situation? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in a second. Heel mic and fucking, whatchamacallit. It's not just the heel mic. It's John Zerka as well. We're going to get to that in a second. All of those fucking impression farmers that literally got the bag from Kick are currently shitting on Kick streamers. I'm kind of surprised by it because they literally spent a long ass time literally covering this shit and in some instances getting money for covering this shit as far as I know. But before we get to that, let's continue. New racist TikToker just dropped. Wait, what is this?
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke ass niggas.
What?
And they don't care. We don't give a fuck about your money. I couldn't care less about your fucking money, okay? Everybody I know who's married.
Bro, what? Bruh. What? She doubled down in the comments? Wait, what? What the fuck? What's happening? What's going on? She will say she is 1% black. What? Her doubling down? Married to who? You heard me? What the hell? I said what I said? Bro, what is going on? What the fuck is going on? What?
All those nerds in high school, like the weird theater kids and the anime people and you know who I'm talking about, the people we didn't hang out with. So they've grown up now and they're the ones making the laws. They're the Mark Zuckerbergs. They're the Faucis of the world of fucking nerds. Those fucking dorks that never got laid in high school and they got a major chip on their shoulder against the normies. That's why you see all these fat ass fucks making laws. Oh, you can be obese and anorexic. Okay, sure. They're the ones inventing clown world. They're the ones in media. They're the actors. You wonder why actors are so politically leftist? So all those...
Yeah, that's just a grift. I know what's going on here. She's just saying those words specifically to be like the next pick me for the right, the next darling of the right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'm glad that there are intellectuals out there defending her right to be able to say this, though, because she's saying it without hatred. You know what I mean? Remember, this was literally a point of discourse on Twitch. I wonder if XQC has the same energy for her, too. It's not like, who the fuck defends this? What do you mean? Key, large content creators only a fucking month ago, directed by smaller content creators who's made it their lives mission to fucking have white people be able to say the N-word, were straight up defending this on principle. Like, oh, racist TikTok influencer daughter or gay son? Gay son, easy. Large guy you're talking about fell off harder than they imagine you would in their wet dreams. Dude, everything I've said, every prediction I've made in the sphere of content creation has unfortunately come true. Whether it be going back to like 2016 era like culture war shit, which I was correct on, or how like this would give rise to like this idiotic style of commentary from white people about how, you know, white people should be able to say it. If black people can say it, why can't white people say it? This kind of rage bait shit. White people should be able to say it. If black people can say it, why can't white people say it? This kind of rage bait shit. Hassan being vindicated. Pre-watch Piker strikes again. No, it's just, I mean, here, while we're posting my I told you so moments, here, let's go to another glaringly obvious moment. How's your wrist? It's terrible. Gab.com, remove square brackets. Why the fuck would I go to Gab.com? What are you, stupid? But Hassan has said some stuff too. The brain of a fucking Nazi, dude. Yeah, I have a Gab account. Good stuff, man. Good bait, brother. You did it. Gab is a neo-Nazi website that is, unfortunately for them, not doing great because all the Nazis went back on Twitter. Yeah. Speaking of Gab, though, I saw what was happening on Gab, just like I saw that at the top of the hour ahead of time, that there would be a 3-minute ad break, and I told you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Here's another I told you so moment from me. Kick has permanently banned both streamers Heel Mike and John Zerga following a series of controversial events over the past year. The decision, I've been told, is irreversible. Okay? What was the controversial events of the past year? They solicited sex from a minor on camera. I can't stress this enough. The controversy is that they solicited sex from a 16-year-old on camera on a live stream. King Henry IV, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. If only there was someone who warned everyone that a live streaming platform that advertises lack of terms of service will be filled to the brim with pedos and Nazis. That's not a controversy. That's a crime. Am I thinking of somebody else, or were you going to interview Jerka in London? No, Zerker is a different content creator than John Zerka. I was never going to interview John Zerka. He wishes I would interview him. Are you kidding me? For years and years, he's been going fucking crazy trying to get my attention. And his like ascetic fan base that has gotten smaller and smaller over the years has consistently tried to get my attention.
Looking out for you. We don't like teenage girls. I do. So leave. I love them. I love them. So get the fuck out of here, faggot. I love them. So go leave. You fucking queer retard losers. Are you kidding? Pathetic. Mike.
Damn, dude. Another friend of Destiny's outed, not this guy, but John Zerga outed as a pedophile. That's crazy. That's wild. It just keeps happening all the time, over and over again. Weird. In news about another Kick streamer, an Israeli settler just cussed out D on camera in Hebrew, shouting repeatedly, "Why are you filming me, you son of a whore, you F-word who takes it in the ass while wearing a French shirt?" Yes, just as ridiculous as it sounds. That's funny. Yeah. The one on the left was first banned on Kick for a day for getting a blowjob on camera. Like literally. Hopefully from an adult that time. A question I guess I would ask Nick Merckx, who's a prominent Kick streamer now, would be, I remember a time when he talked about how he wanted to protect his children from the influence of queer people, you know, LGBT influences. If he is so predisposed with the protection of children, I wonder how he feels about the website that he's on and some of the more prominent content creators on the website that he's on, some of his colleagues.
I only speak English, sorry. I don't speak any. We're tourists.
What does he want?
The fuck is this? Average day in Israel. This might be asking too much, but can you add an emote to heterosexuality? Why can't straight people also have their moments? It's funny. Anyway, not the best moment. He yells at him, "Why are you filming me?" And then says a bunch of slurs rapid fire, which I cannot repeat. I mean, sharmuta is Arabic. Sharmuta is Arabic for son of a whore, right? I know that. I recognize that. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. He was actually set up. Did you see his Twitter page, Heel Mike? Yeah, dude. He was set up by another... he was set up when he said he likes to fuck teenagers and that you're an F slur for shitting on him for wanting to fuck teenagers. He says benzona, which means son of a whore in Hebrew, and sharmuta, which is considered way worse in Israel. He also says some homophobic shit. Nice. 34 MKD50 with another 50 big ones. I can't find the clip, but he said he knew she was underage and didn't care. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he flexed after the fact too, right? He posted a photo with the girl in the bed. Yeah, I don't want to show you the photo because it's technically a sleeping 16-year-old in bed with Heel Mike, but it's him going, "Zero regrets, good night." Ooh, this is coming from a content creator whose community motto is peace and love. Reminder, most of these creators don't mean anything in these words. Fake positivity to hide the hatred they have for marginalized groups in the space. Nothing fake about it. These are interesting times. That flag doesn't mean what it used to. Live and let live is all cool until you're pushing dangerous ideologies on the children and forcing them down people's throats in the workplace. Wake up. That's nice, man. All right. Things are going great. Like I said, throughout my political commentary career, I have been right just too early in many instances, in many respects. I was set up. There's a clip of the girl saying she's 16 and Mike and Zerga ignoring it. Yeah, I'm never wrong, just early. That's the problem. You've ended up right on all the worst things, though. Yeah, it don't matter. It's not my fucking fault. You said, Ice Poseidon called you a liar, by the way. Oh, shit, dude. That's crazy. Oh, well. Ice Poseidon mentioned in 2024. That's wild, man. Have fun with that. It's over for me. Why is Trey back on Twitch? I don't know. Maybe the platform ain't doing too well. Who knows? I can't fucking predict that we'll have nice things if bad things are only happening. What do you want me to say? It's not like I'm wishing them into existence. I know you're not talking about this right now, and it's a lot to cover, but this happened after this seemingly corrupt judge put Thug's lawyer Brian Steele in contempt and took him into custody. Yeah, I saw this shit. They're claiming that Young Thug's lawyer specifically. Anyway, we'll get to that in a second. Libs are going as far as defending Gamergate now. Wait, what?
That the progressive fringe. I used to think you were completely full of shit when you talked about cancel culture. Now they've run this playbook on me. The fact that the progressive fringe is now standing with the literal fucking terrorists? Like, what the hell are we thinking? Look at what we're doing with the trans children debate. What is the progressive left's answer to any parent that has a question on any of that? It is shut the fuck up. We've got to move back to science and back to reality. People perceive progressives as assholes. A decade ago during Gamergate, people thought the white male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter, it's terrorist sympathizer Twitter. It's us.
That's Brianna Pooh. That's awesome. Bro, I'm so glad that I didn't fall for the Gamergate shit, but still knew Wu was trash. I mean, I don't know anything about her fucking Gamergate days, but I learned about everything I learned about her. I learned against my wishes. Okay, trouble brewing, folks. Brianna Wu owns 5 Porsches and you only own 1. Well, L for me, I guess. AC Shadow's gameplay looks exactly like Ghost of Tsushima. Love that. Ay, ay, ay. This is how you shoot. Let me explain something to you. What? That is not how I shoot. Fuck you. It's just the why I left the left part infinity from yet another person who was never on the left. I know. How are you going to say that's how I shoot when Ludwig is standing right here? You know? That's crazy. Also, yeah, I wish I had that accuracy, actually. We got Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater as well. Oh, this was funny. I still haven't been able to get to the John Feder bitch take. Oh, this is pretty funny. Hold on. There's no way this is not sarcastic, right? Or ironic, right? I mean, Asmongold watched the Xbox showcase yesterday, and at the MGS Delta trailer, he said, I just hope they won't make it political, man. He's being fucking funny, right?
I just hope I just hope they don't remake it and make it political, you know?
There ain't no fucking way, dude. Come on, brother. There ain't no way, bro. What? Metal Gear Solid. Like, listen, Call of Duty is political, obviously. But like maybe to the gamer mind, they don't understand it. But Metal Gear Solid literally is just like, hello, this is politics. Okay? He's got to be joking. He's got to be farming. There is no fucking shot. I think he is saying it as a joke, but his frothing 37-year-old off-tank wow fuck chatters will be like, yup. Yeah, there's no fucking shot that he's being serious. Don't get worked up by a clip, Hasan. You get cooked all time by clips. Wait, what? No, I'm not getting worked up off of a clip. You're getting baited, I'm not getting baited. If I was getting baited, I would say, oh, I can't believe he doesn't recognize that this is political. I'm literally saying that I don't believe that he meant this with all sincerity. Okay? Why are you guys saying you're getting baited? Chat, you're doing the same thing that you fucking criticize all the goddamn time when other chatters do it. Chatters will be coming in here and being like, oh, classic Hasan, you fucking idiot. I bet you're, I bet you believe in so-and-so when I'm like specifically speaking out against that thing that they think I'm saying without listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I watched the motherfucking Asmongold clip and my first thought was there's no way he's being serious. Anyway, for the record, there is no fucking video game that is more political, capital P, than Metal Gear Solid. Okay? I can't speak for his chat on whether they think that Metal Gear Solid is gonna be political potentially, as in like there will be women in it or some shit. But Metal Gear Solid is the most political game. What is the political message in Metal Gear Solid? Never played it. Capitalist warmongers will create private military corporations that will take over the world by storm, and endless war will occur as a consequence of natural resource extraction from the global south. Nukes are bad and they will ruin the planet, and that we are headed down a bad path with both AI and with robots, with automation, AI, and robots being incorporated to the fucking global warfare economy. You know, that's not political, that's reality. Well, yeah. MGS's political stance is anti-capitalist radical centrism. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say that. Yes, but all they see is clicking heads. You don't even click heads that much in MGS. So MGS is all about hiding in a fucking orange box. Okay. Yeah. Also, Hideo Kojima is a big lover of Che Guevara specifically. The content creation of a new weapon always creates divisions. National divisions are a way to separate us. Like how can you be this dense? Nah, bro, it's just Sneaky Man goes and blows stuff up and hide in a box. Yeah. All the big boss games are critiques of U.S. foreign policy, whereas all the Solid Snake games are warnings about U.S. domestic politics. Yeah, I'm excited for Black Myth Wukong from a game about Chinese mythology, which I think a lot of Chinese mythology also informs some Japanese mythology as well. So like all the anime lovers will most likely see a lot of familiar characters and whatnot. So it's going to be awesome. I don't want to ruin your mood, but I don't think Konami will be able to deliver at all. They haven't made a game for a minute. I know, but it doesn't matter. Wukong ripped off Dragon Ball? That's insane. I mean, listen, I'm a fucking dirty weeb, but that's insane to say, bro. Good one, though. I think you mean the other way around, I suspect. Okay, there's a bunch of cool shit. This is War in Chiapas official trailer that someone wanted me to watch. There's a couple of these that I'll watch. Okay, this is 2D. Yeah, won't be playing that. Come on now. Moving on. Assassin's Creed Shadows extended gameplay. I really want this to be good.
Peace and war.
I gotta pee.
Benevolence and cruelty. I tread my own path in this divided land. Fukujiyama. At last. The fields are busy. A big harvest requires many hands. And merchant looks uneasy.
I will not tolerate this disrespect. No, please.
Well, you are a friendly beast, are you not?
Samurai sir, this way, I beg you. Hurry, sir, please.
Right behind you, little one.
Oh, Baba, I brought someone.
Ikimaru, I wonder where you went. Ah, a samurai. One that does not hail from these lands.
I am a stranger, yes. But you have nothing to fear from me.
Ha! I have enough to fear from the men of
This looks fire so far.
They abuse their power, taxing us again and again, leaving us only scraps. I bet they are in the market now, along the main road. A stranger might make good merit, ridding a village of a threat like these men.
Is that so? Then I shall see it done. For this life, if not the next.
The Sengoku Edo era in Japan is getting very tiring. You're wrong. This looks fucking phenomenal.
You miserable wretch!
More division among the people here. More corruption. Such beauty, shadowed by suffering.
I don't like that.
What is happening here?
I mean, I like that the user interface looks a little bit better.
I told you, keep walking.
Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Well, let's see. Damn, he just came in murking him. Damn, he just came in murking him.
Make your peace.
Thank you.
There's another. Up the road toward the castle. A corrupt samurai named Fujioka.
Protector, persecutor. Greed cannot rule this village. Not while I have breath in my lungs and a blade in my hand.
I said kill him.
Damn, bro, that's a hired hand.
With your blood.
You will have to spill it first.
Who do you think you are?
For the people, I am justice. I was going to handle that.
Too slow. What did you find?
The samurai has been stealing from the villagers. He has been starving the people here for some time.
So now we know who he worked for.
A daimyo in Fukuyama Castle.
We should go.
Not before we send our allies to look
This is getting more political by the moment.
for him. He'll be difficult to find.
The daimyo. He's there.
Who will take the lead?
We can sneak in.
Or charge through the front gate.
Controversial opinion. I don't like these two character style games where you can like swap between. I don't know. I'd rather have a fully fleshed out like singular character on guardrails and have like linear progression and all of that rather than two different game styles. Grand Theft Auto 5 doesn't count. Grand Theft Auto 5 is just for the narrative, and same with Yakuza. It doesn't dramatically change the play style. I guess like The Last of Us kind of did that too. I'm thinking of the other like samurai game that came out that I played that wasn't that good. That's probably what it is.
It's almost dark. No one will see me coming.
They will not stand a chance. But be careful in there.
Don't worry. I won't be alone. It'll be me and the shadows.
In the shadows. To serve the light.
I'll go straight for the daimyo. When fighting a snake, why wrestle the body when you can slice off the head?
Yakuza 0? No, Yakuza 0 is in the same camp as Grand Theft Auto, where like different characters do not dramatically change the gameplay at all, and the game is not about like fighting in a meaningful capacity. That's the reason why I didn't have an issue with Yakuza being turn-based either. The reason why I didn't have an issue with Yakuza being turn-based as opposed to like the normal fighting game that it used to be is because the major reason why I play Yakuza is because of the fun side missions and the story in and of itself. Same with Grand Theft Auto, I would say. There's a lot of fun shit you can do in these games, of course. But I would say that the different characters show different perspectives and different parts of the story, both in Yakuza and Grand Theft Auto.
You're mine now, Snake.
Who did that?
I would cheese this. I will cheese this so much.
He'll dig himself a trench with those nightly footsteps. That or a grave.
A grave, huh?
Damn, she's cooking the fucking workers too.
He's coming. I need to hide.
Well, he's gonna see the dead body, isn't he?
Useless, all of you. First, Fujioka dies in the street at the hands of some stranger. Then you serve me scalding tea. Besides ruining its delicate flavor, I nearly lose my tongue for business.
Fujioka must have been the samurai Yasuke took out. Good riddance. A daimyo like that deserves a slower death than the one I'm about to give him.
What the fuck? Oh, she has the fucking...
Old Hayashi has been assassinated. Kill her! Let's get her!
God damn. Whooping their ass.
I've shed all the blood I need. Time to go.
I don't trust Ubisoft to make well-developed games anymore. I've had way too many bad experiences with the blatant lack of polish in their games at launch. I mean, yeah.
To being allies then.
We'll see. That's certainly a valid take, though. I won't fucking hate on you for that. All right, let's look at Perfect Dark gameplay reveal. A lot of gameplay reveals have occurred.
Of a radioactive device. Stop Carrington's attack at all.
It does look really good, though. I'll be honest, but I think that might be my weebness playing a role.
All costs. Good luck, Agent.
I always knew I had an instinct. I could see the world differently. I thought it would be like any other mission.
What the fuck is this?
I was wrong.
Welcome to Garden City, where it's a pleasant 23 degrees all day, every day.
How far to
I
his
don't think
last
I
known
ever played this
location?
game.
Local forces are also tracking his whereabouts.
Is this an old game? When you look at Ubisoft games, do not look at Ubisoft. You need to look at the dev team behind the game. This is made by the Odyssey team, who have not made any misses. Ubisoft is a company composed of many different dev teams, and some of them are trash. N64. Oh, okay. I don't think I ever played this.
You need to find him before they do.
I'll have to improvise.
Voice print.
Is that Arabic?
What readings are you getting?
We are getting odd readings from your monitor. Can you confirm?
I'm looking at the screen right now.
Our intel places Kitten on the second.
When the life we think we know turns out to be a lie, there's only one way forward. Find the truth. Scan's clear. I'm going in blind. Carrington! Damn it! Analyze. What am I looking at here?
Carrington appears to be targeting a research facility. If he attacks it, the casualties could be astronomical.
Agent Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. I could use someone with your skills.
I had to lose everything.
This looks pretty good.
Before I could see what this world was really hiding.
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
Are you all seeing this?
Once you open this door, there's no going back.
Stalker 2. Okay, let's do Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Either. I can't believe you're falling for this woke garbage, Lamau. I love woke garbage.
Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino-Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. Your codename for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. The clock is ticking. This straight up is one of the greatest games of all time ever created, especially the time that it was created. Metal Gear Solid 3 was literally one of the best games of all time. Still to this day is one of the best games of all time. No question. It's so funny that they had to literally not only beg, but also threaten Hideo Kojima with mass suicides if he didn't release another Metal Gear Solid game. And basically clawed, after 2, clawed the third one out of him and the fourth one, only to finally fucking end the relationship between Konami and Kojima after the fifth one was released as a half game. Then Metal Gear Solid 4 happened. I am not of this mindset that Metal Gear Solid 4 is... Damn, you scared her, bro. I am not of this mindset that Metal Gear Solid 4 was bad. I don't think it was bad. I don't even think 5 was bad. I think 5 was incomplete. Metal Gear Solid 4 is also a good game. All of these games are good. Hideo Kojima has never missed. Fuck it. Even with Death Stranding. Just misunderstood. Okay, Death Stranding could have been better, but... be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
I have to find my own weapons and equipment.
Ocelot's the real go to this, though. I mean, of this franchise, everybody knows this. Have you tried out Splinter Cell? Are you kidding me? I'm 33 years old. Of course I played Splinter Cell.
Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army. Freeze.
It looks so pretty. It looks so pretty. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. It looks so pretty. And David Hayter seemingly is back as well, which is the true voice actor for Solid Snake. Okay, David Hayter is the OG. The audio they're using is seemingly the same too. They are reusing the old audio. Why fix something that isn't broken? Why fix something that ain't broken? The audio in general, like This is where Metal Gear Solid 2 was the first time I realized how important sound editing is. The soldiers moving, like you hear their guns like brush up against like their belt, the metal tingling, the footsteps, all of it is incredibly important. Incredibly important. Is there any nuance to this, or is it just killing commies? Metal Gear Solid 3 is not just killing commies. What are you talking about? Metal Gear Solid 3 is the opposite of what you think it is. If you think it's just killing commies, this game will not be good. I don't want to hear from fucking haters. This is a certified lock. I will be playing this even if there's like 2K people watching me play this. This is like, you know how there's certain games that I play unconditionally into the ground and complete on stream no matter what happens because I have undying loyalty to them? This is one of those games. This will be another Cyberpunk style situation. I don't give a fuck how little people are interested in it. I will absolutely play this game. I will not be playing this game off stream. I will be playing this game on stream. There's no way I do not. I don't care until I see some Ocelot gun flips.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Elden Ring DLC is another one of those as well. I've heard a lot of good things about this game as well. Phantom Blade Zero, which also looks good. You're blinded by nostalgia. You're insane, dude. Metal Gear Solid 3 is one of the greatest games of all time. I'm not blinded by nostalgia. It is so fucking good.
Days do I have left? 42.
Faceless is here!
Don't go up there. Turn back before it's too late.
Whoa. Bro, this literally just looks like Sekiro. This looks like Sekiro 2. More Sekiro. This looks like if Sekiro was going to go to China. In the end of Sekiro, if you remember, there's like a possibility of him going to China. This is it. This is Sekiro in China. Price Breaker Simulator again. Okay, but that's not a problem if it's done right. If the gameplay mechanics are able to basically carbon copy from Software's fight mechanics, then it's solid. Animations so far make it seem like it will be smooth. Thank you for letting us know you'll be gaming because I definitely... Good, let me know. I won't be watching. Dude, you'll be watching the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour after I fucking ban you for this stupid ass debate that you thought you could pull off on me as a 30-month subscriber. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, don't be like iCheeps and give me a fucking bad debate and then cause yourself to get banned at the top of the hour so you can't fucking subscribe again. No, this person is baiting. There's no way. He's just baiting. Typical baiter. Added this to his mod comments just for when he actually does get banned. Yeah, good. Dude, this is the gamer renaissance, dude. Many things are happening in the world, in the sphere of gaming. Many of it good.
Good evening.
Oh, dude, yeah. I'll look at COD 6 as well, obviously. Political. This looks incredible. No notes. It looks incredible. Straight up. All right, let's look at Black Ops 6 gameplay reveal trailer. Escaping prison co-op. The fuck? Oh, okay.
The Soviet Union is no more. Despite a potential for instability and chaos, these events clearly serve our national interest, free from the specter of global conflict.
Today we celebrate the mystery of American renewal.
Come on, bro. You really gonna hit me with that? Oh my god. This is like tickling every one of my fucking boomer millennial sensibilities with the fire starter. Oh.
Something's going on. Something big.
I'm a fire starter. Terrific fire starter.
I figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil. How's he look?
I'm a fire starter. Terrific fire starter.
The agency is compromised. We're being hunted from the inside.
9/11? 9/11? America did 9/11 arc from Treyarch? America did 9/11 arc from Treyarch? 9/11 mission? They said they won't be doing that? Oh, fucking cowardly. Cowardly, morally bankrupt. That's crazy. Nah, it's 1991. Okay, 9/11-1?
You don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do.
Hey, it's something you should see.
What the hell are we getting into? Don't trust anyone.
You broke into a CIA black site. Are you out of your mind?
things got complicated.
Bro, this is so fucking Fast and the Furious, dude. I swear to God, every Call of Duty game gets more and more insane.
May God continue to bless the United States of America.
Pre-order the Vault Edition and get the Hunters versus Hunted.
Politics and black protagonist, COD going woke. Yeah. Oh yeah, here's the Killer Bean reveal trailer. This looks like Simpsons, dude. This looks like the Simpsons game. Okay, maybe Just Cause.
That's what I call a dramatic entrance. There's a reason why I'm called Killer Bean. It's because I'm good at what I do. Really, really good. I used to be an assassin for the Shadow Agency.
The game that absolutely nobody was waiting for. Killer Bean. Do you guys not remember this? This community was like, I was a 2K Andy back when I fucking watched the Killer Bean movie.
An international organization powerful enough to shape the world. Until they lied to me and tried to kill me. Now, I'm gonna destroy them.
You're the gosh darn idiot who wants to take down the Shadow Agency. Well, it is sure nice to meet you. Before you die.
This game looks silly, but the actual gameplay mechanics look genuinely innovative. No, they don't. Come on. I mean, this is fun, but like, if you think that like slow motion sequences like that are genuinely innovative, then you were not around at a time when every game featured this post-Max Payne, okay? You have to remember, again, I'm 33 years old and have played all of these games, I played all these games when they were innovative. Max Payne, Matrix. I think it's fun though, because like for Zoomers, this is innovative, I guess. Everything that's old becomes new again.
They made me who I am, and I will make... They made me who I am, and I will make them pay for it.
Gears of War E-Day trailer? Gears of War? Oh my God. Now this is when fucking gamers were on top, okay? When men were men, big brolic men with chainsaws strapped to their fucking machine guns. You know what I'm saying? No burly women involved, except there were, I'm pretty sure, burly women in Gears of War, but back then gamers didn't care that much. They're still playing the same song, Mad World? I hear Mad World in the background. Oh no, a black main character. They've done body gold, two men touching hands. No, too political. Dom is Mexican, still not white. They got Mexicans in this game. They're holding hands during Pride. Something to consider. Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl gameplay trailer.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже. Валимо звідси. Ви тільки погляньте на це.
What do you mean, CC?
Чарівний край Черемоша і прута. Ти моя любов, ти рідна матінко моя. Жива.
Координати закинув. Поквапся.
Dude, the Xbox game showcase was crazy, huh? What the fuck? There's some like actual bangers. I feel like Sony was like, yeah, we wrapped up the fucking PlayStation. Like, we own the console space. So who gives a fuck? Fuck making games. And then Xbox was like, actually, we're gonna go crazy with it. Bro owns a PS5 amount. It doesn't matter. I own a PC, so I can play all of these games, which is awesome. I get the best of both worlds. I have a PS5 and a PC. Dude, this is the best and brightest of Unreal 5, I feel like. Like, it literally, every game, FPS now looks like the body camera footage game. You know what I mean? Like, it all just looks photorealistic. Yeah, this is every day in Ukraine. This is what it looks like.
Зараз час такий. Час можливостей.
Усі ці жертви, усі ці смерті. Який в них сенс?
Зона така, якою бачиш і ти. Я ж показав тобі, якою я її бачу. Іди своїм шляхом, і тоді ти зможеш побачити зону по-своєму.
It is an existential
What the fuck? The Xbox chat when this was playing, Doom the Dark Ages trailer. I mean, I don't really care for Doom that much. Wait, this game is coming out.
Product not yet rated.
One of your worst old head opinions. I was never that invested in Doom at all, ever. With the exception of the music. That's sick. Anno, nope, skipping that. The Crew, skipping that. The Rogue Prince of Persia, skipping that. Avatar Frontiers, nope, nope. Skull and Bones, nope. X Defiant, Assassin's Creed Mirage, Division 2, Star Wars Outlaws, For Honor, Year 8, Season 2, Worship, Airframe Ultra, Everyday We Fight. What the fuck? Play Doom, you loser. Why are you getting mad at me? Oh, I'm excited about Fable. Fable is another classic of mine. Fable is like, oh God, I love RPGs so much. I grew up with this shit.
Oh, right. Chew. So, you want to know all about heroes, do you?
Dude, there was a time when I was, oh God, what is this? Loves RPG? Let me see. What hates turn-based? Yes, I love RPGs and I don't like turn-based. There are millions of us out there. There are more people like me than there are of you. I'm just going to put that out there. Okay? Fable is so fucking millennial coded. Yes, it is. Fable was incredible. Jade Empire was another one that I played a lot, which was really good. You guys remember BioWare used to make games?
Well, you have come to the right place. Because who better to tell you all about them than perhaps the greatest hero of them all? Yeah, there he is, in all his finery. Cheers. I mean, sure, you get your mega fans.
You are like literally my favourite person.
Your haters.
It's like a fan club, but we hate you.
Your chancers. And the occasional giant toad. For some reason. But it's more than that. It's about the choices you make.
I'm a hero. I should do what I want. You thought you could save her?
You know, it's your life and death stuff. That's what defines you, doesn't it? Really stays with you. I knew this one hero. I took her in when she had nowhere else to go. Welcome to the most exclusive club in all of Albion. Thought I'd get her out there, make the most of her gift. But you know what it's like when you're young and you have a point to prove. I tell you, this kid, she had it all. The skill, the talent, the power. She was something else, all right. She was terrifying. So, yeah, I knew this girl once who made all the wrong choices.
Humphrey, she's back.
I'm going to fix it, this place. And no one is going to stand in my way.
We'll see how this goes. I'm excited for it, though. Life is Strange. Oh, double exposure. New Life is Strange. Okay.
I swore I'd never use my power again.
I had chat turned off, and my friend was looking at it here and there, and it was all people saying Sweet Baby Ink game. Unfortunately for them, Gamergate 2.0 has zero traction. Yeah, I don't think people give a shit about it as much. But it does still, like, make right-wing content creators make money, I guess. But I don't think, like, it has the same level of impact.
But 2 nights ago, I found my friend's body in the woods.
Life is woke, dude. What do gamers have to say about this? This is the most woke game you could play.
I don't know who I can trust. Or who trusts me. But my friend Safi is dead. So why can I still hear her voice? Focusing my power, I somehow shifted into a parallel timeline. Here, Safi is still alive. The danger stalks our every step. And only I can investigate both realities.
Yes. There's another game.
Parallel world?
This is another lock for playing on stream for sure.
It's the same as this one, except you're dead. I can still save Sophie. If I can solve and prevent the same murder across 2 timelines.
Yes, I played all the Life is Strange games. An important message straight from the giant bomb couch.
What you really want? I want people in the industry to be a little bit louder about people being mean to other people. And maybe say it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe say we don't want you around if you're going to be a cunt.
Yeah.
And hateful. And that the games industry is diverse naturally. Not because anyone's making them be diverse. Because the world is diverse, you stupid motherfucker. And if you have a problem with that, come fight me. Physically. Bitch.
Has anyone taken you up on that yet?
No, because they're all pussies.
Yep.
That's sick. Look at this new Obsidian RPG. It looks sick.
Come. Your Emperor has chosen you as our envoy to the living lands. That wild frontier suffers from the dream scourge. Find the root of this terrible plague and put an end to it.
He is wrong. The dream scourge is but a symptom of a deeper, more dangerous rot. Go, tame the chaos that plagues the living lands, so that those who remain standing can shape its future.
I don't know what it is, but it's just not hitting. It's not tickling me. It looks will be better than Fable. What is this? Austin's getting cooked? That's crazy. Star Wars Outlaw official gameplay showcase Ubisoft.
Hello everyone. I'm Matthias Karlsson, game director at Massive Entertainment. Today, we'll show you a different type of adventure. And as we journey across multiple systems, we will come across many opportunities for a scoundrel. In Star Wars Outlaws, one of your motivations for exploration is to find elusive experts scattered across the galaxy. These experts will help Kay pick up new skills to survive in the underworld. Here, we're looking for a gunslinger who can teach us some new tricks. Our intel points to the Mos Eisley Cantina on Tatooine. So let's head back to our ship. We're picking up in...
Dude, I don't know what it is, but like when I see Ubisoft UI, even if it's like not all over the fucking screen, I just cringe. I don't know what it is. It's just like there's something about it, dude. I think it's just the same for years and years. I don't know. Maybe it's I think it might be the compass. It's got to be. I think it's the compass. It's so busy. It's so fucking busy. And even though this is not that busy, it still triggers the fuck out of me.
Accra Station. A remnant of the Clone Wars, it used to be a refueling station that now acts as a trade hub for
this looks
illegal
fucking
contraband.
sick, though.
It's a great place to resupply. Merchants are often affiliated with a syndicate and might offer you a special deal if you're in good standing with them.
The issue is games like this are over reliant on this UI. So even if they gave you the option to like delete the UI, even if you could like turn off the UI, then there aren't markers built into the game to guide you. That's the problem. So like, oh, if you don't like it, just turn it off. Okay, but then the rest of the game doesn't actually like lead you in the right direction. Whereas other games that don't rely on this kind of fucking UI will at least have like ways to guide you in the right direction.
This kind of business attracts all kinds of shipjackers, contract brokers, and corrupt officials.
Need your name cleared from the wanted list.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just like, what are we doing? What the fuck? Interesting. Interested in MGS Delta? My penis is interested in it. I'm gonna fucking, I don't even know what I'm saying right now. That's how excited I am about MGS Delta.
Your ship, the Trailblazer, is a refined EML 850, the last of its kind. On
I'm
board,
saying I'm gonna have sex with the video game.
You'll find everything you need to finalize your preparations.
I mean, this looks fucking dope, dude. Oh my God, this looks so sick.
Hey, Andy.
Hi, Kay.
Oh, never mind. It's a woman. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, this game is woke, dude. What the fuck? Oh, they ruined it. I thought from behind I couldn't tell that was a woman. Oh God, it's ruined. Oh, get your gender out of my video games, man. They're doing gender again. Wait, you can fly it too? Oh, dude.
Each planet has its own system for you to explore.
Oh my
and
God,
many
is this
opportunities
the
to make a few
freelancer?
credits.
Is this the freelancer fucking is this Star Citizen, dude? This already automatically better than fucking Starfield. Oh my God.
Which you can choose to engage with or not.
Attack! My ship will not survive long.
This is Kay Vess on board the Trailblazer. I'm coming to help.
Typical woman can't
activated K.
One down. Happy to help.
Excited for this exact encounter to happen every hour through my entire gameplay. Okay, you don't have to fucking hit that. You don't have to immediately say something that probably is going to happen and ruin what we're watching so far. This is a 10-minute fucking snapshot, and in the 10-minute snapshot that we're watching, it looks fucking awesome. You don't have to remind me. You don't have to literally fucking remind me while I'm feeling good about the prospects of this game.
And you can tell Gorak he owes Kay Vess a ship.
In space, your actions also have consequences and can impact your reputation with syndicates. This optional dogfight allowed us to improve our reputation with the Pikes while making a few credits.
Spooling up the hyperdrive.
Now let's continue our journey and head to Tatooine.
Ubi sometimes sponsors. This looks amazing. Ubi does sponsor me, but I mean, I'm still being honest. I'm just
Tatooine space, edge of the galaxy.
Let's go. Always Tatooine, man. Why? Okay, that's a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type shit. Okay, come on now.
The tattoo system is in the clutches of the Hutt cartel. Our reputation with
I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me. She got on the spaceship. There was no loading screen. She fucking kicked it into hyperdrive. There was no loading screen. She went to another planet. There was no loading screen. Where are the fucking loading screens? I don't understand what's happening. You cannot play a game like this without loading screens. It's supposed to be map simulator. So far, this is freaking me out. I'm not used to
them is poor, so we best be on our way.
I know the hyperdrive animation is the loading screen, guys. Oh my God. I know, just like elevators on God of War are always the loading screen. I know they hide it. I know. The joke is that it doesn't have just a straight up loading screen. And also it's pretty fucking fast regardless. Yeah, or the crawl through this crack. Yeah. Okay, this is pretty crazy. No fucking way.
Welcome to legendary Mos Eisley, the infamous hive of scum and villainy. We could head straight to our destination, or explore what the city has to offer. Recreating this iconic city is a dream come true for our team, allowing us to show parts of Mos Eisley you've never seen before.
Room for one more?
There are many opportunities for a scoundrel, including working your way in with the Hutt cartel. Most of Tatooine's economy is under their control, even though the increased Imperial presence has been hurting their business. But first, we need to pick up the trail of our expert gunslinger. The best place to start is the cantina. By asking around, we learn of a pirate who is deadly with the blaster and who used to work for the Hutt cartel. Our intel leads to one of their...
Wait, I don't get it. Wait, hold on. You mean to tell me that there are not only spaceships that you can fly into the planet directly, but also additional like motorcycles and whatnot, like vehicles that you can use on the planet to traverse the planet in an expedient manner? This doesn't make any sense to me. I thought it's like much better if you just jump and try to like modify your jetpack to a degree where you can like keep propelling yourself forward in like 5-second increments. That's how it's supposed to be done. This makes no sense.
Storehouses located in the southern hills. Traveling to your destination can be an adventure in itself. As you move across...
We get it, you didn't like Starfield? I did. It just like every other Bethesda game. I love the fucking side missions. The main mission was ass, and also there was a shit ton of issues with it. And Bethesda has really betrayed my confidence year over year and has progressively, increasingly given us worse shit overall while still relying on the fucking Bethesda brand and the nostalgia that comes along with it. Typical Bethesda bullshit.
scorching dunes and dusty valleys, you'll quickly realize that this lawless desert planet still holds many mysteries.
This looks beautiful, dude. God damn, this looks sick.
We've reached our destination. We need to locate our storehouse and find our way into this heavily guarded fortress without triggering the alarm.
Busy place.
Is this Grand Theft Auto 6 footage? No, this is Grand Theft Auto 7.
All right. Maybe there's a data pad or something that can tell me who that old gunslinger is. Next, attack. Good job, buddy.
Dude, you got a little critter with you too. It's pretty sick.
Do you sense anyone close?
Too, it's pretty sick.
Do you sense anyone close?
Uh-oh.
Easy.
Our hut reputation is
See what we
falling.
have here. Yes, I got it. Wait, Quint, that sheriff from Wayfar used to work for the Huts? I should talk to her.
Oh, come on!
Oh, shit.
We've been spotted, but we now know where to find our gunslinger. Let's get out of here quick.
We're in trouble, pal.
The fuck?
We need a quick exit.
Bro, she is ass. God damn.
Come on, Nick.
Whoever's playing this is ass right now, dude. What the hell's going on?
There we are.
I'm genuinely intrigued by a Star Wars game with no lightsaber. That's low-key a great idea. I didn't even consider that. You're right.
You again. If you're still looking for Haas, I haven't seen him.
Actually, I'm here for you. I heard you're the best shot on the planet.
Oh, and you want to be second best. Now is not a good time. The Huts are coming, and I need to get ready. Get your blaster out.
What we have just shown you is the beginning of one of the many adventures you can go on in Star Wars Outlaws. Whether you want to learn new blaster skills, upgrade your speeder, or become an unstoppable thief, finding an expert is always an adventure in a galaxy full of opportunities.
Yes, Andor is phenomenal. I actually liked it a lot, even though people were saying it was cringe. I liked Andor a lot. I've always been fascinated with the universe of Star Wars more than like the main fucking plot. I've always talked about how the main plot of Star Wars is so basic overall, but the universe of Star Wars has always been incredible, very expansive. It's sick. Todd Howard fucks with Hasan. I agree, Hasan loading screens are a must. Yeah, remember when everybody was yelling at me because I said I don't know if I can trust Todd. He has betrayed my confidence in the past. Some of you are sucking the white man's dick, and the gamers were up in arms about that. There were motherfuckers in Steam being like, I bought this game just to piss off HasanAbi Piker. Fuck that guy. That was pretty funny. It looks good. This looks good too. This does not look good.
18.
Kingdom Come Deliverance here.
The best laid plans of men don't always come to fruition. Man proposes, but God disposes. And then boots you right in the balls.
These two young fellas, I need to find them.
I don't think I
One's
played
a
the first game.
smart-ass Smith, and the other's a blue-blooded fledgling.
You behave like
Medieval shit life simulator. I like this.
a spoilt brat. How dare you speak?
Gentlemen, praise be to our Lord Jesus Christ.
The director of this game is that racist Czech Gamergate dude. Nice.
Our Father, there are many sinners in this world. But in the end, we all face your judgment for what we should have done, but lacked the courage to do.
The last time I ran away, I lost everything.
I'm never gonna run from that fucker again.
Kiss our asses!
God, is this retribution for my sins?
To the task!
The game is good, but the devs behind it are far-right shitheads.
Come on!
If they're far-right shitheads, that means is lore accurate, right? Like it'll be authentic.
To the fucking task.
This is basically Oibrov Simulator for me. Dragon Age the Veil God.
Not looking good, old friend. This'll take more than you and me.
What are you thinking?
We need someone to be our eyes and ears in the shadows.
And someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
I'm not going to be a hater of the fucking art style immediately. 177,000 dislikes under this? Wait, really?
We're going into the fade, aren't we?
And digging up a lot of buried secrets.
What about Darkspawn?
Yeah.
I mean, this gameplay, this is not gameplay. This trailer doesn't fucking reveal anything.
Best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus. She's the best damn...
It doesn't look bad. Stick to politics, buddy. You ain't a gamer. I'm not. You're right about that. Killing Floor 3. Isn't this another one of those like pure shooters?
Who's ready for a bit of fun then?
I think I played Dragon Age Inquisition. I told you I was a massive BioWare fan. It's a mix between Doom and COD Zombies. Yeah, I'm not like a big fan of pure shooters. I will not be looking at the Indiana Jones video game trailer. Or was it Dragon Age Origins? I played one of the Dragon Age games, I'm pretty sure. Stick to gaming. You are not a politician, buddy. Here, Starship Troopers. Damn, this game stole a lot from Helldivers, huh?
War has begun. At the frontier of the Federation, our peaceful colonies are under attack. Who's our enemy? Ruthless, barbaric, and downright ugly. The Bug. But fear not, loyal citizen. The Deep Space Vanguard is ready. We have the ships and the bases. We have the weapons. We need soldiers. Soldiers like you. And you.
Tiger spotted.
Yes, even you, Trooper. Join up now and do your...
It's impressive that this looks worse than Helldivers 2. I think that's just a testament to how good Helldivers 2 looks, though. Bro, ain't no way they made a Helldivers clone with the same plot line. What's happening here? Dude. And they made it FPS.
And remember, service guarantees citizenship.
This has actually been out in early access way before Helldivers 2. Brother, I know. Also, this is the OG. Starship Troopers, the IP is the OG. It is pretty funny that people don't know about Starship Troopers, though, and they think like Helldivers is the OG.
Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
You know there will be dragons.
Right. We'll need someone with fire in their blood. One more thing.
Okay, I want to see gameplay. That's boring. Is this the one where Monster Hunter basically is like now an adult game?
Okay. As soon as we find a good spot, we can get things.
It's like they took the Monster Hunter. It's like they took Monster Hunter and like Western-fied it almost.
Set up and ready to go.
It's always been an adult game. Fuck you. No, dude. Like, bro, this looks like I don't know how to describe it. Like Monster Hunter has been very anime always. Now it's like very, I don't know.
You bet.
I hope we find them soon.
Rotoscope.
Incredible. I've never heard of a Karachnoth herd this big before.
One of them's got big spikes on its back.
Now to lead it away from the pack. We'll make for the desert.
Right.
Yeah, they gentrified Monster Hunter, dude.
The sandstorm. Now commencing the hunt by order of the guild.
I always felt like Monster Hunter was also too grindy for me.
I'm selecting you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
Monster Hunter's only grind is a game fundamentally about grinding. Yeah. Really don't like that in this Monster Hunter has you fighting Kaya. I know. Okay, let's look at Black King Wukong, which I, for some weird reason, did not look at earlier, even though I was supposed to from the jump. Where the fuck is it? Black Myth Wukong, not Black King Wukong. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z ripoff, dude. What won't the Chinese steal, brother? This isn't gameplay, but I'll still watch it. That's a joke for chatters. The fuck? Devs are outspokenly sexist. The devs don't want woman gamers. Wait, what? That's so funny. Based, bruh, based. Hasan, can you explain the joke? Dragon Ball Z, Akira Toriyama's formative work, actually is like a play on a very old mythology that this game is based around. Chinese myths. China has big gender wars with feminists in gaming as well. Wait, really? In case you want to try, it was developed by a Chinese studio that's completely sexed out. A lot of comments expressing the despise for female gamers. Their members publicly announced that their games are not for women. They don't need women. What the fuck? And right, despite tons of Chinese women having expressed their anger, the studio does not care. And lots of men are expressing their strong expectations because they think this game is the future and landmark for Chinese games. People who view the trailer and developed an interest in it, I hope you know the background before you pay for it. Yeah, I mean, now I want to play it extra hard. Am I right? Let's go, baby. Dude, I didn't even know Chinese netizens had the capacity to be reactionary. I thought Xi would never allow that. I'm shocked. Skipping Starfield. You cannot pay me to look at this Fallout 76 update. You're out of your fucking mind. They get to play as a ghoul in early 2025. It's a new region of Appalachia with a new mysteries abound. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Nope. South of Midnight. World of Warcraft. Okay, lol. Sea of Thieves. Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. Age of Mythology. Perfect Dark. We watched. Diablo 4. Nope. Fable. Fragpunk. Oh, God. What the fuck is... Bro, this already... Oh, God. Just like... I don't know anything about this, and immediately I'm like, ugh. Ay, ay, ay. You skipped MGS? No, I already watched it. The music, the aesthetic, everything. I just like... Dude, Age of Mythology is badass. Bitch, you're telling me. I used to be the fucking #1 RTS goat. I love Age of Mythology. I played all the Age of games, dude. Age of Empire, Age of Mythology. I played fucking Command and Conquer was my first foray into RTS. Warcraft 3, Warcraft 2, Stronghold. Where do you think my lord voice comes from? From Stronghold. We've run out of grain, my lord. Have you ever played Command & Conquer Red Alert 3? Fuck yeah. Red Alert had the best cutscenes. I played Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun. Rise of Nations. I played that too. It was great. There was another one. What was it? Like the top-down RTS World War II game that was fucking sick. What was it called? Company of Heroes. Yeah, that shit was good. I think the second one was kind of ass though. No, not Commando. Commando was incredible, but Commando is not a top-down RTS. Commandos, I would say, is more of like a sneaking game. God, I loved Commandos. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. That was my shit back in the day, dude. Tiny. You're a nerd playing RTS? Yeah. Warhammer 40k Dawn of War, yes. Apothecary. That's where I learned what that word is. From Warhammer 40k, the RTS for Warhammer 40k. I tried playing Shadow Tactics, Blade of the Shogun. It didn't hit the same. I don't know. Maybe I got old. I tried. I know literally zero of the games. Yeah, because you were probably a fucking fetus when they came out. I was never a big Total War fan. I don't know why. Look at Flintlock instead of this. Okay, I don't even want to look at this.
Use this.
To be honest, this looks awful. Flintlock?
Rated M for mature.
Your kind meddle. As long as Ooh is free, your world is immortal.
Bro, I don't know what it is. Like these types of games immediately, I find it kind of off-putting.
And how is it that you know all of this?
Because I am a god too.
If you're a god, you're one of them.
They just look the same.
Why would I do anything to help someone I've sworn to kill?
If it's vengeance you want, I'll give
like
it to
the purples and shit. Dude, I don't know what, like this type of stuff. This is like Unreal 5 rot for me. Like all these games all literally look exactly the fucking same. I don't know why. I mean, I've played it. I've played some of these games on stream. It just like there's something about it that I find very off-putting. It's just a personal thing. I promise you, it has nothing to do with anything else. I just like, I'm probably in the wrong, but is that new terminology? No, Unreal 5 is the engine, which is really cool. Like, it makes everything look so realistic, but I guess in the same way, when they make like fantastical magic games in that engine, it feels like the soul has been sucked out of it, which is why I didn't immediately shit on Dragon Age, the new Dragon Age, for having like a different art style. They feel like tech demos instead of games. Yeah, 100%. Can we get back to Palestine? Bro, at the top of the hour, you can get back to fucking trying to bait me with a better bait. Okay? Yeah. Top of there. Yeah. Top of there, dude. Yeah. Dang. Apparently it's made in Unity, not Unreal. I don't know what it is.
Come on, then.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck it is that like bothers me so much about it. It's just, even if it's not Unreal 5, you have to understand what I'm talking about. Like, I think you feel me. Anyway, how a CIA base works, yeah, we'll table that for tomorrow. I'm fucking dying, as you might have noticed from the way I'm laying down here. I have to lay down more. I have to lay down further. I'm done for the day. I try my best. I gave it my all. We'll get back to this tomorrow. Okay, me and Kai both are fucking falling apart right now. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna go rest up and try to fix my shit. What are you doing? Coughing and sneezing over there, huh? Anyway, I love you guys. Bye. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, if I'm not fucking dead.
To the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our lives, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our lives. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.